Chapter 467. Hathaway put down the silver-white carving knife and stretched her body. Her voluptuous breasts outlined an amazing curve. More than half of the clay golem production line had been completed. Only the rune engraving equipment had not been completed yet. This equipment required a tower genie construct made from a legendary soul crystal to operate, but it would be a waste if it was only used to produce clay golems, so Sulen planned to input the stone golem's rune engraving technology into it as well. When the time came, as long as the other equipment caught up, this equipment could be used to produce stone golems. In addition to the legendary tower genie, this machine also required a lot of rare materials. Sulen and Hathaway spent a lot of effort, and finally made this equipment. Finally, they just had to install the tower genie construct, and it was done. Hathaway picked up her magic staff, and quickly chanted an obscure spell. The surrounding elemental energy began to fluctuate violently. Soon, a dazzling light appeared, and a powerful elemental wave descended. Legendary activated life construct. Strange elemental energy quickly gushed out from Hathaway's body, and a powerful mana instantly shrouded the legendary soul crystal in front of her. Soon, another wave of energy appeared in the room. Soul Weave. Supreme magic skills plus mana shaping plus soul construct. Traces of soul power quickly changed under Hathaway's manipulation. Soul Weave was a very difficult spell, and it was a very crucial part of making a legendary tower genie. It was equivalent to building a personality for the tower genie, building a framework, and making the tower genie according to one's ideas. Normally, the tower genies made by wizards were extremely calm and rational, but this did not stop some people from making a silly tower genie. Hathaway, who had experience in making the tower genie, was very fast this time. After about 10 minutes, a rune was completed. With a flash of light, the construction of the legendary tower genie was completed. The next step was to install the legendary tower spirit construct and the rune inscription device together. This was not a difficult task. After placing the legendary tower spirit in the heart of the device, the automatic rune inscription device was considered complete. Automatic rune inscriber, legendary rune. Can inscribe runes on objects according to requirements. Accuracy plus 25, efficiency plus 35, indestructibility plus 30, logic plus 32, failure reduction plus 33. After seeing the attributes of the Mageweth inscriber, Sulen nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, his clay golem production line would be completed. Without any time to rest, Hathaway and Sulen returned to the secret realm with the automatic Mageweth inscription instrument. At this time, the clay golem production line in the secret realm was almost completed. After Hathaway installed the equipment, she directly connected it to the energy source. Although he had a lot of information about his own work, he still needed to make adjustments. The light blue elemental energy entered the golem factory through the energy channel, and the entire golem factory began to slowly activate. A few clay golems who were the workers woke up from their standby mode and got ready to work. Tower Spirit, Builder number 1 activated. System self-check in progress. System self-check complete. Beginning program loading. Loading progress. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Loading complete. Clay Golem Model 3 automatic production line in progress. Connection complete. The clay golems, who had been quietly waiting for the notification, instantly began to move. Tower Spirit. Builder number 1 was the name of the tower spirit of the automatic Mageweth inscription machine. This legendary tower spirit was also the brain of the entire clay golem production line. It was under its control that the automatic production line began to operate normally. Activate the clay golem production line. With Sulen's order, the clay golem production line was instantly activated. Several clay golems began to operate the machine, and cart after cart of clay was sent to the grinder to be crushed. The clay was only considered complete after it became very fine like flour. Next, the crushed clay was sent to the blender to be mixed. While mixing, magical essential oil, elemental powder, and other materials were added. Finally, the evenly mixed clay was sent to the press to be made into a standard clay golem construct. After a series of processes, these parts were sent to the rune inscription workshop, and the automatic rune inscription device would inscribe the runes. Hathaway and Sulen looked at the processed clay golem part with a serious expression, and a bright ray lit up. It was the eye devil's secondary eye that Hathaway had processed before that emitted this ray. It was still a little thick when it first appeared, but it immediately began to shrink. The measuring table next to it accurately measured the data of the instrument's beam. If the data did not meet the requirements, the production would be rejected. The beam corrector next to it was used to correct this place. Next to the eye devil's secondary eye, there was an energy controller that controlled the power of the beam. Under the control of builder number 1, the beam quickly reached the product's requirements. Then it began to inscribe the runes, and the prepared arcane powder and gem powder began to be thrown in. As the beam moved quickly on the part, an accurate rune appeared on that part. After some debugging, the rune inscription device became faster and faster. In just 3 minutes, the rune inscription on a part was completed. Hathaway picked up the produced part and looked at it. This clay golem part was almost exactly the same as the one she designed. Although it was not as good as the one she made herself, it was still a good product. This automatic rune inscription device could inscribe runes on 6 parts at a time. Of course, it could also let 6 beams work together to inscribe 1 part. With the operation of the golem production line, a clay golem was soon produced. After Sulen walked around the clay golem, he found that it was no different from a normal golem. After seeing the successful production of a golem, Hathaway and Sulen were relieved. The golem production line was finally completed. Builder number 1. I'm here, master. The tower genie's cold mechanical voice sounded. Suspend production. Let those clay golems come over and stand properly. Hathaway pointed to the clay golems that were working. Yes, master. Soon, several clay golems were neatly arranged in front of Hathaway. Hathaway took out a silver-white carving knife. These clay golems were different from the ones that had just been produced. Some of the workmanship of the golem production line had been added to them. However, during the operation just now, there were some small problems with these modified clay golems. Now Hathaway needed to modify them. The main work of the modification was on the palms. Hathaway used the carving knife to give them more dexterous hands. At the same time, she engraved new runes on the finger joints and wrist joints, which could strengthen the flexibility of the clay golem's hands. Combat golems did not need this kind of precise modification. Only this kind of auxiliary type needed it. The cost of this modification alone was enough to build an additional clay golem. Although the auxiliary type golems were not good at fighting, their cost was usually much higher than the combat type golems. The auxiliary type golems needed to be instilled with more professional knowledge. Only with this knowledge could they carry out various work according to the situation on the spot. Their palms were very flexible. Only in this way could they carry out various work. After completing the operation of the clay golem production line, the next step was to officially complete the installation of the production line. At the same time, the factory also needed to be built. Sulen deliberately opened up a space of about 1,800 square meters, and then built a clay golem production line workshop, according to the style of the factory in his previous life. The creation of the clay golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the limbs. This step could be done by disassembling them. This part was directly made through the mold press. It was not difficult, and even a wizard apprentice could do it. The second step was to carry out various treatments to make these clay parts set in shape, and at the same time become difficult to damage. Only after this kind of magical treatment could the clay golems continue to be produced. Otherwise, the clay golems could only be clay, and a piece could be knocked off with a casual swing of a stick. They could not fight or work at all. Only after this magical treatment, the clay would become as hard as rock. The third step was the most critical magic pattern inscription. Only after the magic pattern inscription was completed could the clay golem perform various actions, as if it had a life of its own. Of course, the premise was that it had energy. The fourth step was to assemble the body structure. This step was like piecing together toy models to assemble the complete structure of the golem. The assembly workshop had the most clay golems. In fact, it was also a maintenance workshop. Damaged clay golems would be replaced here. The benefits of the standardization of parts proposed by Sulen were fully reflected here. If a part was damaged, it could be directly removed and replaced with a new one. As long as the damage was not too serious, or the soul core was destroyed, the maintenance problems of these golems could be solved. The last part was the casting and activation. This part was not automated for the time being. In fact, this step could be activated through the tower spirit. The activation spell could be inputted into the tower spirit, and the magic of the elemental pool could complete the activation of the golem. However, because the value of the clay golem was not high, Hathaway and Sulen did not want to add another tower spirit. It should be known that the cost of such a tower spirit was about 1,000,000 kinner. Moreover, Sulen also wanted to build other golem production lines, which would cost a lot of legendary soul crystals to make tower spirits. Naturally, he was not willing to invest too much in this production line. In fact, activating the clay golem only required those high-grade wizards to come over and cast a spell every once in a while. Chapter 468. The main material of the clay golem was high-quality clay, which was plentiful near Northtown City. Building a clay golem required about 1,000 pounds of clay. Making a clay golem was like making ceramics. Although the clay golem wasn't a very powerful golem, there were always some exceptions. Once in the era of the Arcane Empire, there was an arcanist who was proficient in making clay golems. He made a powerful clay golem that had self-healing ability and could use spells to attack. This arcanist had invented a material called memory clay. After the clay was formed, it would remember its original appearance. After being attacked from a distance and the clay golem was broken, it would only take a few minutes for the clay golem to condense and return to its original appearance. Unless the clay was completely destroyed, it would quickly recover. The arcanist used memory clay to make a large number of clay golems. It was said that the clay golem's fighting strength was on the same level as the steel golems. Of course, the memory clay golems were eventually annihilated in the long river of time. Sulen naturally didn't have any information about the clay golems. The clay golems he made were just ordinary clay golems. The clay golems made by the production line were transported to the warehouse for preservation. These clay golems didn't use soul crystals as their cores. When using them, one only needed to put a soul crystal in them and cast a spell to activate them. Because they didn't use the tower spirit to activate them, after a certain number of clay golems were accumulated, several high-grade wizards would take turns to cast spells to activate the clay golems. In order to complete the golem production line as soon as possible, Hathaway and Suren had been busy during this period. The automatic Mageweth inscription machine, which was the most important part of the golem production line, took 2 weeks, while the other parts, such as the energy channel and site construction, only took 3 days. The clay golems on the production line were made by Sulen, which took him a week. These clay golems were then modified by Hathaway and instilled with various knowledge. After the clay golem assembly line started running, Sulen and Hathaway began to make some adjustments to the golems to make the production line run more smoothly. At the same time, the conformity rate of the golem assembly line also increased. After a day of operation, the conformity rate of the various parts produced on the golem assembly line had reached 95%. The entire golem factory operated like an assembly line. The head, torso, limbs, and various other parts were all made separately. All the parts were made according to the standard parts, and the deviation was less than 0.1 coefficient. Sulen specially made 2 clay golems for them to check whether the various parts met the requirements. The parts that did not meet the requirements would be directly picked out, and only the parts that met the requirements could enter the next stage. These parts were assembled by the clay golem engineer. Sulen upgraded its soul crystal to a high-level soul crystal. He would assemble and test the golems. Only the qualified golems would be placed in the warehouse after the assembly was completed. After 3 days of normal operation, Sulen made a detailed calculation of the clay golem assembly line. If the clay golem assembly line ran at full capacity, it could produce 10 clay golems a day. According to this output, it could produce 300 clay golems a month. But in fact, the Northwind Tower didn't need so many clay golems right now. Sulen planned to only produce a few hundred clay golems and send them to the Wizard Tower, the Secret Realm, the Underground World, and other places. Sulen had arranged for people to collect the materials for the golem workshop. Among them, the amount of high-quality clay was the largest, but this could be dug up by the slaves and then sent over after a period of time. As for things like magic essential oil and elemental dust, the amount used was not large. After one addition, they could be used for a long time. Sulen actually didn't care much about the clay golem assembly line. On the contrary, he cared more about the stone golem assembly line and the steel golem assembly line. The clay golem assembly line was at best an attempt to accumulate experience. Then, on the basis of the clay golem assembly line, he would build a better stone golem assembly line and steel golem assembly line. In fact, the technology of the stone golem assembly line was not much different from that of the clay golem assembly line. This time, there was no need for crushing, mixing, and molding. Ordinary stone golems only needed high-quality granite or high-quality marble, but obsidian golems needed obsidian as a material, and obsidian was harder than ordinary stone and more difficult to process. Northern Battlefront City was rich in mineral resources, but there weren't many obsidian ores. Most of the obsidian ores discovered in the underworld had been used to construct the Northwind Tower. Now there wasn't enough obsidian in the underworld. Obsidian ores were mainly produced in volcanic areas. There were no volcanoes within a few hundred miles of the Northwind City. There were no volcanoes even in the underground world, so there was not much obsidian ores produced here. Obsidian ores were the main material for making obsidian golems and gargoyles. It was indispensable. If Sulen wanted to get a large amount of obsidian ores, he could only buy them from other countries. However, this method had a lot of hidden dangers. Obsidian ores were strategic resources. Once the supply was cut off, the Northwind City would be at a loss, and the production of obsidian golems would no longer be able to continue. In his past life, Sulen knew the power of a trade war. Back then, Mao Xiong was almost dead because of the trade war with the United States. His economy had always been poor, and Sulen did not want anyone to have a hold on him. Another reason was that obsidian ores were very expensive. Once the Northwind City built an obsidian golem production line, a lot of obsidian ores would be consumed. Every month, the Kinner ores would be used to buy obsidian ores. Although Sulen was rich, he still felt the pinch. There were a few ways to get obsidian ores without obsidian ores. The simplest way was to find an empty space and use the power of spells to change the environment and lead the underground lava out. However, this method was very difficult. Even legendary wizards would have a hard time doing it. The second method was to capture an adult red dragon. Creatures like red dragons had radiation around their bodies. If they lived in a place for a long time, they would slowly change the environment and landscape of the place. Finally, they would turn the area into magma. Under normal circumstances, red dragons like to live in volcanic areas. However, capturing an adult red dragon was less difficult than the previous method. The third way was to go to the fire elemental plane and capture magma elementals that could make lava. Magma elementals also had the ability to change the environment. They could turn the ground into lava. This method was the technology used to build an obsidian factory. It was the technology that Sulen and Hathaway secretly obtained in the Emerald Tower. Obsidian ores were very important, and a lot of them were needed in the floating cities. The requirements for the construction of a floating city were very high. The entire city had to be built with obsidian ores, so most of the time, there would be an obsidian factory in every floating city. These obsidian factories usually used magma elementals as the main force to produce obsidian ores. Chapter 469. Obsidian had good physical and magical resistance. It was the main material for the construction of the floating city, and the amount consumed was astronomical. The foundation of a floating city must be built with obsidian, and cutting corners on other things was absolutely unacceptable. As for using ordinary rocks and hardening spells, it was also impossible. The floating city was a super city that could fly freely in the sky, and even in the astral world. It was also the most powerful battle fortress of the wizards. He didn't want to use this method just to save money. If the floating city, which was worth hundreds of billions of Kinnars fake, was damaged because of quality problems, Sulen would have nowhere to cry. The construction of the rock golem production line was not urgent. With the experience of building the clay golem production line, the rock golem production line needed further adjustment. Besides, he had just spent so much energy building the clay golem production line. Hathaway also needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, what if she was hungry and thin? Although Hathaway had always been majestic, and Sulen had measured it himself, he didn't want to reduce the heavy pressure on his chest. Any man would want to be big. Big was the truth. After Sulen returned to the northern town, Chris also returned from the underground world. After a period of mining, the underground world had begun to produce gold. In addition to gold, other metals such as silver, copper, iron, lead, and even a variety of magic gems were also produced in small amounts. The most important thing was the production of 3 kilograms of adamantine. Adamantine was very difficult to refine. Ordinary blacksmiths had no way to do it. Only the dwarves had mastered the refining method. The blacksmiths of the human kingdom had no way to refine this metal. The wizards had a way to refine it, and it was more advanced than the dwarves' technology, but it was still very difficult. Even in the era of the Arcane Empire, it was more troublesome to refine adamantine in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms of adamantine was not much, it meant that the northern town had a stable output of adamantine. Adamantine was the same as mithril. Although it was indispensable in many cases, it was generally not used in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms was not much, it was almost enough if they saved a little every month. Seeing that the little succubus Chris had returned, Sulen was so excited that he couldn't sleep. During this time, he was so busy with work that he didn't have time to play a few rounds of Gwent with them. This card game was a multiplayer game. The more people there were, the more interesting it would be. This game had another name, which was Lei Feng's card game. If he lost, he would have to accept the punishment. Sulen had prepared everything. He found a box in the mezzanine of his study and opened it. There were more than 10 kinds of whips of different lengths. These whips were also made of different materials. After selecting, Sulen chose an exquisitely woven linen whip, several red cotton ropes, and several candles. Then he went to Chris's room. The game was very intense. The little succubus Chris and Sulen were opponents. Halfway through the game, the little succubus could not take it anymore, and could only beg for mercy. Sulen then called the 2 half-elf maids, Angela, over to play Gwent together. Sulen's spear art had reached the large success stage, and the impact was powerful. Everywhere he passed, there was no one who didn't beg for mercy. The night passed in silence. He hadn't played for a long time, and he was a little high last night. He was still a little lethargic, but the ending was still good. The roads in northern town were blocked by heavy snow. The city was preparing for the new year. The festival was brought by Sulen. Only he would hold such a festival. But at this moment, an embroidered uniform guard brought news of the war. The rebellious nobles in the south elected the Medici family as their king, and they have established their own country. The Medici family ascended the throne and established a country? Sulen, who was sitting on the main seat, was slightly stunned. The Medici family was also one of the elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. However, this elector family's strength had always been at the bottom of the Kingdom of Florence. He did not expect that they would dare to stand out this time. Ever since he ascended the throne, the nobles in the southern provinces rebelled. Because he was not strong enough, Sulen did not crusade against them. He only condemned them at the official level. The new army in Sanfilto City was not much. Sulen's original plan was to pacify the north before marching to the south. In the end, the nobles in the south elected the Medici family to ascend the throne and establish a country. This was no longer a matter of rebellion. Although the embroidered uniform guard recruited by Sulen had begun to infiltrate the south, they did not get much information. Now, not only had they ascended the throne, but they had also formed an army and were preparing to attack. Sulen, who received the news, could not sit still anymore. He was not worried about the northern citadel, but he was not worried about Sanfilto City. Without him, Phyllis alone would not be able to control the situation. Sulen returned to Sanfilto City through the teleportation portal. As soon as he arrived, Phyllis hugged Sulen tightly and did not let go. "What's wrong? Did someone bully my little baby?" Sulen felt the moisture on his chest and asked softly as he caressed Phyllis's northern region. It's you, you big bad guy. You didn't come to see me for more than a month. I'll bite you to death. Phyllis said as she bared her two little silver teeth at Sulen and bit down hard on Sulen's body. Sulen did not feel any pain. He was just worried that his skin was too hard and her teeth would bite him. He quickly controlled his muscles and pretended to be in extreme pain. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you. Phyllis said nervously when she saw Sulen's expression. Sulen chuckled in his heart. He lifted her up by the waist and carried her back to her bedroom, ignoring her resistance. Soon, a melodious song came from the palace. Early the next morning, Sulen called for a court meeting. All the nobles of San Filto City came to attend. When everyone was present, Sulen asked a servant to come forward and announce the rebellion of the nobles in the south. He and Phyllis sat on the throne with no expression on their faces. However, Phyllis seemed to be sleep-deprived and could not lift her spirits. After the servant finished speaking, the nobles in the hall all had different expressions. To these nobles, ever since Sulen ascended the throne, he had been weakening and suppressing their forces and taking over their interests. Those who dared to resist before had been suppressed by Sulen. The remaining nobles kept everything in their hearts and were waiting for an opportunity. Now that they heard that the nobles in the south had united to build a kingdom, they all wanted to watch a good show. The nobles in the south did not care about the rebellion of the nobles in the north. They even wanted them to come quickly and completely overthrow the cruel and corrupt Sulen. Of course, not all of these nobles wanted Sulen to die. Some of them surrendered to him, such as Rex, who was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This Earl Rex was the first to surrender to him. He was also very proficient in internal affairs. Now he was handling most of the government affairs in the Kingdom of Florence. Sulen and Phyllis were just controlling the general direction. Rex stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the rebels in the south have openly built a kingdom. This is a blatant rebellion. They even formed an army to attack. This is very strange. Although the nobles in the south were richer than the north, the south had been peaceful and prosperous for a long time. The strength of the army was very low. It was far from being a match for the northern army that often fought with the orcs. Now that they dared to take the initiative to attack, it would be strange if there was nothing strange. Sulen smiled leisurely and glanced at the nobles in the hall. There is something strange, but don't worry about it. Since they came, let's just send them to their deaths. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the army to kill all these rebels, a general said loudly. Before he finished, the generals around him all puffed out their chests and patted Sulen's chest. They all wanted to be the first to send troops to destroy the rebellion in the south. These old men who had followed Sulen since he was in the northern town had blind confidence in Sulen's strength. Many of them worshipped Sulen blindly. After so many battles, Sulen was a god in these people's eyes. They were not worried that Sulen would lose at all. On top of that, Sulen was very generous to his own people. The salary of the soldiers was very high, and they were given land. These generals were also given many castles and manors by Sulen. As long as they performed meritorious deeds, Sulen would not be stingy with the rewards. When Sulen ascended the throne last time, he rewarded 2 counts and 6 viscounts. Although these titles were not given land, they were still rewarded with many castles and manors. Now that there was a chance to fight, these generals could not wait to put on their armor and go to war. They wanted to use the heads of the rebels to increase their ranks. Sulen did not say anything. His fingers tapped on the throne rhythmically. Soon the hall quieted down. Only the rhythmic tapping sound could be heard. Are you done? Sulen sat up straight when he saw these people had quieted down. Since you are done, I will start now. Sulen looked around and continued. Since the rebels in the south are in a hurry to die, I will personally send them on their way. The hall fell into silence. Then it became noisy. Your Majesty, you cannot. Your Majesty, as the king, how can you take the brunt of the arrows? As long as you give the order, I will definitely bring the Medici family back to you. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burden. When they heard that Sulen was going to personally take action, the nobles who had already surrendered to him immediately tried to dissuade him. However, most of the nobles just pretended to persuade him. Their acting skills improved. If it was not for the fact that Sullen's system data showed that their loyalty had not reached 60, he might have believed them. Acting skills? They said it as if no one could. Sulen immediately pretended to be arrogant and said, "There is no need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. P.S. That's all for today. I will make up for the rest in a few days when I am not busy. Thank you to Feng Ai Yuanxing for your 1500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to 1989 for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Arochi 886 and Immortal Path for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Eve who knows how to cut vegetables, Yunzhong 128 Old Qinhan, Lord Zixuan, Fangmei Nagua, Tavern Long Time Not Seen, CQS Qingsheng, Universe Galaxy Overlord and other book friends for their tips. Fuming thanks. Happy New Year everyone, love you. Mwax. Chapter 470. Sullen's gaze landed on a figure in the corner of the hall. That person nodded slightly at Sulen. He was Sullen's appointed guardian of the embroidered uniform guards. After being strengthened by the system, the embroidered uniform guards' ability to do things far surpassed their counterparts in the Ming dynasty. There were many other places that had spies planted in the nobles' houses, and even the merchants' houses in San Filto City. Their identities were all different, ranging from butlers, coachmen, guards, attendants, maids, and so on. Ever since he ascended the throne, Sulen had been suppressing these nobles step by step. Although it seemed that the thorns had been removed by Sulen and the rest were honest, he didn't think that these nobles would know their place. There was a saying that blocking someone's money was akin to killing their parents. Sullen's actions weren't just a matter of money. Even his power had been suppressed by more than half. These nobles were only forced by Sullen's ferocious might to appear honest and harmless. In reality, as long as Sulen showed his weak side, these nobles would immediately turn into tigers that ate people without spitting out the bones. Sulen was very clear about these people's ruthlessness, so he had never relaxed his surveillance of these people. Although he was not familiar with political struggles, he had watched many TV dramas in his previous life. There were many precedents to learn from. The most famous example was Emperor Chongzhen. He was fooled by others and directly abolished the imperial bodyguards. He cut off his own eyes and ears. In the end, he could only hang himself on a mountain. During this period of time, the embroidered uniform guards had gathered and summarized a large amount of information. Sulen discovered that the reason why the southern rebels had the courage to attack Sulen was because the northern nobles had made a private deal with the southern nobles. Their goal was simple. They wanted to transfer all the elite troops near San Filto City to fight a decisive battle with the southern rebels. Then, the nobles who had been accumulating their strength would stab them in the back. Although it was very risky, there wouldn't be a chance if they didn't act now. As Sulen attacked the nobles, won over the commoners, distributed farmland, and unified the tax system, the lives of the commoners at the bottom became better and better. As time passed, the commoners who benefited would support Sulen even more. It would be more difficult to overthrow him. Moreover, this was done under the premise of harming their interests. Sulen was surprised that these nobles could endure for so long before they took revenge. These nobles had long lost the elegance of their ancestors. For such a big matter like this, keeping it a secret was the most important thing. But what about them? These nobles only secretly held a meeting to discuss and used the nobles' ball as a cover. They thought that they had avoided Sullen's eyes and ears. However, they didn't know that all of this had already fallen into the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards who were paying attention to these people. There was no doubt that the matters these people discussed that day would be organized into a book and sent to Sullen's study at night. As for the southern nobles, the embroidered uniform guards didn't have enough manpower and couldn't collect too much confidential information. Sulen had been looking for opportunities to weaken the strength of these nobles, but he didn't have a good excuse. Now that these nobles finally took the initiative to jump out, he didn't extinguish these things before it happened. Instead, he pushed the boat with the current to help them. As the lead actor and director of this scene, Sulen was very willing to cooperate, but his appearance fee was a little expensive. After hearing that Sulen had decided to lead the army personally, many nobles in the hall were surprised. Their original intention was to eliminate Sullen's army, But they didn't expect Sulen to go personally this time. Since this was the case, it was a good opportunity to deal with them together. As for the losses in their eyes, it was only the southern nobles. The army recruited in San Filto City was taken away by Sulen, and the soldiers he brought from North Town City were also taken away. Only a mere 6,000 people were left to guard the city. The entire city's defense became empty. Of course, when Sulen made the decision, there were officials who objected, saying that it would cause the city to be empty, and that more nobles should be gathered to form an army. However, this suggestion was directly rejected by him. If San Filto City wasn't empty, how could those people cause trouble and bury them all? The stage was already set up, and now all that was left was for the supporting characters to start the show. There were many things that needed to be done before the army went to war. When they were in North Town City, the number of soldiers was small, and a few hundred people could be sent out quickly. Now there were a total of 25,000 soldiers in San Filto City. In addition, the number of civilians wasn't any less than the regular army. The daily consumption of 50,000 soldiers was a huge number. By the time they officially set out, it was already a month later. The 50,000 soldiers majestically charged towards the south of the Kingdom of Florence. The army went all the way south. About half a month later, Sulen entered the territory of the southern nobles. That was when the war officially began. Your Majesty. Kent stepped forward and saluted. These southern rebels have no intention of fighting a decisive battle with us. They have only been strengthening the defense and clearing the land. They seem to be luring us to go deeper. At this time, Sulen naturally wouldn't hide anything from his subordinates. He nodded and said, I know, these people are indeed luring us to go deeper. But what they didn't expect was that they weren't luring a fat sheep, but a giant dragon. Your Majesty, if we continue to go deeper, the supplies of these 50,000 soldiers won't be able to keep up. Kent said helplessly. Those rebels are strengthening the defense and clearing the land. We can't even gather a single grain of food in the south. The food in the cities that they abandoned has also been transported away. How about we? Sulen understood what he meant. He wanted to directly rob the civilians in the cities. The civilians still had some food in their hands, but if he did that, even if he defeated the southern rebels in the end, he would only get 1,000 miles of barren land. So he spent so much effort just to get a piece of land that was already in ruins? Sulen didn't want a kingdom of Florence that was in ruins. What he wanted was the rich south. Sulen said with a serious expression, Don't rob. You don't have to worry about the supplies. Someone will send them over soon. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing Sulen's serious expression, Kent immediately stood up straight and said. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. Do you think the southern rebels can hold on like this? Strengthening the defense and clearing the land is easy to say. How much damage will this cause? Do you think the rebels can hold on? Looking at the other generals in the tent, Sulen smiled and explained. The southern provinces have developed a lot of commerce. Most of the time, they rely on trade. If we start a war with such great fanfare, do you think the merchant caravans will still dare to do business? In addition to strengthening the defense and clearing the land, food, bridges, wells, and even the forests near the cities will be destroyed. The villages will have to migrate. This kind of destruction is enough to make them feel the pain. For those greedy nobles, short-term losses were acceptable, but that was for the sake of the rich profits later. However, once the capital invested was too much, these short-sighted nobles wouldn't accept it. So, the southern rebels wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The generals around him immediately looked at him with admiration and flattery. Those nobles who sided with Sulen even shamelessly started to flatter him. Your Majesty is wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. You can destroy a mere rebellion with a flick of your finger. Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty. You can't be compared to us mortals. You can see through the real situation of those rebels with just one look. Sulen shook his head. This is just my more detailed observation. It's no big deal. Although he said so, it felt good to be flattered. So, it was easy to become arrogant after being a king for a long time. Only a good man like Sulen who could see his own heart clearly could remain unmoved. The southern rebels lured Sulen deeper into the south. Sulen pretended not to notice anything and was very cooperative. He even deliberately sent a portion of his soldiers to take over the cities and deliberately weakened their strength. When they were 2,000 miles away from San Filto City, the people in the capital finally couldn't take it anymore and started to take action. After a supply team transporting provisions entered the southern territory, they were attacked by the southern rebel cavalry. The supply team belonged to the nobles. As a result, they naturally scattered and took away what they could and burned what they couldn't. The news of the supply team being destroyed was naturally sent back immediately. Then, the capital had to organize a new batch of supplies to send over. However, at this time, a batch of supplies had just been sent over, and the new supplies were still being prepared. They couldn't be sent out in a short period of time. A series of problems arose from the recruitment of civilian workers, the mobilization of vehicles, the collection of provisions, and so on. The nobles who stayed behind began to shirk their responsibilities and find all kinds of reasons to stall for time. Although Phyllis had been dealing with government affairs for a period of time, she still had a headache facing the alliance of these old foxes. If there was enough time, she could deal with them one by one. However, the situation was urgent and there was no time for her to deal with them. As the minister who stayed behind to assist Phyllis, Rex immediately noticed that there wasn't much going on. As an old fox who had been an official for 30 years, he was naturally familiar with such tricks. In the past, there would only be 1 or 2 problems at most. How could there be problems at every step? Your Majesty, the nobles have teamed up. Rex immediately reported to Phyllis. Your Majesty is now on an expedition. If there is a problem with the logistics, the consequences will be unimaginable. Phyllis frowned. Sir Rex, do you have any good ideas? There is a way, but time is too tight. It is very likely that we won't be able to make it in time. Let's not worry about that for now. Quickly solve it. At this moment, a guard hurried over and said, Your Majesty, the brocade guards request an audience. Chapter 471. Phyllis said irritably, Can't you see that we are discussing something important here? Let them wait for a while. Your Majesty, he brought His Majesty the King's warrant. The guard quickly said. Sullen's warrant? Let them in. Phyllis suddenly reacted and said. Soon, an ordinary-looking man came into the palace. He first bowed to Phyllis solemnly and said, Your Majesty, His Majesty the King had expected this when he left, so he specially ordered me to come. Phyllis was a little surprised, but she quickly reacted. As an old fox, Rex immediately understood after hearing the words of the guard. I see. Rex nodded and said, Does His Majesty want us to capture the rebels? The guard shook his head with a smile and said, Not so. His Majesty wants Her Majesty the Queen and Sir Rex to continue with what you are supposed to do. Don't let them notice anything unusual. Those who were making a move now were all small fries. The real mastermind would not expose himself so easily. These nobles who had controlled the power of Florence for hundreds of years were naturally unwilling to let their power be taken away. They were the real mastermind behind this matter. Sullen's plan was actually not complicated at all. After knowing that the nobles had begun to contact the rebels in the south, he had been preparing. Now many of the nobles in San Filto City were involved, but there were still some who hid very well. This time he planned to capture all of them. In addition to dealing with these nobles, Sulen also planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the rebels in the south. So he deliberately gave them a chance to see hope. Then, when they were about to succeed, he would completely destroy their hope and uproot them. These nobles were already the biggest obstacle to him taking control of the Kingdom of Florence. Only by getting rid of them could the Kingdom of Florence continue to grow. Who is the general of the rebels in the south? His command is quite good. On a nameless hill in the south, 2 large armies were confronting each other from a few miles away. Sulen carefully observed the rebels. These rebels looked good. They were in a neat formation and their armor was bright. Although they were not powerful soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles, they were definitely not a mob. Sulen had been through a lot of battles, so he was able to distinguish the strength of his opponents. Compared to the army behind him, the Southern rebel army's equipment was actually better than theirs. Looking at the current situation, the Southern rebel army looked like a regular army, while the army behind him looked more like a mixed army. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the southern provinces were much richer than the northern provinces. However, apart from equipment, although the southern army's momentum was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the army behind him. The patriarch of the Medici family, Acer, was overwhelmed with emotion. Originally, their family had the lowest chance of becoming the royal family of Florence. Their family was also at the bottom of the list of elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. But now things had changed. The Henry family had no descendants, and an outsider had ascended to the throne. This was a godsend opportunity. The king, who was said to be a pioneer noble, did not understand the unspoken rules among the nobles at all. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he began to touch the cake of the other nobles. As a result, many nobles rebelled. In the end, this king was really tough. He directly led his people to destroy the nobles, and even took away their territories. This was simply unimaginable among the nobles. Therefore, when the northern nobles took the initiative to contact him, and said that they were willing to support him as the king, he was tempted. For this reason, he personally contacted the southern nobles, and was ready to completely destroy Sulen in one fell swoop. Not long ago, he lured Sulen's army south. As northerners, many people were not used to the climate in the south. After the battle line was long enough, he easily cut off the follow-up food supply according to the information provided by the spies. Without food supplies, even a strong army would collapse. After the food supply was cut off, the king began to panic. He did not continue to pursue and directly led his army to retreat. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, how could Acer let it go? He had already planned. After defeating Sulen, he would directly go to San Felto City to ascend to the throne and take over all the inheritance of the Henry family. When that time came, the Medici family would be the most powerful family in the Kingdom of Florence. Your Majesty, the enemy's general is Acer, the patriarch of the Medici family. The brocade uniform guard beside him said respectfully. So it's him. It seems that we don't have to look for him everywhere. This battle will solve the problem. Sulen nodded and said. He did not care about the 100,000 soldiers opposite him at all. But Your Majesty, we don't have enough food now. Kent said softly. The news had not spread yet, but the generals naturally knew. After all, Sulen did not hide it. Sulen flicked the whip in his hand and said softly, I know that. There is a rebellion in the capital, so the supplies there will not be coming. Kent was stunned. Sulen had always said that there was no need to worry about the supplies, and that they would be sent over. Now he was told that there was no food. Your Majesty, we are already thousands of miles into the enemy's territory. Now that there is no food, how are we going to fight this battle? Judging from the king's expression, he did not seem to be worried at all. Su Luan waved his hand and signaled the army to move forward and prepare for war. He then said in a relaxed tone, Those rebellious nobles think that they can defeat me by joining forces with the southern rebels. I've known about this for a long time. They think that they can choke me by cutting off the food supply to San Filto City and blocking the roads with ice and snow in North Town City? They are too naive. I have more than just San Felto City and North City. There were 25,000 soldiers in the regular army and 50,000 strong men in total. Although they were not as strong as North City's army, there were thousands of knights and hundreds of head knights and knight commanders. With Sulen's help, there was no way the 100,000 strong army could win unless all of them were knights. The only way to win was to stall Sulen's army and cut off their food supply so that they would collapse without a fight. This time, with the help of a spy, it seemed that they had succeeded on the surface, but it was only on the surface. Sulen had already cleared out his storage dimension before he left. There were 100 cubic meters of military food in his storage dimension. Sulen made this military food using potatoes. He would dry the potatoes and grind them into powder. Then he would add oil, salt, diced meat, vegetables, and many other spices to make this military food. This military food could provide a soldier with all kinds of energy for a day. 1 pound per person was enough. 1 cubic meter of military food was about 1,200 kilograms. 100 cubic meters of military food was 120 tons. It was enough to feed the 50,000 soldiers for a week. Apart from that, he also asked Marquis Savoy's territory to send out a reinforcement from Cult City with a large amount of supplies. Sulen also left a backup plan. He made a teleportation coordinate. If he needed it, he could ask Hathaway to teleport a large amount of food over. None of the nobles in San Felto City knew about this. Sulen was not worried about the lack of food at all. Besides, he did not have enough food. 1 week was enough for him to defeat the enemy. If he ran out of food, how could the 100,000-strong army run out of food? Sulen said with a playful expression. They think they can win if they stall us. Aren't we also preparing to quell the rebellion in the south? Let's go. Sulen looked at the army with high morale and gave the order. Raise your spirits. Raise the morale. Group haste. Group enchanted weapon. Group bears endurance. Beams of light rose from Sulen's body. The strength of the vanguard of the army instantly increased by a large margin. The army, which had been holding back for a long time, suddenly erupted. The 25,000 soldiers split into 3 groups and advanced together. On the other side, Acer looked at the approaching army and suddenly panicked. The enemy army did not collapse like he expected. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Just as he had a bad premonition, the 2 armies collided, but the result shocked the southern rebels. The opposing army cut through them like they were vegetables, instantly tearing holes in their formation. In order to prepare for this battle, Sulen purposely let the elite soldiers of North Town take the lead. These soldiers were at least Grand Knights. They were wearing excellent armor and holding sharp blades. After being buffed with spells, they were like little superhumans. Against the rebels, who were at most novice knights, it was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. They easily saw through the enemy's formation. The army behind them swarmed forward. The rebels in the south were forced to retreat. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard began to collapse. When Sulen saw this, he did not want to miss this opportunity. He immediately ordered the army to press forward. The long period of peace had weakened the rebels in the south. Even though they had been trained and reorganized, they were still weaker than the northern army, not to mention the elites of North Town City. The army continued to drive the defeated rebels forward. Acer, who lacked battle experience and wisdom, wanted to drive the defeated rebels forward. However, as soon as the order was given, the army behind the rebels was also scattered. Seeing this, Sulen knew that the result of this battle was already decided. In the wilderness, the rebels were running everywhere. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only 5,000 of them were defeated. In the end, it led to a complete collapse. Sulen was shocked that the rebels in the south were defeated so easily. Chapter 472. Su Luan was surprised by the extent of the corruption of the southern nobles. They dared to rebel at such a level. Of the 100,000 soldiers, only 7 or 8,000 were killed, and the rest fled in defeat. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos. Scattered soldiers were everywhere. Under the leadership of the Northern Citadel's elites, the army chased the scattered soldiers away like ducks. Sulen was experienced in battle. He commanded the army to attack the weak points of the southern rebel army. Most of the time, people had the misconception that the commander of the southern rebel army, Acer, was one of them. He had never led a large army in battle, and it was already very good that he could lead 100,000 soldiers. But when the battle really started, he would make stupid moves and fall into a dilemma. The difference between a famous general and a normal general was that they could create opportunities, seize the enemy's weakness, and concentrate their forces to attack the enemy's weak points. Apart from a small number of truly talented generals, the vast majority of famous generals relied on accumulated experience to improve their judgment. When it came to experience, no one on the battlefield was more experienced than Sulen. After the front line was defeated, Sulen saw the weakness of the southern rebel army. As the commander, Acer panicked. He gave a dozen orders in a row, and the result was that the army became even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, Su Luan directly sent the cavalry to take the opportunity to rush forward. The waves of attacks came one after another and completely defeated the southern rebels. The more the defeated army was defeated, the more the defeated army would be hit by the seawater. Generally, people had a herd mentality. When the defeated army reached a certain scale, they would directly take the army that had not collapsed and flee together with it. After the southern rebel army collapsed, Suluan released all of his troops to expel and capture them. Suluan didn't kill all of these defeated troops. In his opinion, these 100,000 troops were all able-bodied laborers. It would be a waste to kill all of them. Beifong Principality was still short of manpower. Even if all of them were sent there, it wouldn't be enough. Of course, Sulan also paid attention to the nobles. These southern nobles were all very rich. Sulan planned to squeeze some money out of them. Sulan could be said to be spending money like water. This time he came to the south to make a big splash. Just as Sulan chased the southern rebel army away like ducks, the big show in San Filto City began. At this time, in a luxurious manner in San Filto City, the nobles who had been preparing for a long time had received news that Sulan's army was entangled with the southern noble army. Therefore, these nobles who were about to lose their patience were ready to take action. These nobles had long lost the bravery of their ancestors. However, each family still had a few experts. Moreover, they also had a lot of private soldiers. Apart from private soldiers, they also had a lot of knights. The strength of a noble was limited. However, with a dozen or more noble families added together, it was not a problem to pull out an army of a few thousand people. These nobles didn't need to work. Instead, they enjoyed themselves from day to night. If they wanted to support their large families and their many servant armies, they couldn't rely on farming alone. Therefore, these nobles had a lot of mines and shops. Farming was only a small part of it. Hundreds of years of accumulation was not just for show. For this day, these nobles took out a lot of gold and silver to bribe the remaining troops. The San Filto City's army, from the captains to the generals, were all brought by Sulan from the northern city. How could they be bribed? However, if they couldn't be bribed, they wouldn't be able to act out the rest of the scene. Therefore, under Sulan's arrangements, they naturally pretended to be bribed by these nobles. After the Reformation, the military system in San Filto City was very strict. There was a strict limit to the number of private soldiers the nobles could have. Even the weapons and armors they could have were limited. Normal swords were not prohibited, but bows and armors were not allowed. However, this was not a problem for the nobles. After all, many nobles had blacksmiths at home. Although they didn't have a lot of armors, they could still gather a few dozen sets. With this army and some ordinary citizens, they could easily pull out tens of thousands of soldiers. It was enough to take down San Filto City, which was empty of soldiers. The large army gathered, and then there were spies who came to the city gate. Countless soldiers quickly surrounded the palace. The north wind whistled and night fell. However, the city was brightly lit. Soldiers holding torches poured out of the city. The shining swords reflected their ferocious and distorted faces. The citizens in the city had already shut their doors and trembled as they watched through the cracks of their doors. They were afraid that these soldiers would rush into their houses. These soldiers couldn't care less about them now. They all looked at the palace with greedy eyes. This was the king's home. As long as they could break in, they could have all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. All kinds of beautiful ladies and rare treasures would be theirs. For this operation, the nobles had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they take out a lot of gold and silver, but they also sent out their powerful subordinates. They were very clear about the strength of Sulan's army. Without powerful knights, it was almost impossible to break in. With a command, the impatient soldiers rushed forward excitedly and tried to take over the palace by force. The flames flickered and the sounds of fighting shook the sky. The entire city fell into a chaotic battle at this moment. Many of the nobles who had participated in the operation were excited beyond words. They brought their subordinates to the palace and were ready to witness the fall of this place that symbolized the king's power. A ray of light descended from the sky. Then a light blue energy barrier rose in the palace. It was like an inverted jade bowl, enveloping the entire palace. Seeing this scene, the nobles suddenly felt a sense of unease. Although they weren't wizards, They could clearly recognize that this was a spell that only those mysterious wizards could cast. The entire night sky was illuminated by this gorgeous energy barrier, but the nobles' faces turned pale. How could this spell be broken? At this moment, there were waves of killing sounds coming from behind. The soldiers at the back cried and fled in panic. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Those who fell behind were directly beheaded. These soldiers only hated that their parents didn't give birth to them with 2 more legs. At the same time, the palace gate suddenly opened. Groups of soldiers rushed out of the palace. There were barbarians, dwarves, and even half-elves. Although there weren't many of them, they directly crushed the army outside. The nobles had nowhere to run and were defeated. Sulen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had a strong and slender body, a head full of blonde hair, and a handsome face. Although he was already middle-aged, he looked very charming. He was completely in line with the beauty standards of those noble ladies. Marquis Acer, this should be the first time we've met. Sulen picked up a piece of barbecued meat and took a big bite. He looked at the Medici family head who was tied up and kneeling at the bottom of the steps with a playful expression, and said in a frivolous tone. Although he was in a sorry state, Marquis Acer didn't panic. He still looked elegant. Your Majesty Sulen, I am a noble, and I am the Emperor's chosen Marquis of Florence. I request to be treated according to my status. The way you treat me is completely unbefitting of a noble. Oh, now you know that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. A Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis. What a great noble! Sulen said in an exaggerated tone. But why is a great noble like you, a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, kneeling here? Sulen said with a mocking expression. Don't you know in your heart? You have already rebelled, and you still think that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence? You want to be treated like a noble? You want to eat **T. Your Majesty Sulen, according to the noble inheritance law, you are not a direct descendant of the Henry royal family. You have no right to inherit at all. According to the inheritance law, as a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, I have the right to inherit the throne. So you are kneeling here. Sulen interrupted him directly. In the battle that day, the army of 100,000 was just for show. They were almost defeated in front of Sulen's rebel army. As the commander-in-chief, he was taken special care of. When he escaped, there was a stupid guard who followed him all the way with a flag, completely exposing his route. In the end, he was caught by the enemy before he could run far. After all, the army he led was not tempered by war at all. They were not strong enough. After encountering the elites of the northern city, they were completely suppressed. If it was a defensive battle, they might be able to hold on for a while with the help of the city wall. However, in a wild battle, they were all wiped out in one battle. From noon to night, the defeated army was everywhere in the mountains. After the battle, the army of 100,000 disappeared. Among them, there were at least 50 if not 100 nobles who were captured. Who asked these nobles to rely on their numbers? They thought that the other side was short of food, so they all dressed up in gaudy clothes. They wanted to show off their heroism after the victory, but in the end, they dressed too extravagantly and became targets on the battlefield. Since you want to be treated as a noble, it is not impossible. Sulen put down the barbecue and took the towel from the guard to wipe his hands. According to your title, how much kinner do you need to pay to be treated as a noble? 200,000 kinner, Acer said with a painful expression. What are you waiting for? Let go of Marquis Acer. Sulen yelled at the 2 soldiers beside him. Look at how tight the rope is. Hurry up and untie him. Our Marquis Acer has never suffered like this before. How can you be so careless? The 2 soldiers beside him quickly untied the ropes on Acer's body. Marquis Acer has suffered. It's all our fault. Sulen looked at Marquis Acer with a smile, like he was looking at a mountain of gold. Chapter 473. With Isis as an example, the rest of the nobles expressed their willingness to pay the ransom. After a rough calculation, Sulen received a shocking number. The total ransom of these nobles was almost 5 million kinner. However, Sulen did not plan to let them go so easily. He asked these nobles to write letters to their families to send the ransom. After receiving these letters, the nobles who were still trembling in fear heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they accepted the ransom, it would be easy. Although they had to pay a large sum of money, it was still better than being accused of rebellion and stripped of their titles. They immediately opened their treasure vaults and took out a large amount of kinnur to pay the ransom. Soon, Sulen's camp received a shocking amount of kinnur. After receiving the ransom, Sulen did not immediately release the nobles. He did not plan to let these rebels go so easily. Moreover, these fertile lands in the south were too cheap for them. It was better for him to take control of them. Therefore, after the nobles paid the ransom and let their guard down, Sulen's army quietly spread out to the surrounding cities and attacked at the agreed time. The soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the lack of vigilance, more than 10 southern cities were conquered overnight. Sulen completely bared his fangs. However, although he had conquered more than 10 cities, there were more cities in the south that were still controlled by the rebels. However, the combat power of Sulen's army had completely shocked these people. They did not dare to attack again. Because Sulen did not have enough soldiers, conquering more than 10 cities was already the limit. Therefore, he did not launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to quickly digest the spoils of war that he had just received. At the same time, Sulen took out the ransom that he had just received and began to recruit soldiers again. While recruiting, Sulen began to transfer more soldiers from the northern city. The northern city had more than 10,000 soldiers before, but after a few transfers, there were less than 5,000 soldiers left. More than half of them were new soldiers. The rest of the soldiers were sent to San Filto through the teleportation circle. The rebellion in San Filto had ended long ago. The rebellion that the nobles had prepared did not cause any waves at all. Whether it was the nobles' private soldiers, recruited soldiers, or even bribed soldiers, they were all defeated in one blow. The nobles who participated in the rebellion were all driven crazy by the well-prepared embroidered uniform guards. For a time, the prisons in the city were overcrowded. With so many nobles captured, all sorts of confessions were interrogated by the embroidered uniform guards. The culprit, who had been hiding under the water, could no longer hide and was quickly captured. This time, about half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence were directly implicated. In addition to arresting people, they also obtained a lot of money and land. At the same time, the power of the nobles was also dealt a blow by Sulen. After this incident, the number of nobles in the Kingdom of Florence was reduced by half. The influence of the nobles was greatly weakened. Moreover, those who dared to resist were mostly captured. The remaining ones were all very obedient. Apart from that, Sulen had also begun to promulgate laws that restricted the rights of the nobles. Although the laws did not completely eliminate the nobles, it was impossible for them to be as powerful as before. Sulen dealt with these people very decisively. Needless to say, those who were deeply involved were directly stripped of their titles. The main culprit was sentenced to death by hanging. As for those who were implicated, all their property was confiscated, and they were punished to be slaves. When spring came next year, they would be sent to work in the northern town city. This incident could implicate at least tens of thousands of people and send them to the northern town city. With these people, the rapid development of the northern town city was already a matter of certainty. Just as Sulen was digesting the spoils of war, the rebellious nobles in the south began to send messengers to negotiate. These people had already realized the gap between them and Sulen. After being beaten up, they also woke up. This negotiation was to admit defeat. If they continued to fight, although they could win, it would take a lot of time. Another reason was that several countries bordering the south of Florence had recently begun to stir. If Sulen pressed too hard, who knew if these nobles would directly cooperate with the surrounding countries? By then, things would be troublesome. Therefore, after some consideration, Sulen decided to negotiate, but the requirements of the negotiation were much stricter. At the very least, these nobles had to pay a heavy price. After handing over the peace negotiations, Sulen also returned to San Filto City. After the War of 100,000 people ended, Sulen heard the system prompt sound in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have won a glorious victory. Under your command, Your army has defeated the southern rebel army despite being outnumbered. At the same time, you have suppressed the rebel army within the royal city. You have obtained 63,000 EXP. You have obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 3 rubies. Battle ended. January 1689 of the new moon calendar. In the kingdom of Florence, the nobles in the capital who were dissatisfied with you colluded with the nobles in the south and started a great rebellion. You and your army fought calmly and successfully crushed the enemy's scheme. You have also defeated the rebels in the south in the field, obtaining victory in the entire battle, and forcing the other nobles in the south to submit to you. Your name has started to spread in the surrounding countries. Prestige plus 15. Hearing the notifications of his attributes, Sulen opened up his storage space. This time around he had only received a platinum treasure chest and a few magic gemstones. His gains could only be said to be better than nothing. However, the enemies this time around were not strong enough. They did not even have a single legend, and the strongest were merely conferred knights and knight commanders. The 60,000 experience points were only given due to the fact that there were enough enemies this time around. Feng Xingjian casually opened the platinum treasure chest, and a series of beautiful special effects flashed by. The system's cold voice rang out in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item demonized oak tree seed. A strange seed appeared before his eyes. Sulen picked it up. This seed was about the size of a walnut and was silvery white in color. There were some strange patterns on the surface of the seed, and it looked very beautiful. With one look, Feng Xingjian could tell that this seed was no ordinary item. Demonized oak tree plant. This is a strange seed that requires a special environment in order for it to take root and germinate. After that, it will grow and become a demonized oak tree. The demonized oak tree possesses mysterious powers. Host, please explore on your own. Explore on my own? What the heck? Su Luan looked back and forth at the silver-white seed in front of him, which was surrounded by a layer of strange power, protecting the seed from harm. The result of the system's identification was also vague. Sulen was also curious about this seed. However, there was nothing he could do about it now. If he wanted to plant this seed, he would need to find a suitable place. Ordinary places would not allow it to germinate. Sulen gave it some thought and kept the seed. He planned to send the seed to the secret realm to test it out after returning to northern Garrison City. After staying in San Filto City for 2 days, Sulen brought Phyllis along to have a deep and simple conversation. After that, he went to northern Garrison City in a carefree mood. The biggest harvest this time, other than a dozen cities, was a large amount of kinner. This time, Sulen obtained a total of 10 million kinner. With so many kinner, it greatly alleviated northern Garrison City's financial problems. Moreover, Sulen was also preparing to continue building the miracle building. Last time, he obtained the Qilin horn. He already had the blueprint for the Qilin pavilion. However, he did not have enough funds at that time. Now that he had the funds, he could buy all kinds of materials. Therefore, the Qilin pavilion could also be built. The location that Sulen chose for the Qilin pavilion was near the military camp. The terrain here was broad. After confirming the location, Northern Garrison City's huge construction team immediately began to work. All kinds of materials and building materials were continuously transported over. After that, construction began under Sulen's command. The Qilin pavilion did not occupy a large area. However, the attic's shape was grand and imposing. It used a large amount of high-quality wood. This was a 3-story brick attic. The attic was richly ornamented. On top of it, there were many carvings of rare beasts. Fortunately, Northern Garrison City's craftsmen were all experienced masters. Otherwise, this kind of attic might not be able to be completed. After handing over the blueprint to the construction leader, Sulen left the construction site. He brought the demonized oak tree seed to Northern Wind Pagoda. Sulen went straight to the astrology platform in the pagoda. When he arrived at the astrology platform, Hathaway was reclining on a reclining chair and flipping through a magic book. After seeing Sulen arrive, her face revealed a trace of joy. However, it quickly disappeared. "How come you have time to come here today?" Hathaway put down the book and raised her head to take a look at him. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a tranquil smile. Her eyes moved and her rosy cherry lips slightly opened. Sulen shrugged his shoulders and very casually sat on the reclining chair. Hathaway's beautiful big eyes rolled her eyes at him. After that, she leaned her body to the side and made some space for him. Sulen comfortably leaned against her and sat down. Although the chaise lounge was rather spacious, it was still a bit crowded when two people sat on it. A burst of male scent assaulted her face. Although she was already very familiar with it, Hathaway's face still flashed with a trace of blush. Sulen sniffed the faint delicate fragrance that came from the tip of his nose. He felt the astonishing elasticity and softness of her body. Hathaway's body carried a delicate fragrance. Her soft long hair casually draped down. Her white as jade-like skin was as delicate as a baby's. As if sensing Sulen's gaze, some small goosebumps slowly appeared on Hathaway's arms. After a while, Sulen withdrew his gaze. Then he took out an exquisite box and lowered it in front of Hathaway. I obtained a strange seed this time. Take a look and see if it's useful. Sulen said close to Hathaway's ear. He opened the box and revealed the silver seed inside. His scorching breath blew on the side of her face and earrings. Hathaway's white as jade-like skin also slowly rose a little bit. Sulen stared at the woman with astonishing attractiveness and seduction in front of him. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Chapter 474. A silver ray of light shone and appeared. The silver enchanted seed reflected a beautiful light. Even the most knowledgeable witches were attracted by this strange seed. What kind of seed is this? Hathaway reached out and picked up the seed. It is said to be the seed of an enchanted oak tree. Sulen stretched his body, raised his arm, and dropped it. Naturally, it went through Hathaway's back and reached her waist. Hathaway's body trembled slightly, but she did not reject it. She continued to look down at the seed. Sulen wrapped his arm around Hathaway's slender waist and pulled her tall body into his arms. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued to look at the enchanted seed. This seed has a strong vitality, Hathaway said in surprise after she sent her magic power into it to examine it. It's just a little strange. There is a layer of energy field on the surface of this seed. Before this energy field dissipates, it can't be planted. Sulen said, this layer of energy field has a chance to disappear when the seed is in a suitable place. I plan to plant this seed in the secret realm. What do you think? I just tested it. This seed is not dangerous. As long as we are careful, there won't be any big problems. But I suggest that we isolate it first. Hathaway's cheeks were flushed. Sulen's warm palm slowly climbed up like a snake. His fingertips brushed across Hathaway's smooth and soft skin. He could feel the temperature of Hathaway's body rising, and the delicate fragrance of her body was getting stronger. At the same time, he inadvertently licked her small and cute earlobe. Phew. Hathaway's breathing was obviously a little faster, and her eyes seemed to become like a pool of spring water at this moment. Although her eyes fell on the silver seed in her hand, she seemed to be absent-minded. Sulen's palm slid upward. His fingers crossed the plane and soon began to climb the peak. Hathaway felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her breathing became faster. At this moment, Hathaway's breathing suddenly stopped. Sulen's palm was holding a soft peach. The touch was smoother than silk and as gentle as jade. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. The steering wheel was kneaded into various shapes. Sulen used his arm to directly carry Hathaway's light body. Then he walked into a room at the side. Soon, a burst of sobbing sounds floated out from the astrology platform. Sulen's purple lightning thunder dragon spear swept through thousands of troops with unparalleled penetrative power. Hathaway's protective shield collapsed under this kind of attack. However, facing Sulen's rapid advance, Hathaway did not give up resisting. She also began to resist with the wizard's hand. However, how could it withstand the giant tongue whip? Sulen brought out his specialty, the seven snakes coiling spear. He quickly charged 3 times without any cooldown time, and then violently attacked with the Overlord spear rush. Even legendary spellcasters were beaten to a pulp. After activating their ultimate move, they were invincible. Then, It was an earth-shattering battle of tens of thousands of words. In the end, Sulen won a complete victory. Early the next morning, Sulen brought Hathaway back to the secret realm. The secret realm was still full of flowers, and there were no changes due to the wind and snow outside. Groups of winged ones were busy in the flower field not far away. On the other side, a few clay golems were working. The whole secret realm was full of vitality. The secret realm produced a lot of magic materials every month. However, because of the lack of manpower, there were still many places in the secret realm that had not been repaired. Many of the planting areas were still barren. The operation of a secret realm required a lot of manpower. The work in the secret realm was dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to do it. At the same time, some magic knowledge and the ability to cast spells were needed. With Sulen's current foundation, he could not do it. Sulen and Hathaway came to the control center of the secret realm. He asked Tower Spirit Number 1 to display a three-dimensional map of the entire secret realm. He was going to mark out a piece of land in the secret realm and use it to plant the enchanted oak. With the help of Tower Spirit Number 1, Sulen quickly chose a place. The area of the land was neither big nor small. It was about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding area had been isolated by a spatial isolation circle. At the same time, there was an energy channel connected to the elemental pool to provide enough energy. Sulen deliberately built a small pool here. The water in it was the energy water that was drawn from the elemental pool. After the planting environment was ready, Sulen took out the silver seed. After injecting energy into the seed, he put the seed in the pool. After the seed entered the spring water, the strange energy field that shrouded the seed quickly dissipated. Then, to Suluan's surprise, the seed that had just sprouted grew uncontrollably. The seed buds broke out of the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a small sapling. Then the elemental water in the pool was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the elemental water in the pool was exhausted. Seeing this, Sulen immediately ordered Tower Spirit Number 1 to open the energy channel. Soon, the blue elemental water poured into the pool. With the influx of elemental water, the sapling grew rapidly again. In just a few minutes, the sapling grew into a tree more than 10 meters tall. At this time, the growth of the oak tree finally began to slow down. However, even though it had slowed down a little, its growth rate was still dozens of times faster than its normal growth rate. In the next few days, with the energy supply from the elemental pool, the oak finally grew to about 20 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were lush and green. A strange energy appeared around the demonized oak tree. This energy was somewhat different from mana. It was gentler and purer, with a natural aura. This aura made people feel very comfortable. Although it had grown to more than 20 meters, the oak was still not mature. However, its growth rate had returned to normal. It could only grow slowly. This is a nature oak. Hathaway looked at the tree in front of her in surprise. Nature oak? What's that? Sulen looked at Hathaway in confusion. The nature oak is a magical plant cultivated by the elves. Hathaway reached out and enchanted the trunk of the oak. She continued, "You should have heard of the legend of the Tree of Life or the World Tree, right?" "Of course I have. The World Tree is said to be the divine tree that created the world. The Tree of Life is the treasure of the High Elves. You mean this tree is?" Sulen immediately understood. "What are you thinking about?" Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulen. She continued, "Not to mention the World Tree. Even the Tree of Life can't grow in a space like the Arcana realm. The World Tree is a divine object that only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. Legend has it that the Tree of Life grows in the ancestral land of the elves. Other than a few gold elves among the high elves, no other elves can get close to it, let alone us. The World Tree was said to have been destroyed during the War of the Gods. It was cut down by the gods, leaving only some withered branches and leaves, which were taken away by some people. The Tree of Life was very precious. The High Elves had always wanted to plant one, but they had never succeeded. Later, the High Elves began to use the branches of the Tree of Life and other trees to cultivate. It was said that some of the branches of the World Tree were also used. This method of cultivation eventually succeeded, but it also failed. The newly cultivated plants were not as powerful as the elves had expected. Although they inherited a part of it, they were severely weakened in all aspects. The nature oak could change the surrounding environment and make it more habitable. At the same time, it could purify corrosion and increase the concentration of natural energy. Although it was not as good as the Tree of Life, many elven villages would plant one. Elven villages would also be built around nature oaks. During the Elven Empire, every elven village would have a nature oak. After the Elven Empire collapsed, many nature oaks were cut down and burned. Although the nature oak was not as powerful as the world tree, it still inherited some of the world tree's abilities. For example, it could form a nature domain around itself. Casting nature spells or druid spells here would be enhanced. Sulen did not expect this seed to be a nature oak. Since the Elven Empire was destroyed, many nature oaks were destroyed. This plant was very precious among the elves. Now there was one growing in the Arcana realm. Nature oak. Legend has it that the branches of the world tree and the Tree of Life were used to cultivate an advanced plant. It was widely planted throughout the continent during the Elven Empire. It has the effect of purifying the environment and improving nature. Energy purification plus 35, nature force plus 33, nature domain plus 10, health growth plus 18, bloodline evolution plus 6, only applicable to nature elemental creatures, environment compatibility plus 33. Sulen was a bit surprised after seeing the nature oak's attributes. This kind of nature oak could promote bloodline evolution. No wonder the elves planted it in every village. At the beginning, the ancient elves' bloodline was the same as the dragons, which was the golden bloodline. However, as time passed, their bloodline began to deteriorate. For example, the normal elves' bloodline had already deteriorated to bronze, which was not much different from a human's bloodline. However, with this nature oak, their bloodline would slowly improve. Although it would be difficult to evolve, at least it would not continue to deteriorate. This was very important to the elves. However, this bloodline evolution was only limited to nature elemental creatures. In the northern city, only the half-elves and Pegasi met this requirement. Chapter 475. Bloodline evolution was a rare ability. The nature oak's ability was only effective on elves and half-elves. It had limited effect on Sulen. As for letting the half-elves live here, Sulen planned to use it as a reward. Only the half-elves who had made great contributions could live here. With this nature oak, the half-elves' loyalty to Sulen would increase again. Sulen believed that the half-elves would work hard for a long time. As the nature breath on the oak spread, Sulen and Hathaway felt some changes in their bodies. Although Sulen had successfully merged with the divinity after absorbing it last time, the pollution in the divinity was not completely removed. The divinity of the Brain Hunter contained a large amount of evil, madness, lust, violence, and destruction. It could easily interfere with one's mind. After Sulen's methods, most of these negative energies had been removed. According to the original speed, it would take at least half a month to remove all the pollution. But just now, all the pollution in his body had been cleansed. Feeling the changes in his body, Sulen's eyes flashed with joy. The nature oak could actually cleanse the pollution in his body. This was great news for Sulen. With the purification effect of the nature oak, he could continue to extract the remaining divinity of the Brain Hunter. This purification effect was not only effective on Sulen, but also on Hathaway. As a wizard, Hathaway had taken many potions. Some of these potions were used to heal injuries, while others were used to increase strength. Normal potions had side effects, not to mention this kind of potion. Although the side effects had been reduced to a very low level after Hathaway's treatment, there were still a lot of side effects accumulated in her body over the years. This kind of poison caused the energy in her body to not be pure enough. Basically, all wizards had this problem. Now the poison in Hathaway's body had been completely cleansed. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway was very sensitive to the changes in her body. Soon, she felt that her body had become more pure. Sulen and Hathaway waited for a while before leaving the secret realm and returning to the North Wind Tower. After Sulen returned, he hurriedly took out the divine crystal of the Brain Hunter sealed in the Wizard Tower. He was ready to extract the divinity from it again. After taking out the divine crystal, Sulen and Hathaway came to the astrology platform. They were very familiar with extracting divinity. They directly connected the galaxy to the elemental pool, and powerful elemental energy instantly appeared on the astrology platform. At this time, the rune circle under their feet also lit up. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a delicate magic staff appeared in her hand. Seal. Rise. Along with the huge energy, a mighty torrent of magic power appeared. Hathaway's figure was lifted into the air by this power, and a silver chain quickly formed. At this time, Sulen also took out the divine crystal. With a light flick of his finger, the divine crystal fell into the seal. Hathaway nodded at Sulen. Sulen took a deep breath and stood on another rune circle. The huge elemental energy was instantly activated, and the rune circle lit up. Soul extraction. In an instant, the powerful elemental energy turned into chains and sank into the divine crystal. Then a huge energy burst out. The chains slowly pulled and dragged the soul of the brain hunter out of the divine crystal. The ferocious-looking brain hunter was dragged out little by little. The brain hunter struggled to escape, but as soon as it moved, more rune chains wrapped around it and completely suppressed it. Soul extraction. A purple-brown soul energy was extracted, and then integrated into Sulen's body. It contained the soul energy and divinity of the brain hunter. Sulen calmed his mind, extracted the soul energy, and resealed it. Then, he integrated the divinity into his body. As the soul energy was extracted, the soul of the brain hunter began to become more transparent. At the same time, a trace of pale golden energy began to slowly enter Sulen's body. The original divinity in Sulen's body was also stimulated at this moment, guiding the divinity into his body. A trace of pale golden appeared in Sulen's blood, and even the divinity in his soul became more radiant. As the divinity was integrated bit by bit, Sulen quickly felt bloated again. When he felt that the divinity was absorbed to the peak, Sulen directly stopped the soul extraction. At this time, the originally solid soul of the brain hunter had become faintly discernible. After 2 extractions, the soul of the brain hunter had become very weak. There was only a little divinity left. The soul crystal that Sulen used to preserve the soul energy of the brain hunter had also become legendary. As long as the remaining soul energy was integrated, the soul crystal would become advanced legendary. Hathaway skillfully used the demon sealing formation to reseal the divine crystal. Sulen also came to the seclusion room and began to remove the evil energy. At the same time, he removed the various negative thoughts in the divinity. When he came out of the seclusion room, the negative energy in his body was very faint. The remaining polluted energy needed to be slowly removed. The last stubborn energy would be purified by the nature oak in the secret realm. After integrating the divinity, Sulen had 9 points of divinity. He was only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. After stretching his body, Sulen left the Northern Wind Tower and went to the Qilin Pavilion in the northern town to inspect. The Qilin Pavilion did not occupy a large area. After a long period of training, the workers in the northern town had rich experience and superb skills. It was not difficult to build the Qilin Pavilion. After inspecting it and finding no problems, Sulen left with satisfaction. Speaking of the buildings in the northern town, the Qilin Pavilion occupied the smallest area, and was also the easiest to build. According to the progress of the project, it would be completed in about a week. After inspecting the city, Sulen returned to the palace. During this period of time, there were many things to do. The rebels in the south were still negotiating, and the rebels in the northern town of Coldwind were finally coming to an end. Originally, after the rebels lost 5 high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy had broken through the pass. However, at this time, snow had started to fall in the northern town. It was very difficult to move again in such weather. As a result, the time was delayed for a while, and finally, Coldwind City was completely taken care of. Alex and Karina also returned to Northgard City after completing their quests. After resting in the northern town for 2 days, Sulen decided to build an obsidian workshop. The production of obsidian required magma, which was very common in areas with frequent volcanoes. However, there were no volcanoes in the northern town. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the fire elemental plane to capture 2 magma elementals. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was very high. Ordinary people could not survive for more than a minute. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was the lowest. Many things were needed to survive in such a harsh environment. After hearing that Sulen wanted to go to the fire elemental plane, Hathaway spent a lot of time and elves to make a high-grade fire-resistant ring. Interplanar travel was not easy. Sulen was only a high-grade wizard, so he could not travel between planes. However, Hathaway was already a legendary wizard. With Hathaway's power, he could also travel between planes. The environment in the fire elemental plane was very harsh. It was very dangerous for anyone below the legendary rank to enter, so this time only Sulen went. Hathaway made an interplanar teleportation circle in the astrology station to connect to the fire elemental plane. Through this planar teleportation array, Su Luan could be teleported to the fire elemental plane. At the same time, this planar teleportation array had a time limit. The return coordinates had been set at the same time as the teleportation array. As long as the time was up or Su Luan wanted to return, he could directly activate the spatial coordinates left on him and be teleported back by the planar teleportation array. After a few days, all the preparations were done. Hathaway and Sulen came to the astrology station, where the interplanar teleportation circle was ready. Sulen took a deep breath, stood in the center of the teleportation circle, and nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her magic staff and gently tapped it on the ground. A powerful elemental energy instantly poured into the teleportation circle through the energy channel. The powerful energy tore the space apart, and a portal appeared in front of them. Sulen cast a few defensive spells on himself and walked into the portal. The dazzling light of teleportation rose, and Sulen's figure disappeared in front of them. Sulen only felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then his eyes lit up. A wave of heat washed over him, and all he could see was fiery red. The sky, the earth, and the mountains were all burning with fire. Everything in the fire elemental plane was shining with fire. The ground was nothing more than flattened flames and ashes, and the air was restless from the erupting firestorms. The most common liquid was lava, not water. Oceans were formed by flowing flames, and mountains were leaking lava. The first time he came to the fire elemental plane, Sulen felt an intense burning sensation. Although he had already cast a few spells on himself and had a high-grade fire resistance ring, he still couldn't completely resist the high temperature. Just the outermost layer of the fire elemental plane had a temperature of 800 degrees. Ordinary people would directly burn to death if they came here. And most things in the material world would directly burn if they came here. And in the depths of the fire elemental plane, it was normal for the temperature to reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even steel would become as soft as mud, and would quickly melt when it was brought here. Ordinary weapons couldn't be used here, and the temperature was very high. Directly breathing would cook the respiratory tract and lungs. Moreover, the air was full of poisonous gases, so they could only use wind elemental power to breathe. Chapter 476. Although he was buffed by all kinds of spells, the surrounding environment was still scorching hot. The surrounding fire elements were rich to an astonishing degree, while the water elements were almost non-existent. In such an environment, using fire elemental spells would yield twice the result with half the effort, but using water elemental spells would consume several times more mana, and their power would also weaken. Just as Sulen arrived in this world, a few fire elementals roaming in the surroundings rushed toward Sulen. Fire elementals were the most irascible of the 4 elements, and these low-level fire elementals were simple-minded and filled with the desire to destroy. Their only purpose was to set everything on fire. Seeing these 4 to 5 meter tall fire elementals rushing over, Sulen waved his hand and took out the Storm War Halberd. In the fire elemental plane, the strength of fire elementals would increase, and the most direct indication was their size. In a material plane, these low-level fire elementals were around 2 meters tall, but in this place, they were generally around 4 meters tall. The Storm War Halberd was covered in lightning, leaving behind afterimages as it instantly hit the cores of the surrounding fire elementals. The fire elementals let out howls of grief as they directly dissipated. A few fire elemental crystals fell down, and Sulan caught them. The drop rate of elemental crystals here was much higher than in the material plane. The fire elemental plane didn't only have elemental life forms, there were also a large number of foreign life forms living here, such as fire lizards, fire dwarves, fire crows, and so on. The most powerful among them were the fire deities. The fire deities had built a huge city here, the Brass City. This city floated above a sea of fire. And not only did the fire deities live in this city, but there were also a large number of slaves. Escaping here was basically impossible, because only the magic of the fire deities could protect these slaves from being harmed by the flames. In the fire elemental plane, the continent floated above the lava, and large and small fire deity villages could be seen everywhere on the sea of lava. Moreover, there were also gods living in this plane. The fire elemental god and the fire god both lived here. One of them was located in the hottest place of the fire elemental plane, while the other lived in the Coke Temple. The common languages of this world were the fire elemental plane, the common language, and the inferno language. Walking in the fire elemental plane was like walking on burning flames. Most of the land was solid, but there were also some flaming swamps that were similar to asphalt and highly sticky. The most troublesome of all were the lava fountains, which appeared completely randomly. Apart from that, the fire elemental plane also had a rain of ashes. Countless burning flames would fall from the sky, and without any defensive spells, even a great night wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Other than that, there was also a volcano that could erupt at any time. Although this place was very dangerous, it was rich in all kinds of fire attribute materials. For example, elemental crystal stones, fire essence, fire copper ore, and so on could be found here. Croak. Accompanied by an unpleasant cry, a red cloud flew over from afar. Sulan took a closer look, and found that the red cloud was actually a flock of fire crows. When they saw Sulan, they flew towards Sulan with burning flames. Food was scarce in the fire elemental plane. It was clear that these fire crows had taken Sulan as their prey. Quintuple lightning whip. Crackling lightning jumped out of Sulan's hands, and a whip made of lightning swept through the air. Wherever it passed, a large number of fire crows fell down like rain. These fire crows weren't very powerful, and they relied on their numbers to win. But it was clear that they had found the wrong opponent this time. The quintuple lightning whip swept through the sky. Crisscrossing lightning bolts weaved into a huge electric net. All the fire crows were covered by this electric net, and it only took a few moments for the flock of fire crows to be wiped out. Fire crows didn't have any precious materials on them. So Sulan chose a few high-quality fire crows and put them in his storage space. He then didn't stay any longer and immediately left. The elemental fluctuations there would soon attract more monsters, and fire crows were considered good food for many monsters. If he stayed any longer, he would likely be entangled by those monsters. Sulan had come to look for lava elementals, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. After identifying the direction, Sulan's figure flashed and he quickly left. Rumble. A series of fireballs exploded, and Sulan's body flashed with light. He disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters away, dodging the attacks behind him. Why are there so many monsters? Sulan killed 3 fire lizards with a headache. It had only been a morning since he arrived, and Sulan had encountered dozens of waves of monsters. As soon as these monsters saw Sulan, they began to attack without saying a word. Since he came to this plane, the battle hadn't stopped. This fire elemental plane is really unfriendly. Sulan frowned. In fact, Sulan didn't know that the aura on his body that didn't belong to the fire elemental plane had attracted the interest of these monsters. This was something only high-grade wizards who had traveled through planes would know. He was a first-time traveler, and Hathaway didn't have this experience, so no one told him. Casually putting away the corpses of these fire lizards, Sulan looked at the surrounding environment. This can't go on. Although his strength was not bad, in an environment like the fire elemental plane he had to consume energy all the time. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. If he didn't wear the danger tungsten on his body, his situation would be even worse. An exquisite glass lantern appeared in his palm. Immediately after, a wave of energy spread out from the glass lantern. Invisibility. Sullen's figure disappeared in an instant. Vanish. Another light rose, and the footprints and smell left behind by Sulen gradually faded until they completely disappeared. After concealing his tracks, Sulen continued to move forward. As expected, after concealing his tracks, no more monsters attacked him. At the same time, he released all his senses and deliberately avoided areas with dense fire elements. Sulen didn't go to the city of Brass. Although this city was a neutral city, it didn't mean that everyone was welcome. Sulen didn't have any friendship with the fire deity, so he didn't go there. After using fly, Sulen quickly flew through the sky. The sky of the fire elemental plane was not empty. Clouds of fire floated in the sky. These clouds were composed of flammable gas mixed with a large amount of poisonous gas and smoke. Sometimes, these clouds of fire would suddenly explode, and the scene was as gorgeous as a big firework. These clouds of fire were very dangerous. The temperature inside was very high, and if one accidentally entered, one would be roasted. When flying in the fire elemental plane, remember not to enter these clouds of fire, unless you want to set off fireworks. Sullen's target was the area of the fire elemental plane near the earth elemental plane. This area was an almost endless sea of magma. This area was also very dangerous. Magma flowed everywhere, and some black rocks floated on it. Magma waves could be set off at any time anywhere. This was an area with high magma activity. At the same time, it was the border of the elemental plane. The probability of encountering a legendary elemental elder was very high. In the elemental plane, the elemental elder was far more powerful than in the material plane. In the material plane, the challenge rating of an elemental elder was level 16, but in the fire elemental plane, it was level 20. Moreover, their summoning skills were not restricted in the fire elemental plane. If he had enough time, he could summon a fire elemental army. In addition to the elemental elder, there were a large number of elemental lords and demigod djinns. The lowest challenge rating of these creatures was High Legend. If you encountered these creatures in the fire elemental plane, don't think too much. Turning around and running away was the best choice. The creatures in the fire elemental plane were generally very aggressive. According to the division of camps, many creatures in the fire elemental plane leaned towards the evil and chaotic camp. If you encountered a demigod djinn in the fire elemental plane, up to 90% of the cases would be a fight. The friendliest elemental djinn were the djinn. They often traded with plane travelers. Of course, this friendliness was also relative. Sulen did not go too deep into the magma sea. It was very dangerous. As the border area between the fire elemental plane and the earth elemental plane, there were usually powerful elemental demigods or elemental lords guarding it. He intended to look for a few large magma elementals nearby and catch them back. In fact, the best place to catch magma elementals was in the magma plane, but this kind of subplane was not so easy to find. There were also a large number of subplanes around the 4 major elemental planes. These planes were in the crevices of various planes, such as the magma plane, the lightning plane, the ice plane, the swamp plane, the steam plane, the smoke plane, the ore plane, and so on. The most valuable one was the ore plane, but the ore plane was very rare and difficult to find. The ore plane had all kinds of ores in the multiverse. It was said that in the ore plane, there were even veins of fine gold and mithril. Veins that existed completely in the form of ores were not associated with ores that needed complicated purification processes. Once this kind of plane was discovered, it was basically a windfall. Sulen flew near the magma sea and observed. After sensing the aura of creatures such as elemental elders, elemental lords, or demigods, he directly went around. Fortunately, there were not many of these creatures, and they were sleeping most of the time. As long as he did not get too close, he would not disturb them. Far away from a magma waterfall, a fire elemental lord was bathing under the magma waterfall. Sulen used the system to identify it, and found that the challenge level of this fire elemental lord was as high as level 35. After Sulen looked from afar, he decisively went around it. In the fire elemental plane, if you wanted to challenge them, You would need at least a few high-grade legendary masters in a team. Chapter 477. After bypassing the Elemental Lord's territory, Sulen soon discovered a lava river. This lava river was about 300 meters wide and was filled with turbulent lava. In some places, the sea of lava was swirling. Some sulfur ores and black stones floated on the surface of the lava. There were also some ashes floating on the surface of the lava. On the lava river, there were many lava elementals. Lava elementals were the amalgamation of earth and fire elementals. They were completely composed of lava. Their ranks were the same as other elemental creatures. They were divided into small, medium, large, giant, and elemental elders. If there was a chance, Sulen wanted to capture an elder lava elemental. However, considering the current situation, Sulen decided to capture 2 giant lava elementals. It was very simple to enslave a lava elemental. One just had to brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. However, these lava elementals would not allow one to do as they pleased. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would have to beat them up first. After controlling them, one would forcibly brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. Seeing the lava elementals, Sulen did not disturb them. After confirming that there were no powerful creatures around, Sulen slowly approached the lava elementals. Soon, he discovered a giant lava elemental wandering on the edge of the lava river. Its entire body exuded blazing heat. From time to time, boiling lava would slide down from its huge body. This lava elemental gently waved its hand and set off a wave of lava several meters high in the lava river. This type of elemental creature was rarely encountered in material planes. Occasionally, one might see some near volcanic craters. However, their size was not too big and could not satisfy Sulen's needs. Ice orb. With a flash of light, a football-sized ice orb appeared in front of Sulen. As soon as the ice orb appeared, it flew toward the lava elemental like a meteor. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They had high resistance to physical damage. At the same time, they had the burning effect of fire elementals. During battle, lava splashed out from the lava elementals would also cause damage to the enemy. Lava elementals also had splash damage when they attacked. Melee classes would be at a disadvantage when fighting them. However, lava elementals were not without weaknesses. Because their bodies were made of lava, their movement speed was not fast. As long as one was careful of their lava orb attacks, they could be killed with long-range spells. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They were immune to fire damage and had high resistance to earth elemental spells. Their weaknesses were water and ice elementals. Water elemental spells could deal double the damage. After Sulen threw an ice orb, he lured the giant lava elemental over. The giant lava elemental roared and charged at him. Sulen observed the surroundings while he lured the giant lava elemental to the side. Then he began to cast spells to whittle down the giant lava elemental's health. After the water elemental attacked the lava elemental, some of the lava on its body would fall. At the same time, the flames on its body would weaken. Sulen needed to weaken the lava elemental as much as possible. Of course, he also had to be careful not to use too much force and kill the lava elemental. Sulen kept attacking the lava elemental. As time passed, the lava elemental's injuries became more and more serious. The lava elemental roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Although the lava orb attacks were powerful, they were useless if they could not hit the target. Soon, the lava elemental fell into a near-death state. Law intimidate. With a flash of light, the lava elemental that was throwing the lava orb instantly stiffened. Sulen's figure flashed and appeared near the lava elemental. Hold monster. Then, a flash of light rose and instantly controlled the giant lava elemental. Then a strange stone appeared in Sulen's hand. This was a contract stone made by Hathaway. Once crushed, it could cast an enslavement spell that was equivalent to a legendary wizard's. Sulen gently squeezed, and a rune instantly rushed out. The rune directly penetrated the body of the lava elemental in front of him, and was branded on the core of the lava elemental's soul. As if it had sensed the danger, the lava elemental's huge body struggled a few times and then stiffened again. The entire lava elemental seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. After a while, the lava elemental recovered and stood quietly on the spot, waiting for orders. Raise your left foot. Sulen tried to order the lava elemental. The tall lava elemental obediently raised its left foot according to Sulen's request. Raise your right foot again. Giant lava elemental. The lava elemental shook its body, but it still did not raise its right foot. Take 2 steps. The lava elemental's huge body slowly moved 2 steps, and then stood aside obediently. Then, Sulen gave it a few more orders, and the lava elemental acted very seriously. Not bad, very obedient. Looking at the lava elemental in front of him, Sulen nodded with satisfaction. He then activated the teleportation coordinates on his body, and a flash of light rose. Sulen guided the teleportation light to cover the lava elemental in front of him. Then the teleportation light flashed, and the giant lava elemental disappeared in front of him. At the same time, on the astrology platform of the North Wind Tower in the material plane, a giant lava elemental appeared in the planar teleportation circle. After successfully capturing a giant lava elemental, Sulen began to look for the next target. Soon, he found another giant lava elemental. With the previous experience, Sulen was more familiar with capturing lava elemental for the second time. After putting the giant lava elemental into a near-death state, Sulen took out a contract stone again and enslaved the lava elemental. Then, Sulen activated the teleportation coordinates and teleported the lava elemental back to the main material plane. Just as Sulen finished capturing the lava elemental and was about to take the time to collect some ashes from the fire elemental plane, a dull roar suddenly came from afar. Sulen's eyes widened instantly. Is that the roar of a giant dragon? The location of the roar was not close to Sulen. Sulen had heard the roar of a Euron before, and it was very similar to the roar just now. Giant dragons also lived in the elemental planes. Among them, a large number of gem dragons lived in the earth elemental plane. On the other hand, the giant dragons that usually appeared in the fire elemental plane were red dragons. Occasionally, metal dragons would also come here. Usually, it was brass dragons and gold dragons. Of course, metal dragons were rare. The red dragons liked this kind of environment the most. The other 2 types of giant dragons rarely entered the fire elemental plane. The giant dragons encountered in the elemental plane were a little different from the giant dragons in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, only adult giant dragons would enter the more dangerous elemental plane. All the giant dragons below the adult stage, including the more powerful young giant dragons, were not willing to enter the fire elemental plane. This was because the enemies in the elemental plane were too powerful. Many of them liked to hunt giant dragon creatures. Hearing the roar of a giant dragon here, Sulen's curiosity was instantly piqued. When he thought of the giant dragons, Sulen thought of their huge wealth. Should I go and take a look? Sulen was a little hesitant. He came this time to enslave the lava elemental and collect some rare materials at the same time. He did not have any other plans. Now that he heard the roar of a giant dragon, he wanted to see if he could get some benefits. Of course, there were still some risks. The danger level of the fire elemental plane could be described in a more exaggerated way. There were as many legends as dogs and demigods as there were demigods. Any powerful wild monster had a challenge rating of 10+. If he was unlucky and encountered an elder fire elemental, it would be a legendary battle. With Sulen's current strength, it was definitely impossible to deal with a demigod, but he was confident in dealing with ordinary legendary creatures. And even if he encountered any danger, with Hathaway's planar teleportation, he was confident that he could escape. At most, he would be a little embarrassed. If he found that it was really a giant dragon, then he might be able to make a fortune this time. There were many creatures in the fire elemental plane that could deal with adult giant dragons. Those creatures were irritable. As long as there was a little fire, they would easily fight. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, we'll leave. Sulen clapped his hands and made up his mind. After thinking about it, Sulen once again cast invisibility on himself, and then flew in the direction of the sound. There were not many creatures in the elemental plane that could wrestle with a giant dragon. Fire Jinn, Elder Fire Elemental, Elemental Lord, and so on. These monsters were not easy to deal with, and once he was discovered, it was very likely that they would attack him. After flying over a hill, Sulen saw a volcano not far away. After glancing around, Sulen did not see any trace of a giant dragon. Sulen looked at the volcano. His eyes moved slightly, and Sulen carefully approached the crater of the volcano. This was the most common volcano in the fire elemental plane. Scorching magma was rolling inside, and a lot of black smoke was coming out of the magma mouth. The scene inside the crater could not be seen clearly. The crater of the volcano was about 500 meters in diameter. It was a small volcano in the fire elemental plane. Sulen had seen a volcanic eruption of more than 20 kilometers here before. A large amount of magma smoke rushed into the sky. It was like the end of the world. If it was really a giant dragon in this environment, then there was no need to guess that it was a red dragon. Only red dragons would like this magma environment. Sulen came near the crater of the volcano, and then carefully entered it. Just as he went deeper, he suddenly stopped. Magic trap. A hidden magic trap appeared on the rock wall of the crater. This was an alarm array with a fire attack spell. After observing for a while, Sulen carefully removed the magic trap and continued to go deeper. Chapter 478. Bang. A black shadow suddenly hit the rock wall beside him. Lava splashed everywhere. Sulen immediately stopped and looked down. A 4-meter-tall lava elemental had been slammed hard against the rock wall. The lava elemental's body had cracked because of the powerful force. Before the lava elemental could recover, a huge black shadow instantly rushed up. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. Then the huge dragon's body instantly pounced on the lava elemental that was struggling to get up. Then the dragon's strong and powerful claws directly smashed the lava elemental to death. Then, it grabbed the elemental core from the lava elemental's body and threw it up casually. The dragon's ferocious mouth instantly closed. The hard elemental core was crushed like a peanut and swallowed into its stomach. After eating this elemental core, the dragon licked its mouth as if it was not satisfied. Its slender tail swept across and sent a lava elemental that had just chased after it flying. Then the dragon killed another lava elemental and swallowed its elemental core. After eating a few elemental cores in a row, the dragon burped with satisfaction and walked leisurely to the deeper parts of the volcanic crater. Sulen moved his body and rubbed his ears. The circular terrain of the volcanic crater was like a loudspeaker. The dragon's roar just now reverberated back and forth in the volcanic crater, and the echo shook his eardrums until now. A young red dragon. This is a big harvest. Ruby scales. The color is so beautiful. Looking at the depths of the volcanic crater, Sulen's eyes flashed. After knowing that this nest was a young red dragon, Sulen became more cautious. The red dragon was the most powerful of the 5-color dragons. Even among the metal dragons, only the gold dragon could compete with it. Sulen took a deep breath and moved into the depths of the volcanic crater again. The red dragon's nest was in a cave deep in the volcanic crater. Next to it was boiling lava. The surrounding temperature was very high, and there was only one very narrow path leading to the cave. However, after passing through the last path and entering the cave, the front suddenly opened up. A huge dragon nest appeared in front of him. As soon as Sulen entered the cave, he felt his eyes light up. A 5-meter-tall gold hill appeared in front of him. Gold often appeared in volcanic lava. Many gold veins were formed after the lava cooled. Sulen was surprised that the red dragon had so much gold. As a young red dragon, he had more wealth than many adult dragons. It seemed that this volcano often brought out a lot of gold when it erupted. This red dragon had found a good place to live. It was already a rich dragon before it had even reached adulthood. However, now that the red dragon was full, it did not realize that it was being watched. Sulen looked at the red dragon sleeping on the gold hill. The red dragon's appearance was strong and ferocious. Its ruby-like scales had a layer of muscle outline, and there were sharp bone spurs at its joints. At this time, the red dragon was sleeping very soundly. Some transparent liquid could even be seen flowing down its ferocious jaw. As it breathed, a bubble on its nose contracted back and forth. The red dragon did not react to Sullen's arrival. Giant dragons would be less alert when they were sleeping, but as soon as they sensed danger or any movement, the sleeping giant dragon would wake up instantly. As a big boss that often appeared in various adventure stories, giant dragons were very popular. When Sullen first came to this world, he often heard some bards telling stories about knights defeating evil dragons. The story was that the evil dragon captured a princess, and the king issued a mission to ask people to save his daughter. Then, a brave knight with the help of a few companions finally defeated the evil dragon and saved the princess. There were many different versions of this story, but Sullen had always been curious. Why did the dragon capture the princess? Wasn't it supposed to rob the treasury? Even if the dragon captured the princess and threatened the king to hand over a sky-high ransom, the king would probably not agree. Therefore, the dragon capturing the princess was a completely false proposition. Wizards had done a lot of research on giant dragons, and Sullen had naturally read these books. They even introduced the fighting attributes of giant dragons at different ages, such as which age was the most dangerous, which kind of giant dragons were friendly to humans, the power of the giant dragon's breath, and so on. In the library of the Northwind Tower, there were hundreds of books about giant dragons, such as Habits of Giant Dragons, Types of Giant Dragons, Overview of Giant Dragons, The Book of Giant Dragons, and so on. The body of a giant dragon was a very precious material. Its scales could be made into armor, its bones could be made into equipment, its meat could be eaten, and its blood could be used for the dragon blood baptism ceremony, or to make bloodline potions. The dragon bloodline warlock was the most popular of all warlock schools, and also one of the most powerful warlock professions. Many bards said that after bathing in the dragon's blood, one would gain great power, and one's body would become as hard as iron. This saying was actually wrong. Not everyone could bear the dragon's blood. For example, the blood of a red dragon was almost like boiling lava. If an ordinary person bathed in this dragon's blood, they would be directly burned into a pile of charcoal. The correct way was to carry out the dragon blood baptism ceremony. After this ceremony, one could strengthen one's body, immunity, and toughness, and improve one's resistance to diseases and toxins. The dragon blood baptism ceremony could be carried out multiple times. For example, the 5-color dragon could baptize the dragon's blood of all 5 colors once, and this effect could be stacked. If the dragon blood baptism ceremony was carried out to the 5th level and above, one could also gain an additional legendary level ability, Armored Skin. Of course, very few people would do this. After all, it was not easy to slay a dragon, and doing so would arouse the hostility of giant dragons. Sullen had also seen in some wizards' letters that some wizards had carried out the dragon blood baptism ceremony on certain parts of their body in order to gain the achievement of being as hard as iron. It was said that the effect was remarkable. The red dragon had the highest IQ among the 5-color dragons, and at the same time, it was also the strongest. However, in the statistical research conducted by the wizards, it was found that the red dragon's death rate was second only to the white dragon. The white dragon was known as the stupidest giant dragon, and its IQ was only a little higher than that of a wild beast. The main reason was that the red dragon was too arrogant. Most of the other giant dragons would only go out to play when they were young, and had the ability to protect themselves. However, the red dragon was different. They would go out to rob villages or adventurers when they were young dragons. This practice was undoubtedly telling others that there were dragons here, and that they should quickly become dragon slayers. Among all the dragons, the red dragon was the most vengeful. They would even hold a grudge for hundreds of years because of something. Then one day, when they were strong enough, they would suddenly come and destroy everything. The red dragon would use a few years to come up with an attack plan. After discovering the enemy, they would directly attack. In short, they would spend a lot of time to come up with a plan. When the battle started, they would just throw it aside and attack. The red dragon in front of him was sleeping very soundly. Giant dragons that had just eaten would have a good sleep. Sullen carefully moved back and forth in the dragon's cave. Soon he had set up a binding circle. With a burst of strong magic light, The red dragon in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Binding circle. Spell maximization. 8 silver rune chains appeared in an instant and directly pinned the red dragon to the ground. The red dragon that had just woken up struggled to get up. Who is sneakily attacking the great lava king? The red dragon roared angrily. Its huge body violently struggled to get rid of the chains. The 8 silver rune chains were pulled out of shape, and the entire cave shook slightly. Soon it found Sulen standing next to it. The red dragon took a deep breath. Its 2 huge eyes burst into flames, and its chest bulged. In the next second, it was about to spit out a scorching breath. A light flashed on Sulen's body, and a shadow tentacle instantly appeared. It quickly wrapped around the red dragon's ferocious mouth, and violently stopped the dragon's breath that it was about to spit out. For a moment, the red dragon's cheeks, which were originally dark red, turned red. Its 2 eyes bulged out, and large amounts of flames came out of its nostrils and mouth. Its entire head was on fire. The red dragon that was forcefully stopped felt very uncomfortable. After a while, this situation disappeared. Plumes of black smoke came out of the red dragon's nostrils, mouth and ears. The red dragon that had recovered stared at Sulen. Its body began to struggle with all its might, trying to get rid of the chains. The angry red dragon exploded with a shocking amount of power. Sulen was only an advanced wizard, and the binding circle he cast was soon on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, the red dragon in front of him struggled even harder. It had already decided that once it broke free, it would torture this wizard in front of it. Why bother? Can't you just stay put? Sulen curled his lips as he looked at the red dragon that was struggling violently. Bang, bang, bang. Sulen smiled as he looked at the red dragon in front of him. He didn't care at all that it had broken free. You're quite active, but you still need to be trained to be a mount. Mount. The red dragon was stunned for a moment, and then it became even angrier. Damn human, you want to use me as a mount? Die. The red dragon angrily pounced at Sulen. It's really hard to convince a dragon to be a mount. Sulen shook his head in disappointment and dodged the red dragon's attack. However, when he thought about having a cool red dragon as a mount, Sulen decided to persuade this red dragon. He believed that as long as he was reasonable, this red dragon would agree in the end. Chapter 479. Dragon's Breath. A scorching dragon's breath came out of the red dragon's mouth. The cone-shaped flame covered a large area. A second before the dragon's breath drowned Sulen. A teleportation light flashed from his body. Sulen's figure instantly appeared near the red dragon's head. 5 lightning whips. Sulen flicked his wrist gently, and a lightning whip more than 20 meters long appeared in his hand. Sulen swung it forward, and the 5 lightning whips instantly restrained the red dragon. Lightning crackled continuously, and a large amount of lightning exploded, causing the red dragon to scream in agony. Damn human! I'm going to kill you! The red dragon roared angrily, and the sound seemed to shake the entire cave. Some rocks slid down from the top of the cave. Bullsh *T. Sulen curled his lips and said. Then he swung hard, and the lightning whips appeared again. They ruthlessly whipped the red dragon's body, and the hard scales on its body were directly shattered. Sulen did not stop. The 5 lightning whips continued to whip the red dragon, and the red dragon screamed in agony. How about it? Think about it. How about becoming my mount? Sulen's hand shook gently, and a lightning whip swayed in his hand. When the red dragon saw the lightning whips, it could not help but tremble. After hearing Sulen's words, it could not help but roar. You're dreaming, human. Even if I die, I won't become your mount. Wishful thinking. You'd better give up. How can I, the great Onyxvia, be a human's mount? Unless I'm dead. Why are you so loud? Sulen rubbed his ears and whipped it. Looks like we're on the same page. Sulen shook his head in disappointment. With a flip of his hand, a long halberd surrounded by countless lightning powers appeared. The red dragon that was dodging the lightning whips froze. Then, it was instantly bound by the 5 lightning whips and could not move. She instantly sensed the dangerous aura of the weapon, and a strong sense of crisis spread from her heart. It seemed that as long as she moved slightly, she would receive a fatal blow. The faintly discernible traces of blood on the weapon gave her a terrifying pressure. When the red dragon saw the human in front of her pick up the storm halberd and was about to attack, Onyxvia panicked. "Looks like there's going to be a red skull ornament on the wall in my study," Sulen said regretfully. Hearing that Su Luen was going to hang his head on the wall, the red dragon Onyxvia's face changed. She suddenly said eagerly, "Stop. Stop. Human. Let's talk." The sharp halberd blade stopped below the red dragon's slender neck. The red dragon Onyxvia only felt a slight chill on its neck, and the scales on its body stood up. Sulen heard Onyxvia onyx you, and said of human. "Can you move that weapon away from me? It's too close. I don't feel comfortable." Onyxvia said as she twisted her body uneasily. "All right, I'll fulfill your request." Sulen put the storm halberd away. "From today onwards, you're my mount. If you refuse, you can move." Sulen waved the storm halberd back and forth in the air at the red dragon. Onyxvia looked at the storm halberd and did not dare to move. "Since you're not moving, I'll take it that you agree." Sulen looked at the motionless red dragon and said happily, "Look, isn't this great? We can still be on the same page. I like this kind of giant dragon who understands the situation. Isn't it just being a mount? It's not a big deal. I'll be very gentle. All right, since you've agreed, I'll let you go. There's a saying that goes, 'A wise dragon submits to circumstances.' You should learn more about it," Sulen said as he put the storm halberd back into his storage space. Then he took out a self-created general template from his storage space. "Go to hell." Sulen removed the lightning whip from the red dragon's body. After the storm halberd that made her heart palpitate disappeared, the red dragon Onyxvia was filled with endless anger. She was about to spit out dragon breath, but in the next second, a sharp pain came from her chin. Bang! A huge force came from her chin, and the dragon breath that she was about to spit out was scattered again. The red dragon Onyxvia's head instantly lifted up, and the dragon breath of fire was spat into the air. Before she could react, a huge force pressed her head against the ground and rubbed it back and forth. Her body was also pulled up involuntarily. She then turned around and smashed into the rock wall beside her with a bang. The hard rock wall cracked, and the huge red dragon fell down powerlessly. The red dragon Onyxvia didn't know what had happened at all. In just an instant, she couldn't help but fly up. This was the first time she had encountered this in her dragon life. Even in her inherited memories, such a thing had never happened. A human actually had more strength than her. How was this possible? Not to mention humans, even giants didn't have such strength. Sulen moved his wrist. His strength had reached 50, and a red dragon in its prime only had around 45. Sulen easily flung the red dragon away. After he raised his strength to 50, he hadn't encountered any creature with a higher strength than him. Young dragons don't talk about martial ethics. Sneak attack, Sulen said to the red dragon in front of him with a smile. He casually used a self-created hero template on the red dragon, and a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have used self-created hero template on the red dragon Onyxvia. Self-created hero activated. Please choose a hero's character trait talent. Horsemanship, hidden weapon throwing, sword skills, spear skills, archery skills, charm, ferocity, regeneration, calm, elemental affinity, chi, return, might. Choose might. Might. The target has a strong aura, causing a strong sense of oppression to the surrounding enemies. There is a certain chance of forcing the enemy to escape or surrender. Detected that the target has the Draconic Aura talent. Might Aura talent has been upgraded to Advanced Draconic Aura. Please choose a skill. Soaring Dragon. Selection complete. Hero template generated. A light flashed, and the red dragon Onyxvia became one of Sulen's heroes. Slap. Sulen slapped the red dragon Onyxvia's head. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. We're going home. The red dragon Onyxvia got up from the ground with a hopeless expression. Su Luen was very satisfied with this red dragon. After circling around the red dragon, the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was mighty. If he rode this big guy out, the rate of turning heads was absolutely 100%. It was better than any other mount. The red dragon was the strongest among the color dragons. They were selfish, arrogant, and liked to hold grudges. Many evil dragons in stories were based on the red dragon's template. They were greedy and had an endless greed for treasures. Basically, every red dragon could be said to be a destroyer. However, this was not a problem for Sulen. Training was something that Sulen loved the most. As for how to train a red dragon, Suluan was ready to make a complete plan in his mind. He believed that he would be able to train a well-behaved red dragon. Besides, red dragons were very eye-catching. Raising such a red dragon was a symbol of strength. In the dragon's nest, Suluan packed up the gold in front of him and put them into his storage space. At the same time, he explained to the crestfallen red dragon next to him, "Don't worry, these gold are still yours. I'm just keeping them for you. Besides, this gold hasn't been fully smelted. It's full of impurities. I'll help you smelt it again after I bring it back. Of course, you'll have to pay a small fee. By the way, you know transformation, right? Turn into a human first. Your body is too big. I'm not used to looking up to talk to people," Sulen said as he put the gold into his storage space. Although Red Dragon Onyxvia was very reluctant, she could not disobey Sulen's orders. With a flash of light, the originally huge and ferocious red dragon disappeared and was replaced by a red-haired girl. This red-haired girl was Onyxvia's human form. She had long red hair and a wild look on her face. Her body was very curvy, and her skin was white and smooth like jade. There were some outlines of muscles under her skin. Her facial features had the characteristics of a European and American. She looked very beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red leather coat. Her legs were slender and strong, and her calves were straight. It would be a pity if her legs were not used for riding on a tricycle. Dragons had the ability to transform at will. Not only could they transform into humans, but they could also transform into elves. They could choose to transform into humans. Of course, once this human form was fixed, it would become a spell effect and would not consume any magic power. However, if they wanted to transform into other forms, it would still consume magic power. "You're pretty. Come smile. Don't cry," Sulen said after putting away all the gold. There was still some yellow metal material on the ground. It was not gold, but brass that was close to the color of gold. "Look, you still have so much brass here. You're cheating," Sulen said bitterly as he pointed at the brass in front of him. "You don't have gold, but you're using brass to make up the numbers. Is there even the most basic trust between humans and dragons? How disappointing. I'm only 96 years old. I'm just a young dragon. I don't have that much wealth. I want to make my gold look more comfortable when I sleep. Can't I?" Onyxvia said, rolling her eyes. Chapter 480. To be honest, although the strength of a young dragon was not bad, there was still a big gap between it and a real powerhouse. The strength of a young dragon was around level 17, and it would not become a legend until it was in its prime. Of course, this was the strength of a dragon after it grew up normally. The strength of some dragons with magical fetishes could not be divided by age at all. Who knew if a young dragon was also a legendary wizard? Although this kind of thing was rare, it did not happen. For example, a white dragon nested in a big glacier. If it was in its normal growth state, the time when a dragon could roam around was at least when it was in its prime. In the young dragon period, 0 to 3 years old, dragons in this period generally lived under the protection of their mother dragons. They needed to eat a lot of food every day and hid in their nest to live. Even the most evil red dragon would not chase them out during the young dragon period. Of course, there were some unlucky young dragons who were thrown into the wild as soon as they were born. The lucky ones hid everywhere, and the unlucky ones directly became a delicious meal in someone else's pot. The survival rate of young dragons without the protection of their parents was very low. Of course, there were also those who survived successfully, such as a silver dragon born in a pot and a young dragon born in a sewer. These young dragons had once received the title of King of the Sewer. It was said that the dragons who had received this title were all proficient in the way of evading, and finally became the overlord of a region. For a dragon, learning the way of evading was a very important lesson. However, according to the Pride of Dragons, more than 90% of them were very repulsed by this lesson. Next was the young dragon period, 4 to 10 years old. The dragons in this period began to learn to hunt independently under the protection of their mother. At the same time, they began to improve their fighting skills, understand the knowledge of the dragon inheritance, and improve their knowledge. Of course, they also had to face the competition of their siblings. This was especially fierce among the evil dragons. Snatching food and bullying other siblings were basic skills. During the young dragon period, 11 to 25 years old, the dragons in this period had some self-protection ability. For the metal dragons, their parents would give them some guidance, and then these young dragons would be chased out of the house. Of course, they would allow the young dragons to continue to hunt and live in their territory. As for the evil dragons, they would not be treated so well. They would be chased out of the house by their parents one day, and then they would start to hide everywhere. Some dragons would also work together with their siblings to survive. Dragons in this period would be very careful. It wasn't until the young dragons, 26 to 50 years old, that they truly possessed some strength. At this time, there were very few creatures in the wild that could pose a threat to them. When they entered the young dragon age, 51 to 100 years old, the dragons finally had some of the elegance of the dragons. The kings of the underground sewers, who used to hide everywhere in the past, could finally occupy their own territories and become kings. They didn't have to live in fear all the time. The dragons of this era would recruit some goblins, kobolds, and other monsters to serve them. Onyxvia was now 96 years old, and there were still 4 years before the dragon reached adulthood. After leaving the dragon's den, she wandered in the fire elemental plane, and finally found a safe place with gold and food. However, she didn't expect to be caught by Sulen. Not only was her gold confiscated, but she also became his mount. Sob, 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 it's too hard for me. After 100 years, the dragon would enter adulthood after a long slumber. The adult dragon would then be able to roam around. For example, robbing someone for no reason, kidnapping a princess, robbing a city. These were all basic skills. Of course, after the dragons reached 200 years old, they would enter adulthood and become more powerful. After that, the dragons would enter old age. At this time, the dragons would try to avoid head-on combat. More often, they would let their followers fight or use spells to fight. For the dragons to truly shake the continent and become like the wings of frost, the bane of the north, the wings of death, the scarlet bane, and other dragons that made the entire material world tremble, they would have to enter the ancient dragon age. The dragons of this age, as long as they were still alive, were extremely difficult to deal with. The long years had allowed them to master a lot of knowledge and become cunning at the same time. At this time, even legendary wizards would have to take a detour if they encountered an ancient dragon. As for the ancient dragons, they rarely existed in the material world. Onyxvia watched Sulen take away all her treasures, and she became his mount. Her heart was full of grievances. She comforted herself again and again. Being caught now was nothing. When she became stronger in the future, she would definitely teach this man a lesson. Oh right, she also needed to practice the flame whip. When the time came, she would hang him up and whip him every day. Slap. Just as Onyxvia was fantasizing about how she would whip Sulen in the future, she was suddenly slapped awake from her beautiful dream. Who dares to slap the great lava king? I did it. Sulen looked at her expressionlessly and said, "What are you thinking? Didn't you hear what I just said?" "I heard it," Onyxvia said guiltily when she saw Sulen's expressionless handsome face. "If you heard it, then restrain your energy. I'm going to activate the plane teleportation. If there's a problem, I can't guarantee that you won't be torn in half by the power of the dimension." Onyxvia retracted her energy, then Sulen activated the teleportation beacon on his body. A teleportation light rose and instantly covered the two of them. In the next second, their figures disappeared from the fire elemental plane. A teleportation light descended from the sky, and Sulen and Onyxvia appeared on the astrology platform. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Hathaway smiled at Sulen. It's okay. How are the two lava elementals? Sulen moved his body, and the dizziness from the teleportation quickly disappeared. They've been sent to the secret realm, Hathaway said. She then looked at Onyxvia and asked, Did you bring this back? Sulen looked at Onyxvia and said, My new mount, a red dragon. What do you think? Isn't it cool? Red dragon. Hathaway looked at the red-haired girl in front of her in surprise. This was a red dragon. This beautiful girl with a heroic spirit in front of her was a red dragon? Hathaway, who saw a dragon for the first time, couldn't help but widen her eyes and size up Onyxvia. A living dragon. She was indeed much prettier than the dragons in books. Can you transform into a dragon and let me see? By the way, you're not an adult yet. After learning that Onyxvia was a dragon, Hathaway immediately pounced on her excitedly. She circled around the red dragon and kept gesturing at her. Do you have any extra scales? Give me a few to study. Also, you have so much blood on you. Let me draw some of it. Are you like a human now? It should be okay for me to pinch you. Hathaway stared at Onyxvia with glowing eyes. The little red dragon, who had just arrived at the wizard tower, only felt panic in her heart. When she felt the shocking elemental energy fluctuation in Hathaway's body, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. However, this woman in front of me is so scary. She actually wants to pull out my scales and draw my blood. Master won't leave me alone, right? I want to go home. Sob, sob, sob. Looking at Hathaway's posture, Sulen shook his head helplessly and pulled her aside. All right, Hathaway, you're scaring her. Onyxvia just arrived and hasn't familiarized herself with the environment. These things can wait until you're familiar with them. Familiar? I don't want to know her. I don't want to be familiar with her. So scary. Onyxvia shouted in her heart, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. She wanted to escape, but her body was bound by the contract. She could only stand there, feeling wronged. Okay. Hearing Sulen's words, Hathaway thought for a moment and agreed. It was indeed not good to touch her for the first time, but it would be fine when they were familiar with each other. Anyway, such a big dragon couldn't run away. Let me introduce you. This is Onyxvia, a young red dragon, my mount, Sulen said proudly. This is Hathaway, one of the masters of this wizard tower, a legendary wizard. This is Chrissy, the head servant of the succubus. The other two are the queen of the winged people, Alex and Phyllis. They are not here for the time being. I'll introduce them to you later. Sulen introduced several people and said, I'll give you access to the wizard tower. You can come here in the future. Of course, some places are not allowed to enter, such as the library and the seclusion room. You can use these. If you have nothing to do, you can read more books. Don't always think about relying on your talent to make a living. Learning more spells is good for you. Sulen said lightly. Okay, I'll go arrange a place for you to stay first. Sulen brought Onyxvia to the warehouse of the wizard tower. As soon as she entered the warehouse, the little red dragon's eyes immediately became sparkling stars behind her. Countless golden lights dazzled her eyes. A gold mountain, a real gold mountain. More than 80% of the gold of the entire northern city was stored here. In addition to the gold, there was also a pile of magic gems next to it. The whole treasury was shining with golden light. So much gold? The little red dragon stared at the gold mountain in front of her, dumbfounded. Then, she jumped up excitedly and plunged into the gold mountain. After a few seconds, she came out on the other side of the gold mountain. Then, she grabbed the gold with both hands and swam in the gold mountain. Sulen didn't care about her. Instead, he put the gold in his storage space into the treasury first. Looks like you're very satisfied with your new home. Then you can live here from now on. Remember, without my permission, you can't leave anything behind. Otherwise As he spoke, Sulen looked back and forth at the little red dragon. Chapter 481. Isn't it exciting to face so much gold every day? Sulen said with a smile. Yes, yes. Onyx Via nodded her little head repeatedly. Do you want it? Yes, yes. Then guard the treasury carefully. As long as there are no problems, I will take out some as your reward. Sulen said. Really? You're not lying to me? Onyx Via said with shining eyes. Of course it's true. I'm not lying to you. Sulen said with a serious face. After receiving Sulen's guarantee, the little red dragon excitedly rolled around on the golden mountain and muttered, I'm rich, I'm rich. Seeing the little red dragon's appearance, Sulen laughed in his heart. Do you think you can protect this gold? When the time comes, you'll have someone secretly take some of it away, and your reward will be gone. Maybe you can use this as an excuse to train her. As an upright king, it was still very fulfilling to train an evil dragon into a new age dragon with good morals. Yes, that's what I'll do. After making arrangements for Onyx Via, Sulen and Hathaway went to the secret realm together. He had already enslaved 2 giant magma elementals. With these 2 giant magma elementals, the resources to build the obsidian factory were almost ready. Sulen now needed to choose a suitable location, preferably an extinct volcano. If there really wasn't one, then he could only create it himself. Sulen didn't find any volcanoes in the northern wilderness, but there were still some hot springs in the northern wilderness. The presence of hot springs meant that the underground magma was still very active. Sulen and Hathaway began to use spells in the secret realm to search. He planned to build the obsidian factory in the secret realm. After some searching, Sulen finally found that the magma under a mountain in the secret realm was very active. There were also some hot springs distributed here. Sulen used the spring surge spell to observe the situation underground, then began to prepare the array with Hathaway. Since there was no volcano, he could only use the power of the magma elementals to create a small crater. He brought the 2 giant magma elementals here, and commanded them to turn the surrounding land into magma. At the same time, Sulen and Hathaway also cast their magic power, and guided the power of the 2 magma elements deeper. Under their mana, the originally hard rocks quickly softened, and the bodies of the 2 lava elementals started burning. The lava on their bodies quickly flowed and slid down their bodies. The surrounding rocks quickly turned into lava, and the bodies of the 2 lava elementals gradually swelled up. Sulen and Hathaway used their magic to guide the magma elemental power down. Wherever the magma elemental power passed, the rocks and soil underground would turn into magma. This power did not stop despite the obstruction of the soil and rocks, and continued to spread deep underground. Along with the powerful surge of magic power, the originally calm mountain range constantly issued a series of rumbling sounds. The earth trembled violently, as if there was a huge monster under the ground that wanted to rush out. Rumble! Scorching magma spewed out from the ground, and a large amount of rocks and soil were directly overturned. The original mountaintop was directly overturned hundreds of meters away, and the entire mountain pass turned into a magma pool. The surging magma continued to spurt out and then flowed down the mountain, but most of it cooled and hardened in the flow. Sulen and Hathaway floated above the crater, and commanded the 2 lava elementals to build the magma pool according to their ideas. Obsidian was a very important strategic resource. Many places required the use of this material. For example, the floating city was best built entirely out of obsidian. At the same time, the obsidian golems also required large amounts of obsidian. An obsidian factory was a must. With the power of the 2 lava elementals, they communicated with the underground magma, and then completely changed the environment here into a volcanic crater. Next, they needed to build the obsidian factory near this volcanic crater. Sulen directly dug out caves in the volcano, and then guided the magma out of these caves. At the same time, they needed to build an energy channel from the elemental pool to supply the energy consumption of the obsidian factory. When magma cooled down, it was easy to form obsidian, but because of the various impurities in the magma, the quality of the obsidian was also very problematic. Therefore, they needed to make a purification array first and purify the magma through this array. The purified magma could not be used directly. In order to obtain high-quality obsidian, they also needed a magma purification array to purify the magma after purification. After the purified magma was quickly cooled down, it would become obsidian. Hathaway made an ice storm array, which could directly transform the area covered by the array into a world of ice and snow. This environment was very suitable for forming obsidian. The quality of obsidian was divided into 5 grades. The highest grade of obsidian was called the 10 Victory Stone. This was a delicate translucent gem that belonged to the gem grade. This type of obsidian was the most expensive and the most precious. Second-tier obsidian was of lower quality and wasn't transparent, but its magic and physical resistance wasn't inferior to first-tier obsidian. Third-tier obsidian was the most common, and it was also the most commonly used obsidian in floating cities. As for the 4th and 5th grade obsidian, it was basically useless. Sulen built the obsidian factory to produce obsidian above the 3rd grade. The construction of the obsidian factory was very fast. With Sulen and Hathaway using magic, the construction of the entire project was very fast. Hathaway directly flattened an area on the volcano's hillside. Below, she used mud to rock to turn the debris into large rocks and reinforced it with harden to build a platform that covered an area of 500 square meters. The obsidian production line would be placed here. After the magma was led here from the volcano, it would be purified, and then cooled to finally form pieces of obsidian. The obsidian factory could also be automated, but Sulen did not want to use legendary elemental stones in this, so he transferred a steel golem and a few rock golems to the factory. These steel golems and rock golems would be responsible for the operation of the entire obsidian factory. At the same time, the rock golems and steel golems also needed to be modified. Hathaway needed to instill the obsidian production process into these golems. Because he did not use the tower spirit to control the entire factory for fully automatic construction, Suluan planned to inject the production process of the obsidian factory into these golem puppets. Each golem puppet was responsible for one step. There were still a lot of rock golems in the northern city. Hathaway selected a few rock golems from the wizard tower and brought them to the secret plane. Hathaway came to the center of the secret plane and handed over the control of these golems to Tower Spirit Number 1. At the same time, she instilled the production line technology of the obsidian factory into these golems. Although the soul cores of these magic golems weren't large, it was still possible to imbue them with simple techniques. As for the steel magic golem, Hathaway imbued it with all the maintenance techniques of the obsidian factory. This steel magic golem would act as a technical consultant for the obsidian factory. As the soul energy in several soul crystals was extracted, a huge amount of energy and soul power was instilled into the soul core of the steel golem. As time went by, a large amount of technology was successfully instilled into the soul core of the golem. However, after instilling the knowledge and skills, all the previous combat skills of the steel golem were replaced. This steel golem had completely become a support golem. At the same time, Sulen asked Tower Spirit Number 1 to transfer a few steel golems to guard the obsidian factory to prevent other creatures from approaching and destroying the factory. After instilling the technology, these golems would work in the obsidian factory. They would maintain the normal operation of the factory every day, and at the same time, they would store the obsidian produced in the warehouse according to the grade of the obsidian. When these golems ran out of energy, they would go to the energy channel to recharge. As long as there were no problems, the obsidian factory would continue to produce obsidian. If there were any problems in the factory, the steel golem would first come to repair it. After Hathaway instilled all the maintenance technology of the obsidian factory, this steel golem could solve most of the problems in the obsidian factory. If there was a problem that the steel golem could not solve, Sulen and Hathaway would be notified to come and repair it. After the construction of the main building was completed, the following work was much simpler. Because the construction of the obsidian factory was rushed, many details needed to be supplemented. These tasks would be completed soon. The raw material of the obsidian factory was magma. The 2 magma elementals would constantly transport magma from the depths of the ground. This work was difficult for others, but it was very easy for the 2 magma elementals. After all, they were born with the ability to manipulate magma. And with their existence, the magma pool would not cool down. After checking again, Hathaway nodded to Sulen. Everything was normal, And then she started the production line of the obsidian factory. Scorching magma spewed out of the channel, and then flowed along the pipeline into a purification circle. As the circle operated, a strange magic wave appeared, and all the magma passing through here was purified of impurities. These impurities were not useless. These impurities contained various metal substances, which would be collected and sent to the blacksmith workshop for smelting. Then the magma entered the purification circle. After these two processes, a stone golem next to him opened the gate, and energy rushed out. The whole circle was activated, and the magma quickly cooled down under the effect of the circle. A piece of obsidian appeared in front of him. Chapter 482. The surging magma flowed into it, and after a quick cooling, pieces of obsidian appeared on the workbench. Sulen picked up a piece of obsidian that was still warm and examined it. Third-grade obsidian had met the production requirements. This obsidian production line was mainly used to produce third-grade obsidian. Sulen collected all the newly produced obsidian for inspection. The new factory had just opened and the quality of the obsidian produced was not very stable, so some adjustments were needed. His requirements were not high, but at the very least, the obsidian produced had to be of third-grade quality. As for the lower quality obsidian, whether it was the obsidian golem or the floating city, they would not use obsidian of this quality. Hundreds of obsidian stones were quickly appraised by Suluan, and the results were not bad. More than 90% of the obsidian stones were third-class or above, and there were more than a dozen second-class obsidian stones. As for the top first-class obsidian stones, there was no such thing as a first-class obsidian stone. For this kind of newly established obsidian factory, it was already very good that the obsidian produced could reach this level. After the obsidian factory was operating normally, Sulen and Hathaway began to make some technical adjustments to the factory. After some adjustments, the obsidian production line began again. With the surge of elemental energy, magma flowed into it again. After a few rounds of purification, obsidian appeared in front of Sulen. After some adjustments, the quality of the obsidian produced this time was obviously higher. Sulen took out all the obsidian in this batch, and then tested it again. Sure enough, the results were much better than the last time. 96% of the obsidian in front of him were third grade. This yield was already considered good. If he wanted to continue improving, he would need to upgrade and improve it bit by bit in the future production process. After completing the transformation, Sulen completely activated the entire obsidian factory. A strange energy wave came, and the obsidian factory officially began to operate. One by one, the stone golems began to work, and the steel golem also began to work. After the steel golem started working, Suluan arranged for a few steel golems to patrol outside the obsidian factory. Their current area of protection was the obsidian factory. As long as they did not enter the obsidian factory, they would activate their combat program and attack. In order to protect the obsidian factory, Sulen had also built a sensor formation in the obsidian factory. As long as someone else entered, the sensor formation would be triggered and a signal would be transmitted to the steel golem. At the same time, the obsidian factory would enter a state of alert. Looking at the functioning obsidian factory, Sulen nodded with satisfaction. The production area of the obsidian factory was not large. After the magma entered the production area, it would quickly form obsidian. With sufficient obsidian, the next production line of rock golems would be put on the agenda. Compared to the golem factory, the technology of the obsidian factory was too simple. The most difficult part of this factory was actually the magma production. This factory was mainly to provide raw materials for the future obsidian factory. The technical requirements of the obsidian factory were a bit high. Hathaway was now drawing the blueprints. After the blueprints were completed, the factory would be upgraded. The energy consumption of the obsidian factory was very high. Sulen planned to build a new elemental pool here. At the same time, Sulen also needed to prepare a legendary soul core. The golem factory was generally divided into 3 parts. The first part was carving. The stone needed to be carved, and at the same time, the body parts of the golem had to be made. This part required a high-precision carving process, and at the same time, a set of micro-carving machines was also needed. The second part was the magic pattern inscription on the golem. For this part, a fully automatic magic pattern inscription machine had already been built when the clay golems were produced. After the magic pattern inscription, it would enter the third part. The parts of these golems would be sent to the assembly workshop, where they would be assembled one by one. The assembled golems would be sent to the warehouse. These golems did not have a soul core installed, so they needed to be activated by the wizard himself. Each golem would cost a soul crystal. The rock golem factory was not built for the time being. Sulen and Hathaway left the secret plane. When they left, the two brought back the clay golems they had produced during this time. These clay golems could be used after being activated. However, because the clay golems produced were basic models, they still needed to be modified. For example, a set of cleaning programs and housekeeping programs could be added to them, so that these clay golems could become qualified servants. After these clay golems were activated, they would be sent to various parts of the Northwind Tower to work. If it weren't for the high cost of mining clay golems, Sulen could have made a batch of mining golems. Compared to mining clay golems, the kobolds and duergars were obviously more cost-effective. As long as they were given some food and liquor, these kobolds and duergars would complete the work with quality and quantity guaranteed. After the construction of the obsidian factory was completed, Sulen returned to Sanfelto City. After a period of fighting, the Marquis of Savoy finally won a great victory, completely wiping out the few border nobles. These border nobles had originally colluded with other countries and obtained support, wanting to split from the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Alex and Karina fought off the wizards sent by the surrounding countries, the rebels lost their biggest support. Without the intervention of other countries, the strength of these border nobles was no match for the Marquis of Savoy. After a few wild battles, the Marquis of Savoy successfully surrounded Howwind City. After that, the rebels who were unwilling to admit defeat still refused to come out. They wanted to rely on the city walls to continue resisting. Moreover, it was already winter, and the temperature in Howwind City began to drop. These rebels began to place their hopes in the winter. When the army couldn't withstand the cold of winter, they would naturally retreat. However, things didn't go according to their plan. These rebels weren't wrong. Although the Marquis of Savoy's army were all northerners, they couldn't fight outside for a long time in winter. They just forgot about the wizards. In fact, these rebels also subconsciously ignored the wizards. As a result, on a dark night, Alex and Karina used flying and invisibility spells to enter Howwind City. They then used a spell to confuse humans, and easily took control of a few groups of soldiers at the city gate. They had them move the miscellaneous items out of the gate and open the gate. The Marquis of Savoy, who had long been prepared, led his army into the city without shedding a drop of blood. This famous city in the northwestern territory of the Kingdom of Florence was easily breached. The remaining rebel leaders didn't even have the chance to escape and were directly captured. After completing the task of quelling the rebellion, the rebellious nobles around Howwind City were either captured or killed. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. Of course, those who managed to escape were mostly small fries. The Marquis of Savoy had already prepared ahead of time for the main rebellious nobles, and captured them as soon as possible. Sulen had already ordered the Marquis of Savoy to not kill the innocent in this mission. Wars in this era were very cruel, and massacres were common. But this time, the target of the war was within his own country. He did not want Marquis Savoy to lead his men to plunder, and return home with plentiful spoils of war, only to leave behind a pile of chicken feathers for him. The rebellion this time wasn't because the commoners couldn't survive. It was a power struggle between the nobles, so the ordinary soldiers and commoners were basically coerced. Therefore, these soldiers and commoners were pardoned. After entering the city, the Marquis of Savoy had already restrained the soldiers from looting. At the same time, Alex and Karina stepped forward and beheaded a dozen soldiers who openly disobeyed the order. Only then did the soldiers obediently not take a step forward. After capturing the rebellious nobles, the Marquis of Savoy didn't kill them directly. Instead, he planned to send them to Sulen and Sanfelto. At the same time, the wealth of these nobles was all plundered. The wealth was divided into 4 parts. Sulen took a quarter of it, the Marquis of Savoy took another quarter, and the remaining quarter was used to cover the costs of logistics. The last quarter was the reward for the soldiers. Unlike the soldiers in northern Battlefront City, the Marquis of Savoy's army had very low military expenses. Usually, they would only be able to maintain basic expenses. Only during war would they be given a starting fee. Then during battles they would loot. Now that Sulen forbade looting, they naturally had to be given a reward. This model could save a lot of money on raising soldiers, which was also the state of most armies in this world. Apart from the gold and silver, in fact the biggest harvest this time was the nobles' land, houses, factories, and mines. Apart from a portion of the wealth being rewarded to those who performed well in this battle, most of the rest fell into Sulen's hands. These shops, mines, and real estate were all very valuable. Sulen had already put them under his caravan. As for the land, Sulen was preparing to sell it. These nobles controlled more than 70% of the land in Cold Wind City. Sulen took out some of these lands to recruit refugees, and let others sell the rest. When all these lands were planted next year, the tax revenue of Cold Wind City would definitely reach a new high. Chapter 483. The Marquis of Savoy escorted the rebellious nobles to the capital. Sulen ordered a public trial of these nobles and finally sentenced them to death. As for the relatives of these nobles, they were punished to be slaves. These slaves were not allowed to be pardoned, but the descendants of these nobles could obtain the status of commoners after paying a ransom. For the rebels, Sulen gave them the harshest punishment, and Sulen's punishment of the rebellious nobles' relatives was also approved. Many people even thought that Sulen's punishment was too good for them. In this era, the relatives of the enemy were often dealt with by killing them. The women were sold as slaves, and the children were castrated and sold as slaves. In comparison, Sulen's way of cooking was completely merciful. San Filto City. After Sulen successfully defeated the southern rebels, Sulen's prestige also rose to the peak. When he went out to fight, he even left a backup plan. With the cooperation of both inside and outside, he successfully defeated and captured the rebellious nobles. A very important reason for the Southern Rebellion this time was that the number of nobles in San Filto City decreased by 2/3. These nobles were captured, which led to a large amount of wealth being obtained by Sulen. At the same time, he also had enough money and land to reward his soldiers. After cleaning up a group of rebellious nobles, Sulen's control over the Kingdom of Florence became stronger and stronger. Now, because the Marquis of Savoy had solved the rebellion in the north, the entire North Wind and part of the south were under Sulen's control. Since Sulen ascended the throne, a series of turmoil had occurred in the Kingdom of Florence, and it finally ended with Sulen's victory. Now, Sulen could be said to be the king with the greatest control over the Kingdom of Florence in the history of the Kingdom of Florence. Kingdom of Florence, Central Plains, San Filto City, Champs-Élysées Castle. Numerous carriages were parked outside the castle. The entire castle was brightly lit. Teams of elite soldiers in metal armor and armed with weapons were patrolling around the castle. Outside the castle, well-dressed attendants were busy bringing in plates of delicately prepared food. The magic lamps in the castle lit up the entire hall. The crystal lamps flickered with colorful brilliance, making the gorgeously dressed noble ladies even more charming. Although a large number of nobles in San Filto City had been stripped of their titles and imprisoned, it seemed to have nothing to do with these noble ladies. At this time, these noble ladies were divided into small groups and gathered together to whisper. From time to time, their eyes would fall on a young man in the crowd. This banquet was specially held to celebrate the victory of the rebellion. In addition to the original nobles, there were also a large number of soldiers who were rewarded for their merits in this battle. These soldiers could be said to be very popular in San Filto City now. Sulen was very generous to his men. Many of them were given titles, and each of them was entrusted with important tasks by him. Since the North Town began to produce rum, white sugar, and high-end perfume, noble banquets had become more and more luxurious. After the economic boom, The social atmosphere gradually became more open. Many nobles would look for their other half at the banquet. Now that the king valued the emerging nobles with military merits, many noble ladies turned their eyes to the young men in the banquet. These people were not only old, but their strength was not bad. Basically, they had reached the level of Grand Knight and Knight Commander. Because they had been practicing martial arts all year round, these people looked extraordinary, energetic, and well-proportioned. They were far from the pale, flimsy, and pale rich young men they had seen before. It was like heaven and earth. Many noble ladies began to take the initiative after observing for a while. These people were very popular now. If they were late and someone else got to them first, they would have nowhere to cry. The atmosphere of noble banquets here was not bad. It was not like those in the south, where both male and female nobles were proud of having a lover. Many people saw having a lover as a reflection of charm. As long as the child was guaranteed to be produced by the husband, having a lover in secret was something that both parties tacitly agreed to. Of course, Sulen sternly refused to participate in these banquets. Guardian Knights masquerade balls, he had never heard of them. Of course, there were also some private rumors that His Majesty used to have a nickname in the South called Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. According to Lady Elizabeth J. and other aristocratic ladies who did not want to reveal their names, this Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear used to be invincible, but she suddenly left 3 years ago. At that time, many people felt sorry for her. There was also a mayor of Cullen City who did not want to reveal his name. He said that the Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear went to the north and became a pioneer noble. Of course, Sulen said that these were purely rumors. He had never heard of the Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. It's not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. In addition to celebrating the victory of the rebellion, this noble banquet also provided an opportunity for the new nobles, and the nobles who had previously sided with the king to interact. The banquet would last for 3 days. Today was just the beginning. Many noble ladies had just begun to look for targets. They gathered together and discussed clothes and jewelry in low voices. From time to time, they would take some desserts from exquisite porcelain plates. Next to them were 2 silver plates with snow-white sugar and salt for them to taste. The whole banquet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Sulen and Marquis of Savoy were the most eye-catching people in this banquet. However, no one approached them except for the Queen and Marquis of Savoy's youngest daughter. Alex did not like this kind of environment and did not participate. Karina had already returned to the northern city. As the matriarch of the Drows, she still had a lot of things to do. During this period, Sulen had gradually begun to clean up the territories directly under the kingdom. The size of the embroidered uniform guards did not increase. These embroidered uniform guards were responsible for monitoring the world and the officials in various places. Then they would send the results to the palace. Those who did not do anything were directly removed from their positions. Those who took bribes, broke the law, and plundered the land were arrested and imprisoned. After Sulen's rectification, the environment of the Kingdom of Florence was slowly changing. He had already formulated a set of city sanitation regulations that all cities in the Kingdom of Florence must abide by. It would not be long before the stinky, polluted, and stacked cities with feces would be brand new. Your Majesty, the Marquis has something to discuss with you. The eldest son of Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after Sulen had a simple conversation with the nobles. Go chat with the ladies. I'll go over there for a while, Sulen said to Phyllis and then left with Vader. What is it? Your Majesty, the Marquis has compiled an account of the spoils of war collected in this war. Your Majesty, please take a look, Vader said respectfully. Sulen nodded. His expression did not change. He was very satisfied with the Marquis of Savoy's actions. It was not difficult to capture the army. His original army had a system that allowed him to clearly know the loyalty of the army. However, the others did not have a system, so they relied more on wealth and goods. In this era, as long as the army had control over personnel and finances, they could basically control the army in their hands. Therefore, Savoy took the initiative to hand these things over to Sulen to express his attitude. In a room on the 2nd floor of the castle, the Marquis of Savoy handed the account book to Sulen for inspection. Although he had never learned how to keep accounts, he relied on his mathematical foundation in his previous life to check the account book. In fact, part of the rewards for the soldiers had already been distributed. The rest would be distributed after Sulen confirmed it. As for the rest of the rewards, it would be distributed by Sulen. After all, it was best to distribute the rewards personally. In his previous life, there was a saying that Sulen strongly agreed with. Only the name of the instrument could be used. What was the name of the instrument? The musical instruments, ornaments, and titles that represented the ruler's rank were the name of the instrument. In other words, the power and position could not be given to others. Things like awarding rewards could not be done by others. Thank you for your hard work. After checking the account book, Su Luan nodded with satisfaction. I'll give you another 10% as your reward. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, Savoy said happily. Next, Savoy prepared a sumptuous banquet. Apart from the Marquis and his son, his youngest daughter, Xanthi, was also accompanying them. Sulen had met Xanthi once before. Today, she was wearing a beautiful low-cut noble lace dress. She had delicate makeup on, and an exquisite diamond necklace around her elegant neck. With her fair skin and perky breasts, she looked absolutely stunning. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in me. Savoy came over to propose a toast. Sulen naturally would not refuse their toast. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. After the two drank one, Vader also came forward to make a toast. Then Sandy also came forward to make a toast to Suluan. They were drinking the high-end rum produced in the northern town. Although this kind of rum tasted a little sweet, its alcohol content was not lower than that of vodka. Although it was drunk without feeling anything, it was easy to get drunk if one was not careful. Xanthi's alcohol tolerance was not good. After a few glasses of rum, her face turned red and her bright eyes became even more moist. Under the illumination of the light, she was mesmerizing. However, Sulen did not see it. He was currently dealing with Savoy and Vader's toasts. At this time, Sulen realized that something was not right. The two of them were drinking until their faces were red. They were still pulling Sulen to propose toasts. They were obviously trying to get him drunk. With Sulen's physique of over 50 points, his resistance to alcohol was very high. It was not easy to get him drunk. As for whether they had other motives, Sulen was not worried. Savoy's loyalty had always been 100%. He would not do anything to betray him. Therefore, Sulen decided to go with the flow and get drunk. P.S. To make up for yesterday. Chapter 484. Seeing that Sulen had finally passed out, the Marquis of Savoy and his son heaved a sigh of relief. If he hadn't passed out, they would have been the ones to pass out. Today they had thoroughly experienced Sulen's alcohol tolerance. The two of them had already used magic potions to temporarily increase their physical fitness. Even so, they had almost passed out. The Marquis of Savoy sat down on a chair and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally over. Hurry up and arrange for someone to send His Majesty over. Also, send your sister over. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at Xanthi, whose eyes were already hazy with drunkenness. Burp. Vader burped and shook his head. Don't worry, Father. I've already arranged it. As he spoke, Vader stood up unsteadily. His arm groped around the cabinet at the side for a while. The originally seamless wall suddenly opened up to reveal a passageway. A few maids who had been waiting for a long time walked out from the passageway. Be careful. Send His Majesty to the room upstairs. Also, send Miss Xanthi up too. Vader instructed everyone to start moving. The maids were all strong and strong. 4 of them worked together to help Sulen up, while the other 2 supported the drunk Xanthi. With the help of another maid, Vader staggered all the way to a luxuriously decorated bedroom upstairs. He placed Sulen and Xanthi on the big bed. Sister, it's all up to you this time. As your brother, I can only help you this much. After saying that, he patted Xanthi and left unsteadily. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. Vader shook his head, and then said to the maids, all of you stay here tonight. Don't let anyone in to disturb His Majesty. Do you understand? Yes. The maids hurriedly lowered their heads and responded. If things go wrong, you know the consequences. Of course, if everything goes well, you will receive a generous reward tomorrow and regain your freedom. After settling everything, Vader returned to report to the Marquis of Savoy. Of course, after the door was closed, Sulen slowly opened his eyes as he turned around and took a look at Sandy, who was lying beside him. At this moment, Sandy's beautiful face was very red. Due to being drunk, she was a bit confused. Her delicate facial features, white skin and delicate fragrance made Sulen's heart feel like being scratched by a kitten's paw. This Marquis of Savoy actually did such a thing. It's simply amazing. Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, I'll eat him. Eat it. Or should I eat it? Forget it. Since they are so enthusiastic, I really can't refuse them. Just accept them. Sulen quickly made a decision. What was the point of being pretentious at this time? Men were creatures that could never withstand tests. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can send a beauty over and I'll show you. Now the Marquis of Savoy was very clear about the consequences of getting two people drunk and then sending them to the same bed. As a legendary master, he was very clear about the physique of a legendary master. Even if they were drunk, they would at most wake up in 1 or 2 hours. When a hot-blooded young man and a young and beautiful girl, who had no strength to resist, appeared on the same bed, what would happen in the end? Let's not talk about it anymore. I just want to say that I understand what you know and I won't explain what you don't know. After all, it's fine as long as you know. As for the drunken sex, I can tell you seriously and responsibly that it's all bullshit. The premise of drunken sex is that he isn't drunk at all. Alcohol is just an excuse. If he was really drunk, he would have already become a pile of dead people. How could he have messed up sex? As one of the chosen Marquis of the Kingdom of Florence, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear that his current position was very dangerous. For the sake of the family's future, he personally directed today's matter. In Sulen's words, his path was broadened. At this point, Sulen naturally would not refuse, so the next morning, the Marquis of Savoy saw the energetic Sulen and the shy and limping Sandy. Then the nobles of the entire San Filto city knew that Sulen had a new consort. When Sulen returned to the northern city from San Filto city, it was already the season when the snow and ice melted. During this period of time, he had been handling matters in San Filto city. With the large amount of information collected by the brocade guards, Sulen made some appointments and adjustments to the officials in various places. The first batch of students in the school in San Filto city had been trained. After 4 months of learning, these students were now beginning to be assigned to various places by Sulen to serve as grassroots officials. Of course, these people also had to go to prison to receive ideological education before they left. During this period of time, the brocade guards had been quietly expanding. Now the brocade guards had been building strongholds in most of the cities in the north. At the same time, the construction of the Eagle's Nest had been closely followed by the brocade guards. An intelligence network that could cover the entire Kingdom of Florence was gradually taking shape. Of course, the cost of building this intelligence network was also very high. A large sum of money was needed every month to build this network. This time, a large amount of money had just been obtained from the battlefield, and a considerable part of it had been invested in this. Walking out of the astrology platform, Sulen was about to go see the apprentices in the Wizard Tower. However, he was surprised to see Onyx Vaya and Hathaway walking out together. The two were still discussing what to eat tonight. A wizard who wanted to study dragons and make friends with a dragon. This seemed to be a bit wrong. After thinking for a while, Sulen asked Chrissy about the daily activities of the little red dragon during this period of time. Onyx Vaya was very obedient after coming to the Wizard Tower. She found that there were too many big bosses here. In the past, she had the guts to wait until she was strong enough to whip Sulen, but she quickly gave up this dangerous idea. Sulen was really too strong. He was an advanced legendary, and also had a wizard tower. Even if she was an adult, she would still be far from being able to compete with Sulen. Only when she was an ancient dragon would she have the chance to compete with Sulen. However, the gap between a young dragon and an ancient dragon spanned several years, And the gap spanned thousands of years. If Sulen was still alive after such a long time, then how strong would he be? She lived until she was strong enough, but Sulen might have died of old age. Even if she was strong enough, she would not be able to take revenge. Therefore, after knowing the truth, Onyxvia gave up. Then she returned to her daily life as a dragon. Every day, she slept on the golden mountain in the treasure room. When she had nothing to do, she would walk around the wizard tower or sneak into the kitchen to eat. Later, when Hathaway wanted to study dragons, she told her that as long as she learned spells, she could speed up her growth. Onyxvia was tempted. Dragons were long-lived creatures, and they also hoped to become stronger. Therefore, Onyxvia agreed to cooperate with Hathaway to do some experiments. And then Hathaway would teach her all kinds of spells. Master, you're back. Seeing Sulen come over, the little red dragon's body stiffened. Then it immediately recovered and said carefully, "Looks like you've had a good time." Sulen looked at the little red dragon and smiled. "Sulen, Phyllis didn't come back with you?" Hathaway glanced back and asked. "No, she's now the queen of the kingdom of Florence. When I'm not around, she needs to be there." Sulen shook his head. "I see. I wanted to study the blood connection between dragon wizards and dragons," Hathaway said, a little disappointed. "Oh, did you find something new?" Sulen asked. Hathaway shook her head. "I have some ideas, but they're not mature yet. Isn't Phyllis's blood density a little low? I want to try to strengthen her a little. When she comes, you can talk to her. I think she'll agree." Master, the little red dragon said hesitantly. Sulen looked at her and said, "What's wrong?" "I heard you built a volcano here. Can I move there?" The little red dragon said weakly. "Move to a volcano?" Sulen paused for a moment, then understood. Red dragons like to live in warm mountains. It would be even better if they lived in a volcanic environment. "If you live in a volcano, do I have to move my gold to the volcano and build a lava hot spring for you?" Sulen said, glancing at the little red dragon. "Really?" The little red dragon's eyes lit up. "Pa." Suluin reached out and knocked the little red dragon's head, and then said angrily, "In your dreams. Lava hot spring? If there's lava, why don't I use it to make obsidian? Why make it a hot spring for you? I caught you to be my mount, not for you to enjoy." "Oh." The little red dragon hugged its head with both hands and said dejectedly. Seeing the little red dragon's expression, Sulen smiled and said, "Although you can't live in a volcano, it's not impossible to modify your environment. I can create a temperature array for the place where you live, and adjust the temperature there to be close to the temperature of the volcano." "Really? That's great." Onyxvia shouted happily. "Of course. When the time comes, I'll give you the remote control for the temperature control. You can choose to adjust the temperature as high or low as you want." Sulen smiled. He was very democratic when it came to this. "By the way, remember to collect the scales that you shed and don't throw them away," Sulen suddenly said. "Those scales are not very hard, but they're good for making dragon scale armor." Dragons and snakes were somewhat similar. Their scales would fade as they grew. Of course, sometimes in battle, their scales would be destroyed, but after a period of time, they would grow new scales. The scales shed when a dragon was young had low defense. Other than making some potions, they were not very valuable. The scales that were shed when a dragon was young were valuable. Chapter 485. The dragon scales shed by the giant dragons also had the power of the giant dragons. The giant dragons often rewarded their slaves with these scales. They used a spell to embed these dragon scales on their slaves, which could create some dragonkin kobolds, dragonkin orcs, and so on. There were still some differences between these dragonkin and the real dragonkin. The dragonkin transformed by embellishing scales on their bodies had low heritability, and their strength was also weaker. This kind of dragonkin transformation would improve the user's physical fitness in all aspects. Of course, this method consumed less energy, and the number of dragonkin that could be transformed was also higher. In fact, many dragonkin creatures were not the offspring of giant dragons and other creatures. Of course, A considerable number of dragonkin creatures that were almost all over the multiverse were indeed the descendants of giant dragons. The giant dragons had a special radiation ability around their bodies. This radiation was not destructive, but it could subtly dragonize other creatures. Living in this environment for a long time, the body would even show some dragonization reactions, such as growing some small scales like dragon scales, and so on. Sulen and Hathaway came to the treasury together and made a temperature control array for the little red dragon's sleeping place. At the same time, they strictly limited the area to ensure that it would not affect other places. The energy of this temperature control array was also provided by the elemental pool. Now the elemental pool of the entire wizard tower was still full of energy. The elemental pool that Hathaway originally designed could be used to upgrade the wizard tower into a floating space tower. Of course, this elemental pool could only maintain the floating space tower's flight for a period of time. To truly become a floating space tower, the elemental furnace technology was still needed. After making the temperature control array for Onyxvia, Sulen and Hathaway returned to the palace together. At this time, Alex also returned from the Eagle Fortress. During this period of time, she had been paying attention to her people. After this period of upgrading, several more harpies had successfully transformed into winged people. After seeing Alex, Sulen pulled Alex together. That night, Sulen stayed in the palace and gave Hathaway and Alex a checkup. So far, Hathaway's body had improved a little, but she was still no match for Sulen. During this time, her bloodline awakening was very stable. As her strength increased, her bloodline would awaken bit by bit. Although this bloodline power gave her great power, it was also a kind of restraint. Luckily, she was a wizard. When the bloodline potential was exhausted, she could still rely on the power of a wizard to continue to increase her strength. Among Sullen's wives, the most powerful one was Hathaway, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. Their strength was about the same, followed by Phyllis. As for Sandy, she was just an ordinary person. In fact, even Phyllis was just an ordinary person before. She only became a warlock because of Sullen's dragon blood potion. However, compared to Alex, Phyllis's bloodline potential was far inferior. Phyllis had only implanted a small amount of bloodline, so her awakening and potential were much lower. However, she was much stronger than before. When they were in San Filto City, Sulen would take Phyllis to do exercises every night to improve her physical fitness and speed up her awakening. After this period of consistent exercise, Phyllis's physical fitness had been greatly improved. This was something that Sulen had personally verified. What the dragon bloodline brought to her was not only the improvement of her physical fitness, but also the ability to protect herself. With the advantage of her physical fitness and Sullen's swordsmanship, Phyllis could easily defeat many warriors. The thrilling battle was over, and a new day had begun. Sulen was drawing a blueprint at his desk. The terrain of the northern city was troublesome, so he was thinking about the layout of the floating city in the future. Although the floating city was built with the northern city as the core, it was impossible to raise the entire city into the sky. After the northern city had been expanded several times, the outer city wall was 8 kilometers long. Coupled with the surrounding farmland, the area had reached dozens of square kilometers. Such an area could be regarded as a medium-sized floating city. Sullen's current planned area was only part of the city. After the separation in the future, a huge pit would be formed in the inner city of the northern city. He was ready to renovate it. If the elemental furnace was built successfully, it would not be too difficult to raise a small floating city. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the area of a large floating city was more than 50 square kilometers. That kind of large floating city used several mice energy nuclei arranged in a special way to form an energy matrix, and then the behemoth was raised. Sulen naturally did not have such powerful technology. To build such a large floating city, Sulen had to go one step further after mastering the elemental fusion furnace and obtain the elemental annihilation furnace. Elemental annihilation was a technology that not many people in the era of the Arcane Empire knew about. It was said that this technology had not been developed and was still a conjecture. Of course, no one knew the specific situation now. However, Sulen did not have any information about the elemental annihilation technology, so it was impossible to talk about it. There was a light sound of footsteps, and then the door of the study opened. Chris's figure appeared in the room. She was wearing a black bodysuit with hollowed-out patterns today, showing off her curves incisively and vividly. The figure of a succubus was very exaggerated. Her breasts were high, her hips were round, and her waist was slender. It was a perfect figure, and because of her race, the body of a succubus was very soft. This flexibility was far beyond that of humans, so they could easily perform many positions that humans could not. At the same time, they could also use some offensive methods that humans could not use in battle. Sulen had prepared a large number of materials for Chris, and asked Hathaway to make equipment for her. The black leather coat she was wearing now was one of them. He had made a total of 5 of these coats using the toughest and softest leather from Hydra. According to standards, they were high-grade magic items, and were only a little bit away from being Tier 4 magic items. These leather armors were very soft, and did not affect Chris's agility at all. Moreover, their defense was very good. Sulen had accumulated a large number of materials, and asked Hathaway to make them. Many of the equipment Sulen and the others were using were made by her. Master. Chris was like a beautiful snake as she wrapped herself around Sulen. Did you miss me? Slap. Sulen slapped Chris's perky butt, which was like a full moon. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Her butt shook slightly, and the elasticity was very good. Behave now again. I'll deal with you tonight. A small flame rose in Sulen's heart, but he forced it down. Chris pouted and pressed his head hard against her body, letting him have a taste of suffocation. Only then did she get up. Master, is there something you need from me? I've prepared new equipment for you. Sulen took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling just now was too strong. New equipment? For me? Chris's eyes lit up at the mention of new equipment. Of course it's for you. Sulen rubbed her head. Let's go. Soon, Sulen brought Chris to a room. There were many stone platforms in this room. These platforms had been sealed by magic barriers, and pieces of equipment were floating on the platforms. Suluin took her to a stone platform and gently inputted a magic password on the stone platform. The protective barrier on the surface of the stone platform disappeared, and a piece of equipment appeared in front of them. This weapon is called Poison Fang. It's the strongest and sharpest tooth I took from the Hydra's head when I killed it last time. It has armor-piercing, anti-magic, sharpness, poison, and paralysis effects. Try it and see how it works. Sulen took the dagger and handed it to Chris. Other than using a whip, Chris also used a dagger. Her dagger energy was very strong. Chris grabbed the dagger with one hand and did all kinds of fancy things with the other. She was very familiar with the dagger. Very good. That's good. Hathaway turned around and took a delicately made belt. This is the Giant's Belt of Strength. After wearing it, your strength will increase greatly. You need to get used to it in advance. Hathaway made 2 Giant's Belt of Strength. They were made from the body materials of the Frost Giant Chief and the Swamp Giant Chief. The 2 Giant's Belt of Strength were basically the same. The only difference was the color of the belt. The Frost Giant's belt was blue, and the Swamp Giant's belt was yellow. This kind of Giant's Belt of Strength had very few uses. Its purpose was to increase strength. It could give the wearer the strength of a frost giant or a swamp giant. The best belt of strength in the material plane was the Frost Giant King's belt. It was said to be made from the skin of a frost giant king. It could increase the wearer's strength by 8, and the highest was 35. The 2 belts made by Hathaway could increase the wearer's strength by 4, and the highest was 30. There were restrictions on relying on external forces to increase the body's attributes. For example, attributes added by equipment, such as strength, could not be stacked and had a limit. The second kind was the increase in strength from spells. At the same time, the attributes added by spells could not be stacked and would be covered. The third kind was the eruption of the body's potential. The most common was Berserk. The attributes in these 3 states could be stacked. Chris took the belt and put it on. As she put it on, her whole body immediately surged with a heat full of power. Chapter 486. How do you feel? Sulen asked with a smile. My body is full of power. I think I can punch through the wall here. Chrissy said eagerly. Do you want to give it a try? Sulen said, looking at Chrissy with a teasing smile. However, Chrissy didn't notice at all. She nodded and agreed. Sulen took Chrissy to the training ground of the Wizard Tower, and then the two stood in the middle of the training ground. Chrissy was a warlock and a part-time assassin. As soon as she stood still, she attacked. With a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared in front of Sulen. Sulen blocked it with his long sword. Although he was not an assassin, Sulen's agility attribute was much higher than Chrissy's. The battle between the two was very fast. In the eyes of others, there were afterimages quickly appearing on the battlefield. And only when they collided did sparks burst out. Chris surrounded Sulen and kept attacking. Every attack she made was aimed at Sulen's fatal points, which made people tremble with fear. Bang! Sulen blocked Chrissy's attack again. The cold light on the dagger was less than a centimeter away from Sulen's throat. However, a huge force came from the dagger, and Chrissy's body flew backward at an even faster speed. She then smashed into the wall beside her. Ouch! It hurts. I'm done, Chris said as she rubbed her aching back. I'm an assassin, but my dexterity isn't as high as yours. Moreover, your strength is more than one level lower. Why should I torture myself? Chrissy sat on the ground with a depressed expression. Sulen smiled and walked over to help her up. Now that you have the strength belt, your strength has reached the standard of an ordinary frost giant. You're much stronger than other assassins, Sulen said with a smile. The best strength belt was made from the skin of a frost giant king, or a cloud giant king. It allowed the wearer to have the strength of a frost giant chieftain. I've also prepared other equipment for you. More equipment? Hearing Sulen's words, Chris's eyes lit up. She grabbed Sulen's hand and got up from the ground. Let me see what kind of equipment it is. Let's go. Sulen pulled Chris back to the lab. This is a mind headdress. It can add a mind shield to prevent you from being controlled by mind control spells. Prerequisites. Well, immunity to some mind control spells and mind attack spells. Sulen handed a beautiful gemstone headband to Chris. The gemstones used in the headband were actually the eyes of the Brain Hunters. The Brain Hunter's eyes had the same special psionic ability as the Beholder. After soaking in a specially concocted potion, the Brain Hunter's eyes would become very hard, as beautiful as the best cat's eye gems. Gale Boots. It comes with advanced haste, fly, featherfall, and auto-recharge. You should be able to use it. The Gale Boots were made of Cryopterus leather. The wind element on it was rich, and with the runes inscribed with mithril, it was already a quasi-legendary level magic equipment. Agility Gem. It can strengthen your agility perception. It will be effective as long as you wear it. Sulen handed a gem to Chris. In addition to the agility gem, Hathaway also made strength gems, physique gems, mind gems, and charm gems. These gems required high-quality magic gems as the main material, and many rare materials were added. Only one of these gems could be worn at a time, and the effect was not bad. It could increase the corresponding attributes by 3 points. These attribute gems could only be worn one at a time, and the attributes increased by the gem could be stacked with other equipment. If you wanted to change it, you would have to take it off and exchange it. In fact, these attribute gems were only the primary products of another type of gem, the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. This gem required 5 high-quality attribute gems and other materials to synthesize. After success, you would get a Philosopher's Stone. The success rate of the Philosopher's Stone was very low, but after success, the Philosopher's Stone would increase all attributes by 3 points. It was a pity that Hathaway hadn't made it yet. Shadow Cloak, with a high-level invisibility spell. It can strengthen stealth and shadow at the same time. It can summon a mirror image. The mirror image is exactly the same as the original, but the damage is only 1/5 of the original. The mirror image's defense is also 1/5 of the original. It was a very good cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention, or to cover an attack or retreat. If used well, it was not difficult to change the outcome of a battle. Protection Ring. This is made based on the ring I used to wear. After activation, a high-level energy protection force field will appear. Anti-magic ring. After wearing it, it can increase magic resistance. It is very valuable against wizards. Beside him, Chris was dazzled, her face full of shock. This set of equipment was simply too luxurious. Any one of these equipment in front of her would be sold for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of kinner. With so many of them added up, it was a few million kinner. Chris had become a moving treasure trove. The main materials for these equipment were obtained by Sulen from killing various monsters and monsters. After Hathaway's crafting, they became powerful magic equipment. As a member of the Chinese family in his previous life, Sulen had also inherited the fine traditions of the Chinese family. For example, he was obsessed with the construction of cities, roads, and other infrastructures. For example, Sulen was like a squirrel in winter, hoarding large amounts of wealth. These things in front of her were accumulated bit by bit. When he was playing games, Sulen liked to accumulate large amounts of materials and gems. Then he would upgrade his equipment every once in a while. After giving all the equipment to Chris, Sulen went to find Alex. Alex was flipping through books in the library. When he saw Sulen coming, he put down the book and said, "How come you have time to come here today?" Sulen stepped forward and grabbed Alex's arm. "Come with me, I have something for you." Sulen pulled Alex to the lab. In the lab, as soon as Alex entered, he was attracted by a luxurious mage robe. The appearance of the equipment made by Hathaway was basically designed by Sulen. Suluan combined the various patterns he had seen in his previous life. After some deletions or direct plagiarism, the pattern was much better than the original pattern in this world. Of course, some impractical patterns were also deleted by Suluan. This is the Starry Sky robe. The main material is the skin of the Hydra. It's made from the softest skin of the Hydra's abdomen. The gold and silver threads on it are made from adamantine and mithril. Although the skin of the Hydra's abdomen is not as tough as the other parts, it's still tougher than normal fur. The softness is also very suitable. It's a good material for inner armor or wizard robes. The wizard robe in front of Alex was in the style of a windbreaker. It was very luxurious, and the tall Alex looked very beautiful in it. "Is it beautiful? It's so beautiful." Alex stared at the wizard robe in front of him without blinking. "Try it on." Sulen smiled. "Okay." Alex did not refuse. He stepped forward and put on the wizard robe. This wizard robe is called the Starry Sky robe. It comes with spell maximization and mana reconstruction metamagic abilities. At the same time, it can greatly increase your mana recovery speed. Magic resistance is 25. There are also advanced chain of accidents and spell sequences on it. It can increase the casting speed, reduce the casting difficulty, and shorten the casting time. Many spells that would take you a second or 2 to 3 seconds to cast will take a lot less time with this Starry Sky magic robe. Some spells can even be cast instantly. Chain of accidents and spell sequences will need to be input and set by you. When the time comes, you just need to prepare according to your fighting style. The wizard robe also comes with flash spells, advanced invisibility spells, flight spells, advanced mage armor, and advanced energy defensive force field. There's also the life-saving spell, Banish. Banish was a spell that did not have any attacking power. The only use of this spell was to instantly send an object into a different dimension. In this different dimension, the object would not be able to move, and at the same time, it would not be able to be attacked. It would only come out of the different dimension when the time came. This banish was very similar to the Time Dragon's Time Banish. It was said that this spell was made to imitate the Time Dragon's Time Banish. Time Banish, the Time Dragon's innate ability. It can directly throw the enemy out of time. The creature will completely disappear and be unable to move. Of course, others will not be able to attack it until its existence is recaptured by time. In other words, it will appear in the near future. During this process, the existence of the opponent can be said to have completely disappeared. During this time, everything about the subject will be stopped, and even their thoughts will be stagnant. Of course, Banish was not so powerful. It could only send the person into a different dimension for a period of time. It would not stop their thoughts. The duration was 30 seconds. It could be used to escape or trap the enemy. What do you think? That's great, Alex said happily. The robe is beautiful. The spells on it are also great. As long as you like it. Sulen shrugged. Here's something for you. Look at this staff. Sulen took out a staff. Suluan had used a branch of a nature oak tree for this staff, and had carved a large number of magic patterns on it. This staff could store a level 8 spell, a level 7 spell, and 2 level 6 spells. At the same time, it could reduce the casting difficulty and mana consumption. It was blessed with the metamagic ability, Spell Penetration. Chapter 487. Sulen was busy preparing equipment for Chris and Alex to enhance their strength, and Hathaway was no exception. Compared to Chris and Alex's equipment, Hathaway's equipment was more powerful. Alex's Starry Sky robe was actually a simplified version of Hathaway's Sage Robe of Wisdom. Not only did it have all the power of the Starry Sky robe, but it also had many supreme magic skills that were at the legend level. As for the magic staff, the nature oak was now in its growth stage, and its branches could not be used to make legendary magic staffs. Originally, the Hydra's spine could be used to make legendary magic staffs, but this kind of spine material was more suitable for necromancy and voodoo spells. It was not suitable for Hathaway's prophecy, incantation, and evocation spells. Ordinary magic staffs had almost no effect on Hathaway. Hathaway's magic staff was still the one she made before, and its effect on her could only be said to be better than nothing. Northern Wilderness, Ruins Valley, Kobold Camp. Under Sullen's deliberate indulgence, this kobold camp already had more than 2,000 kobolds and goblins. These monsters were now all believers of the evil god of the Heartless. After more than half a year of development, this place had become the evil god of the Heartless headquarters. This fruit had now matured, and Sulen was ready to harvest it. The ice and snow had melted, and Sulen set off with an army from the northern battlefront city, accompanied by Chris and Alex. As for Hathaway, she still stayed in the wizard tower to cooperate with them. These slender rogues quickly disappeared in front of people's eyes. Sir, there are no enemies. We have arrived at the predetermined location. Hide here. From now on, you can only enter and not leave. Sulen said coldly. Ever since the kobolds were allowed to live in the valley, Sulen had never relaxed his surveillance of them. A large number of harpies were keeping a close eye on the valley. Because of the arrival of winter, all the kobolds who were out had returned to the valley to spend the winter. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one exit. The mountains blocked the cold wind, so the winter here wasn't too cold. Moreover, there was a spring in the valley, and there was land for farming. It could be said that as long as the entrance was sealed, it would be a paradise. Of course, the space in this valley was limited. It could only accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people at most. Sulen came to the outskirts of the valley and looked at the kobolds who were preparing for the ritual. He didn't bring a lot of soldiers with him this time. There were only 300 of them, but they weren't weak at all. There were 100 half-elf archers, 100 barbarian warriors, and 100 spear guards. After 3 years of development, Sullen's current guards had already been replaced by the formation breaker. The number of people in the formation breaker had officially broken through 50, and the shooting sound battalion was not inferior, reaching 40 people. These guards weren't here to protect Sulen, but to protect the palace. The valley below was already occupied by the kobolds. After a few months of development, these kobolds had built all kinds of defenses here. Although the normal kobolds weren't very intelligent, the kobold warlocks were still very intelligent. At least, they weren't worse than normal people. After seeing this kobold tribe, Sulen was surprised to find that there were at least 12 kobold warlocks in this tribe. It must be known that in the northern wilderness, only one kobold warlock could awaken in a kobold tribe with over 1,000 people. In this kobold tribe with only 2,000 people, there were 12 spellcasters. This probability was higher than the human world. In addition to the kobold warlocks, there were at least 3 teams of dragon blood kobolds. One team had 36 kobolds, and 3 teams had 108 kobolds. A village of this size could be considered a medium-sized tribe in the northern wilderness. The equipment of these kobolds was somewhat crude. They wore dirty leather armor and held metal weapons in their hands. Kobolds knew how to smelt metal, but due to technical problems, the metal they smelted had a lot of impurities, and the weapons they made were much worse. Sulan was very clear that this was definitely the work of the evil god. Normal kobolds were classified as level 1, but their strength didn't reach level 1. According to the system's rating, a farmer with simple training was only level 1. Such a farmer only needed to be calm and collected to deal with 3 kobolds. The dragon blood kobold's strength wasn't something normal kobolds could compare to. The profession level of a dragon blood kobold was level 7. This was already stronger than a knight. As for the kobold warlocks, their strength was at least level 2. Most kobold warlocks had mastered the fireball spell. This spell wasn't trash, but in fact the destructive power of the fireball spell was very strong. This spell was basically comparable to the power of a small caliber cannon. In the valley in front of them, the kobolds used trees, rocks, and mud to build a crude wall to seal off the entrance of the valley. There was also a team of kobold guards on the wall. In the valley, there was a messy village. A stream flowed outside the village, and there were some cultivated farmlands nearby. However, the farming techniques were terrible, and the farmlands looked more like graffiti. However, in terms of civilization, the kobold village in front of them was much more advanced than the kobolds in the northern wilderness. The kobolds here looked like they were living in a slave society. Rough mud walls were erected around the village. They were nearly half a meter thick and were made of stones and mud. Behind the mud walls were low thatched huts and mud enclosures. There were also many slaves working outside the village. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked too simple and crude, this was completely a town. They're learning really fast. Seeing the scene in the valley, Sulan couldn't help but sigh. These kobolds and goblins that escaped from the northern city might have only learned a little, but under the power of the evil god, they started to develop a civilization. Since when did the evil god start to develop believers? Or was he preparing to transform into a true god? Although Sulan didn't know what the evil god was planning, he could tell that he was planning something big. Woo-woo-woo. A low bugle horn sounded from the village, followed by a series of noisy shouts. Accompanied by the kobold's clumsy draconic language, it sounded like thousands of dogs barking at the same time. It was very irritating to listen to. In the center of the village, a group of priests wearing strange masks stood on an altar. The stones on the altar were a strange dark red, as if they were soaked in blood. The kobolds around them looked very fanatical, and there was a kind of sick madness in their eyes. Then, under the escort of a team of strong dragon blood kobold warriors, a group of captives was dragged out. What surprised Sulan was that there were not only goblins and kobolds among the captives, but also jackalans and orcs. These slaves were covered in ugly scars, and their eyes were numb. There was no sign of life. Woof, woof woof. A series of broken dragon language sounded. It was the kobold priests praising the evil god. When the leading priest raised his hand, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Then there was another shout. The black mass of people all knelt on the ground, and then started to chant under the guidance of the priest. The entire ritual site was in a frenzy. The kobolds and goblins' eyes were all red as they screamed hysterically. Their loud voices reverberated throughout the valley, and the birds and beasts in the surrounding forest were also frightened by this sound. Woof woof. A cruel smile appeared on the leading kobold priest's face. He held an obsidian dagger in his hand, and came to the first captive. With a flash of cold light, the sharp dagger directly pierced the captive's chest. The captive opened his eyes wide and wanted to struggle, but he was held down by the dragon blood kobold next to him. The priest did not stop. Instead, he cut horizontally with the dagger, opening a large hole in the captive's chest. Blood gushed out, and a bright red beating heart appeared in front of him. The kobold priest grabbed the beating heart, and the obsidian dagger in his hand flashed with cold light, and he instantly cut it off. Hot blood gushed out of the captive's veins, but the kobold priest did not care. The blood flowed along the rocks and onto the altar. The priest held the heart in one hand and the dagger in the other, and he walked to the center of the altar with a very sincere expression. He then carefully placed the heart on the dark red stone platform. As the blood flowed out, a strange evil energy also appeared. The kobold believers all had frenzied, intoxicated, and excited expressions on their faces. Su Luan quietly watched the group of kobolds perform the blood sacrifice. Obviously, these dogs couldn't change their habit of eating shit. The evil god of the Heartless still liked blood sacrifices. After all, blood sacrifices were the easiest way to obtain divine power. Otherwise, in ancient times, almost all the gods would have accepted the blood sacrifice. However, this blood sacrifice had a lot of side effects, which made the gods fearful. In the end, they had to give up on this ritual. Otherwise, this method of sacrifice would not have been abandoned. Relying on the conscience of the gods? In the past, many true gods went crazy because of blood sacrifices. They attacked everywhere, and were eventually surrounded and killed by other gods. In the end, the gods gave up on this ritual. Looking at the dark red bloodstains on the altar, this kind of sacrificial ceremony had been held countless times. In fact, this kind of blood sacrifice was not conducive to the development of believers. Although the normal development of believers seemed to take a long time, and the effect was slow, this kind of method was sustainable. In the long run, this kind of method was far more beneficial than blood sacrifice. Chapter 488. The specialty of a blood sacrifice was that it took only a short time and had a quick effect. The gods naturally liked this method. As for the other method that had a better long-term effect, they could not see that far ahead. Don't overestimate the knowledge of the gods. In fact, most of the gods were short-sighted. Soon, the second captive was dragged out. A blood sacrifice was not enough to satisfy the evil god. In ancient times, there were often blood sacrifices of thousands of people. There were even a few blood sacrifices of tens of thousands of people. As an evil god, the Heartless would not be satisfied so easily. As time passed, the scale of the blood sacrifice would only increase. One day, the believers would not be able to bear it. If the blood sacrifice could not provide powerful sacrifices, then they would have to rely on sufficient numbers to please the evil god. Therefore, a blood sacrifice would often last for a long time. Through this blood sacrifice, the believers would be able to obtain the god's blessing. The quality of the sacrifices provided by the kobolds was not high, so they could only rely on numbers to make up for it. The sun gradually set, and the light in the valley became even dimmer. Pine oil torches were lit, and the priests began to dig out the hearts of the captives. Soon all the captives were killed, but the evil god seemed to be dissatisfied with the sacrifices. The entire altar was shrouded in an eerie and terrifying aura. The invisible pressure made the kobolds tremble. The evil god was not an obedient child. If they could not satisfy the evil god's request, the evil god would do it himself. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the leading priest. He then ordered in a deep voice. A few strong dragon-blooded kobolds rushed to the back of the crowd and grabbed some disabled kobolds and goblins. The captured kobolds and goblins screamed in horror and tried to escape, but everyone lowered their heads and ignored them. As the obsidian dagger slashed across, a kobold's chest was directly torn apart. His steaming heart was dug out. Scarlet blood spurted out and slowly flowed into the crevices of the rocks on the altar. As the heart was placed on the altar, the evil god's consciousness showed a trace of satisfaction. Then, it kept urging the sacrifice to continue. Seeing this, the kobold priest inwardly let out a sigh of relief before killing the other kobold. At the same time, the faces of the kobolds and gnomes kneeling before the altar were once again filled with fervent excitement. The kobold priest could feel the power within his body growing, and his heart was filled with joy. After every blood sacrifice, his strength would increase. This was a gift from the gods, and as long as he continued to sacrifice, he would become even more powerful. Above the altar, a blood-red spirit light enveloped the entire valley. This spirit light was emitted by the evil god. At this time, the sacrifice had reached its climax. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Even Sulen could smell it in the air. "Do it," Sulen ordered coldly. "Alex, have the harpies seal off the battlefield. Don't let any living creature escape." "Yes, master." Alex gently flapped her wings, and a wave of energy spread out from her body. Soon, 3,000 harpies descended from the sky and surrounded the valley. "Chris, don't leave anyone alive in this battle." "Yes, master." The little succubus Chris's tall figure stepped forward and responded. Then a group of demons behind her spread their wings and flew towards the valley in a flash. The northern battlefront city's army, which had already been prepared, began to move. Arrows rained down from the earth walls at the entrance of the valley. The kobolds patrolling the area were shot into hedgehogs before they could even react. The leading kobold with dragon blood was the focus of attention. At least 20 arrows pierced through its 2-meter-tall body. Blood flowed everywhere, and this kobold with dragon blood fell to the ground dead, before he could even make a sound. The barbarian warriors covered in armor all roared and charged forward with their giant axes. These barbarians directly activated charge and rushed towards the earth walls at the entrance of the valley like tanks. Then they jumped and smashed through the gate. The stronger ones even smashed through the walls made of stone, wood and clay. The first line of defense built by the kobolds only lasted for a minute before it was completely destroyed. Frantic shouts came from the valley, and the sound of the collision startled the kobolds who were in the middle of the sacrificial ritual. The evil god Heartless also sensed something, and it roared furiously. Then, all the kobolds turned their heads to look. In the next second, the kobolds also roared furiously, grabbed their weapons, and rushed toward the entrance of the valley. Pang, pang, pang. As the sound of bowstrings rang out, sharp arrows fell from the sky, instantly pinning the charging kobold gnomes to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. Spinning slash. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and colorful organs fell everywhere. The blood made the barbarian warriors even more excited. Many of the barbarian warriors' eyes were bloodshot, and they directly activated Berserk. Their already tall bodies grew even taller, and the axes in their hands were like wheat being reaped. They killed all the kobolds and goblins that rushed up. Teams of spear guards followed closely behind. These spear guards wore fine iron armor and held spears in their hands. They lined up in a neat formation and pushed forward uniformly. After the kobolds and goblins collided with the spear guards, it was like a tide crashing into a reef. Bright red blood splashed like waves, and the enemies were directly stabbed to death in front of the spear formation. Lightning spear. A bolt of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand, and then a bright bolt of lightning was thrown out by Sulen. The lightning instantly hit the kobold priest on the altar. The powerful lightning power instantly hit the priest's chest, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in his chest. The powerful lightning power turned the area around the wound into a pile of charcoal. These kobold wizards were also priests, so who knew if they had some strange spells? So Sulen took care of these people first. Lightning flashed, and then a few more bolts of lightning shot out. The dozen priests around the altar were just about to attack, but they were all covered by the lightning. A series of crackling sounds came, and these kobold priests were directly turned into piles of charcoal. Their corpses fell down one by one, and blood kept flowing out. The blood then seeped into the altar. There were sounds of killing all around, and kobolds and goblins were killed one after another. Because Sulen gave the order to kill, these people did not plan to take any prisoners. Everywhere they went, there was a rain of blood. Blood sprayed on the ground, and then slowly flowed under the influence of a strange power. The blood slowly gathered towards the altar, as if it had a life of its own. Fortunately, the battlefield was in chaos, and no one noticed this problem. Hundreds and thousands of people died, and a large amount of blood gathered. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Nimble half-elven archers nimbly jumped onto the roofs and shot at the enemies. Quick, take the high ground. Archers, focus on suppressing the enemies. Break their formation. Don't give them a chance to regroup. Waves of shouts sounded, and arrows rained down. The kobolds that were just about to gather into a formation were once again heavily injured. The half-elven archers shot very quickly. One of the older half-elves held 6 arrows in one hand, and in a short 2 seconds, he shot out 7 or 8 arrows in one breath. The kobolds that he aimed at fell one by one. One of the dragon blood dog-headed men roared, and grabbed a heavy metal shield and charged forward, wanting to get close to the archers. This powerful dragon blood kobold was very fast. The archers immediately focused their fire on it. However, this dragon blood kobold's reaction was very fast, and the shield in its hand was very large. It easily blocked those arrows. With the protection of the other kobolds, this dragon blood kobold was very fast. Seeing that it was less than 10 meters away from the archers, the older half-elven archer's eyes narrowed, and his gaze became as sharp as an eagle's. Then a scorching energy shot out from his bow. Flame arrow. Boom! The flame arrow was like a cannonball that flew over in an instant, and then directly hit the dragon blood kobold. The shield in the kobold's hand was instantly blown to pieces, and the high temperature directly melted the metal shield. The kobold hiding behind the shield was directly blown away, and his entire body turned into a ball of fire. After the death of this kobold, the morale of the kobolds in the surroundings collapsed, and they turned to run. The battlefield was completely one-sided, and the kobolds and goblins suffered heavy casualties. Large amounts of blood gathered on the altar, and the evil energy on the altar became stronger and stronger. Now that the battle had reached this stage, the kobolds had long since collapsed. Many kobolds wanted to surrender, but they were immediately killed. Seeing this, the remaining kobolds started to run. However, there was only one exit in the valley, and they had nowhere to run. As the kobolds suffered heavy casualties, the evil energy quickly grew, and an evil spirit chi spread out from the altar. The evil spirit chi swept out, and in Sullen's eyes, the souls of the kobolds that had been killed were sucked in, and a shocking power quickly gathered. A powerful energy fluctuation appeared, and this energy tore through space, and a black shadow forcibly squeezed in. As the black shadow appeared, the blood on the altar instantly fused into the black shadow's body. Chapter 489. Boom. Soul energy surged, and a large amount of blood gathered. The original altar suddenly shattered, and a tall figure appeared there. Everyone, retreat to the exit of the valley immediately. Sulen immediately said after seeing the bloody figure. The next battle is no longer something you can interfere with. At this time, Sulen had already descended from mid-air. Lightning flashed on his body, and the storm halberd appeared in his hand. Powerful lightning power filled the air, and lightning snakes flashed through the air. Thunderstorm skill. The dazzling lightning cut through the night sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, instantly hitting the bloody figure that was constantly churning. Blood splattered, and lightning shot in all directions. A large amount of blood evaporated, and a 3-meter-tall figure appeared in front of them. You deserve to die. A roar was heard, followed by a powerful evil energy that instantly burst out. Sulen felt his body sink. Ding, affected by blasphemy power. Ding, affected by evil spirit energy. Lightning surged, and Sullen's body was shrouded in a layer of lightning energy. Then, a powerful lightning power erupted from Sullen's body. Thunder domain. Endless lightning appeared in Sullen's eyes. At this time, Sulen was like the incarnation of lightning. Seeing the blood-red figure in front of him, Suluin didn't have to guess to know that it was the evil god known as the Heartless. Although it wasn't his real body, he had already injected most of his power into this incarnation. Gods were afraid of death, and very few gods would take the initiative to leave their divine kingdom with their true body. This evil god in front of him had put in a lot of effort this time. Although it was not his true body, the incarnation was not an ordinary incarnation. If this incarnation died, the evil god's strength would plummet, and he would suffer heavy losses. Seeing this incarnation, Sulen was not too surprised. After all, he had already prepared for this situation. As an evil god, although not a true god, his combat power was far beyond that of a legendary expert. Sulen speculated that this evil god's true body was much stronger than a demigod. The incarnation in front of him was also not to be underestimated. Lightning Spear. After activating the Thunder territory, the thunder power around Sulen became even stronger. A thunder spear filled with a destructive aura quickly formed in his hand. Sulen immediately threw out a lightning spear. However, Sulen's target wasn't the evil god's divine incarnation, but the spatial portal that had been torn open. Amidst the thunderous roar, the heartless divine incarnation looked strangely at the collapsing portal. The lightning exploded, and even the altar below was destroyed by the lightning spear. Suluan wasn't going to leave the teleportation gate behind. What if this divine avatar escaped through the teleportation gate? Sui Xiong did not want to give up on the incarnation at the last moment and escape with the power of divinity. If that was the case, then all his efforts would be for naught. An angry roar sounded. Sulen directly destroyed the portal. The evil god's incarnation could not return unless he accumulated power again and started a new round of blood sacrifice. The wind raged. The angry evil god's incarnation was very fast. With a flash of red light, it had already appeared in front of Sulen. A blood tentacle instantly shot out. Sulen's storm battle halberd swept across and directly cut off the blood tentacle. However, something unexpected happened. The blood tentacle that was cut off quickly moved toward the main body and then merged back together. Regeneration? Or other abilities? Sulen frowned slightly. Or immunity to physical damage? Lightning spear. The storm battle halberd was instantly wrapped in a layer of violent thunder power. With Sulen's attack, thunder and lightning clashed in the sky. Boom. The moment the two sides clashed, an extremely fierce battle broke out. Horrifying scars appeared on the evil god's incarnation's huge body, and the energy shield on the surface of Sulen's body shattered one after another. The evil god's incarnation's attack directly hit Sulen's body, but he blocked it with his spear. Thunder and blood made a fierce explosion, and the two were directly pushed away by the explosion. Revenge. 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 I'm going to eat you. The evil god's incarnation muttered. Sulen's ears were shrouded in chaos. Whispers kept ringing in his ears. These noisy voices seemed to ignore space and appeared directly in his mind, constantly disturbing his mind. Sulen frowned. He hated this kind of enemy. Not only was their vitality tenacious, but they were also very difficult to kill. They were either immune to physical damage or had super strong regenerative abilities. Blasphemy. In a strange silence, an inexplicable figure appeared and pierced Sulen's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of attack was useless. Sulen had a strong will to begin with, and he also had the iron will talent ability. His own resistance was also high, and he was not afraid of this kind of control spell at all. Great Cleave. The evil god's follower rushed directly toward Sulen, and the evil energy kept corroding the surrounding space. Rumble. After realizing that magical attacks were useless against him, the evil god's incarnation directly used physical attacks. A giant sword condensed from flesh appeared in its hand. Sulen's body flashed and flew past from the side. Accompanied by the flash of thunder, Sulen's storm battle halberd fiercely cut a hideous wound on his body. A blood whip swept across. The blood whip had strong corrosive properties, and a layer of the rocks next to it was directly corroded. In a short while, the surrounding ground and rocks were full of traces of corrosion. There was also a layer of divine force field around the evil god's incarnation. Sulen was very clear about this and had already prepared for it. The storm battle halberd flashed with thunder and attacked quickly. The evil god's incarnation did not show any weakness. It fought speed with speed, and the whip shadows covered the surroundings tightly. The sky was filled with whip shadows that fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Sulen swept the evil god's incarnation away. Then, without any hesitation, he instantly chased after it. Chain Fireball. Spell maximization. Flames rose up, and the evil god's incarnation was beaten to a pulp. Sulen did not stop at all. Fireball after fireball whizzed out. In the deafening explosion, the evil god's incarnation in front of him became smaller and smaller, and the energy layer on the surface of its body became shaky. The evil god's incarnation was originally an amalgamation of chaotic evil power. Later on, it received a large number of blood sacrifices, and its consciousness became even more chaotic and crazy. In the face of Sulen's attacks, It did not dodge at all. It directly rushed forward. With a flash of blood, it was already in front of Sulen. A scarlet shadow instantly attacked. Bang! Thunder exploded. Tentacles of blood instantly hit Sulen. These tentacles of blood attacked very quickly. In just a moment, Sulen was attacked hundreds of times. The thunder shield only lasted for 2 seconds before cracks appeared. Advanced Mage Armor. Advanced Energy Protective Barrier. Advanced Deflection Force Field Protection. Rays of spiritual light flashed across Sulen's body. The protective spells that he had prepared in advance were released in an instant. Invisible barriers opened up. The moment the thunder shield shattered, it directly blocked the evil god's incarnation's attack. Silver Dragon Inverse Scales Spear. The shadow of a silver dragon appeared on Sulen's body. Then, with a blinding flash of lightning, it suddenly attacked the evil god's incarnation in front of him. Endless lightning instantly wrapped around it. As the evil god, its power was completely opposite to Sulen's. The blood light on its body was constantly being worn down by the lightning. At this moment, Sulen suddenly felt his heart palpitate. A sense of danger enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, Sulen's body flashed as he tried to retreat. Boom! Just as he was about to retreat, a dazzling red light swept over him like a hot knife through butter. The lightning that had been wrapped around the evil god's incarnation was also worn down by the red light. Wherever the red light went, an evil, chaotic, and crazy corrosive energy came out. Although this kind of energy was not very damaging, it had a very disgusting ability. It could corrode other people, and it was very difficult to get rid of. But this kind of explosive power cost a lot of energy, and the cooldown time was very long. After using his talent, his sixth sense, to dodge the attack, Sulen rushed forward again. After the explosion, the evil god's body's blood light became even dimmer. A round of extremely effective chain of fireballs appeared again. After casting that spell, Sulen threw out 5 lightning whips. The evil god's incarnation was sent flying again. Boom! 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 The evil god's giant body was pierced again. The blood light on its body was used up. This time, its wounds did not heal as quickly as before. Instead, there was a hideous gash. Now Sulen could see the evil god's incarnation's scary, twisted soul. That was the evil god's soul origin, but it was not all of it. It was only a part of it. This time, to take revenge on Sulen, the evil god had given up a lot. It had given up a part of its soul origin and god power. Evil gods relied on blood sacrifices and sacrifices to grow. But blood sacrifices made gods crazy. Evil gods were a collection of chaotic powers, and now, they were even crazier. The evil god in front of Hansun had lost its sense of self. It had become a collection of all kinds of negative energy and chaotic consciousness. When Sulen absorbed the god's divinity, it had a strong consciousness. So when he absorbed the god's divinity, he spent a lot of effort to wipe out the consciousness of the god's divinity. That was difficult, and it took a lot of time. But it also brought him many benefits. He would not be affected by the consciousness of the god's divinity. He would not become a puppet controlled by the god's divinity. Dazzling lightning swept across. After losing its powerful regenerative ability, the evil god's incarnation was no match for Suluan. Under Suluan's constant attacks, it could only retreat again and again, with more and more wounds appearing on its body. Chapter 490. Thunderstorm Spell. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless lightning bolts rolled back and forth in the dark clouds. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky and instantly struck the evil god's incarnation. Without enough power to quickly regenerate, endless lightning instantly drowned it. Lightning Spear. Endless lightning power instantly gathered in Sulen's hand, and a lightning spear formed completely from lightning power appeared in Sulen's hand. In the next second, he threw the lightning spear and instantly hit the evil god's incarnation, which was still in a stiff state. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The evil god's incarnation's body was extremely stiff and fixed on the spot. The evil god's incarnation's body shattered like crystal glass, and powerful lightning burst out from its body, illuminating the entire valley in an instant. The evil god's incarnation's entire body disintegrated into countless tiny dust particles bit by bit. A gust of wind blew past, and the evil god's incarnation's body disappeared without a trace. Ah! A miserable wail sounded. Just as the evil god's incarnation's body was completely destroyed, the countless souls that it had absorbed just now surged out of its dissipated body. As these souls had only been absorbed for a short period of time, the evil god of the Heartless had no time to absorb and digest these souls. Therefore, these souls were basically still complete. They were just a little distorted because they were contaminated with the chaotic energy of the evil god's body. Soul-binding spell. A spiritual light rose from Sullen's body, and quickly imprisoned a part of the evil god's soul core that wanted to escape. Endless lightning power turned into lightning chains. These chains crisscrossed and weaved into a large net in midair, as if enveloping the entire world. The evil god's soul, which was mixed in with a large number of spirits, couldn't escape in time and was completely sealed. As a spiritual light flashed, the large net in the sky instantly enveloped downwards. All the spirits and the evil god's soul were trapped in the lightning net. Soul-binding spell. Sulen took out more than 10 magic gems from his storage space. Bolts of lightning turned into countless chains and pulled all the spirits into the magic gems. Those low-level spirits were directly sealed in the magic gems. As the evil god's soul, Sulen specially used a high-quality magic gem to seal it. As the evil god's soul was sealed into the magic gem, the entire magic gem turned purplish-red. A crazy and chaotic aura was constantly emitted from the gem. Just standing nearby made people feel very uncomfortable. Sulen snapped his fingers, and the soul crystals floating in the air fell into his palm. Ding! The battle is over. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god Heartless Divine Incarnation. You have received 368,000 experience points. You have obtained 30 high-quality magic gems. You have obtained 2 sets of Star Ocean Silver Sand. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god Heartless Divine Power Incarnation. You have obtained Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations, host. You've won an epic victory. Congratulations, host. Your army has completely wiped out the evil god Heartless Believer's gathering place. You have obtained 103,000 experience points. Evil God Heartless Stronghold Extermination Battle. Battlefield Level. High Legendary. February 1689 of the Huiyue calendar. You discovered a hidden stronghold of the evil god Heartless. After some preparations, you launched a war and successfully wiped out the stronghold of the evil god Heartless Believers. You also killed the evil god Heartless Divine Power Incarnation. Your name is widely spread across the continent. Prestige plus 15. Favorability of various Orthodox churches plus 30. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are full. You have leveled up. Current level 30. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have obtained Platinum Treasure Chest X2. As the battle ended, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Sulen dispersed the energy on his body, and the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky also dissipated. The battlefield was a mess. The original altar had long since disappeared in the aftermath of the battle, and the surrounding village was only left with broken walls. Clean up the battlefield and kill all enemies. Leave no one alive in this battle. With Sullen's order, the Northgard city's army began a net-like search of the valley. Not all the enemies had died in the battle just now. Many had taken advantage of the chaos to escape to various parts of the valley, but because there was only one exit, these kobolds had nowhere to run. After arranging for people to clean up the battlefield, Sulen returned to the Northwind Tower. After leaving the follow-up matters to Hathaway and Chrissy, he went to the seclusion room to check on his harvest. The most precious thing in this battle was naturally the divinity crystal. Su Luan checked it, and found that this divinity crystal contained 6 points of divinity. It could be said that this was the most divinity Su Luan had ever obtained. However, it wasn't easy to absorb this divinity crystal. He hadn't finished absorbing the Brain Hunter's divinity crystal, so he could only slowly absorb this divinity crystal. Currently, Sulen needed about a month to absorb a single point of divinity. If he wanted to absorb all of it, he would need half a year. However, this was already a fat piece of meat in his mouth. There was no rush to eat it. He opened the storage space and opened the 2 diamond treasure chests and the 2 platinum treasure chests together. A series of beautiful special effects flashed, and the sound of a system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host! You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 transformations golden pill *1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item wishing crystal *1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item nature god crystal *1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the book Levitating Ring Theory and Production. When the light faded, Sulen couldn't wait to take out the 4 items to check. Sulen had already obtained a bottle of 9 transformations golden pill. This kind of pill was very powerful. Each pill could increase 5 free attribute points. It was a rare item. Sulen beamed with joy as he put away the bottle of pills. The second treasure chest contained a crystal called the Wishing Crystal. Sulen curiously picked up the crystal and looked at it. This crystal looked clear and transparent. There were no impurities in it. It looked very beautiful. This crystal also contained a strange power. Sulen didn't know what this power was for. After playing with the crystal for a while, Sulen asked the system to appraise it. Wishing Crystal. A special kind of crystal bred by nature. It has a special power. It is said that Jinn elemental spirits like this kind of crystal very much. When using the wishing spell, you can use the wishing crystal as an item of exchange. When negotiating with the Jinn elemental spirits, the wishing crystal can obtain a higher value. This is actually an item used for the wishing spell. After reading the introduction of the system, Sulen's eyes moved slightly. Although the wishing spell was said to be able to grant wishes, in fact, this spell had many traps and the price to pay was also high. Now it seemed that with this wishing crystal, Sulen could make a wish without paying any price. Of course, when using the wishing spell, one still had to strictly follow the rules of the wishing spell. The Jinn elemental spirit's ability to take advantage of loopholes was not inferior to the devils of Bator. In the past, there were more than 1 or 2 wizards who were cheated by these Jinn elemental spirits. The wizard who wished for immortality still didn't know which corner of the multiverse he was sealed in. The nature crystal was a green crystal the size of a palm. There was rich natural energy on it, and even a little divinity of nature. This crystal could be directly absorbed to increase one's own divinity. It was much better than the divinity crystal Sulen had before. He didn't need to spend time to eliminate the evil consciousness in the divinity crystal. He could directly absorb it. Of course, in addition to direct absorption, this nature crystal also had other effects. For example, it could improve the surrounding environment. It could also be used to purify the power of pollution and chaos in the divinity crystal in Sulen's hand. Of course, this purification effect was limited. It could also be used directly on a druid. This would allow the druid to obtain a large amount of natural energy, and even directly become a big druid. The nature crystal quickly turned in his hand. Sulen already had a plan in his mind. He was going to try it in a few days. The principle and making of floating rings. When he read this book, even Sulen couldn't help but laugh. This was simply like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. He planned to build a floating city. In addition to the problem of energy, there was also the problem of the floating rings. The floating rings were the key to building a floating tower. At the same time, it was also an important part of building a floating city. The manufacturing technology of the floating rings was only mastered by a few wizard organizations. If the elemental pool was the energy source of the wizard tower, then the floating rings were the engine. The manufacturing of the floating rings required a lot of precious resources. At the same time, it also required a deep knowledge of runes and grandmaster alchemy skills. Sulen simply flipped through the book. This kind of floating rings required a lot of technical skills. He couldn't make it yet. The main material of the floating rings was mithril. Some adamantine, orichalcum, starry silver sand, arcane dust, and many other materials needed to be added. These materials were processed according to a special method and refined into a special silver alloy. Then, the runes were engraved on the floating rings according to a special method and pattern. Finally, a runic array was formed. Each rune was formed by a combination of a larger number of magic patterns. These runes were combined to form a larger runic array. There couldn't be any mistakes in the manufacturing of such a floating ring. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. If there was a problem with the floating ring during flight, the consequences would be terrifying. Sulen planned to study the book, The Principle and Making of Floating Rings, with Hathaway. Although he couldn't make it now, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it in the future. Now that his wizard level had reached the advanced level, it was only a matter of time before he became a legendary wizard. Chapter 491. The construction of the floating city could not be done by Hathaway alone. A floating city like the floating city, which was the ultimate magic creation of the Arcane Empire, required a lot of people to work together to build. Among other things, it was a big project just to enchant the floating city with hardening spells. If only Sulen and Hathaway were relied on, they would be busy for a long time. It required a lot of wizards to work, which was one of the purposes of Sulen and Hathaway establishing the Wizard Academy. The Wizard Academy was to continuously provide a large number of wizard talents for Sulen. Sulen did not expect the wizards to become legends, which was unrealistic. He only wanted them to be promoted to official wizards. And even if they were wizard apprentices, there were a lot of jobs that they could do. For Sulen, wizards were high-level talents. He had too many jobs that needed wizards, such as planting magic herbs, refining potions, enchantment equipment, building wizard towers, and daily maintenance. If it were not for the lack of manpower, Sulen would not have made the golem factory automatic. As for the way the black wizards cultivated their apprentices, in Sulen's opinion, it was a complete waste. Those who were strong and talented would learn. Those who were good at fighting would be arranged to become combat wizards. Those who were not good at fighting would be responsible for various logistics work. Those who were not talented could be planted with magic plants. In short, in Sulen's opinion, these wizards were all labor. The way the black wizards cultivated their apprentices was only brave and fierce. They might be strong for a while, but in the long run they were far less developed than Sulen's way. Sulen's way would snowball and become stronger in the future. Moreover, the black wizards' way of cultivating their apprentices had a high chance of backfiring. That was why he used the black wizards' way of cultivating their apprentices. Sulen put away The Principle and Making of the Floating Ring, and took out the 9 transformation golden pill. His only attribute value was charm, which had not reached 50. The 2 free attribute points that he got from the upgrade were directly added to charm. Sulen's charm value increased to 35 points. Then he took 3 more 9 transformation golden pills, and got 15 free attribute points. After adding all these points to charm, Sulen's charm value also reached 50 points. The increase in charm was a little different from other attributes. There seemed to be no change after moving his body, but Sulen felt that the elemental energy around him seemed to have become closer to him. With a snap of his fingers, a water ball appeared in front of him. Then the water ball turned into a mirror, and Sulen's appearance was reflected. The facial features of the figure in the mirror did not change much from before, but there were slight adjustments and refinements. His face was bright and clean, and his facial features were handsome and angular. His eyes were dark and deep, like a pair of black gemstones with a charming luster. His eyebrows were straight, his lips were red, and his teeth were white. His eyes were bright and clear, and his figure was elegant and graceful. His neck was long and slender, and his skin was white. This was not a human. Even if a god descended, it would not be better than this. Sure enough, I've become more handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Sulen was not surprised. This was his true appearance. Charm was not only about appearance, but also about elemental energy. Sure enough, even elemental energy was close to those who were good-looking. Sulen left the seclusion room and went to the astrology platform. He gave the book he got this time to her to study, then took Chris and Alex to the secret plane. He had gained a lot of good things this time, and he had already made a decision. He now had 3 divinity crystals in his hands. One of them was from the Brain Hunter, which only had 1 divinity left. The divinity crystal he got from killing the Heartless Incarnation had 6 divinity points, and the nature crystal he got from opening the treasure chest contained 2 divinity points. In total, he had 9 divinity points. The nature crystal had other uses, and Sulen could not absorb the remaining divinity for the time being, so he planned to let his maids use it. Sulen now had 9 divinity points, and he would reach the first critical point after absorbing 1 more divinity. He planned to distribute the remaining 6 divinity points to each of them first. Chris, Alex, this is for you. Sulen handed them 2 magic gems that emitted evil energy fluctuations. These 2 magic gems were sealed by the divinity that Sulen had extracted from the divinity crystal left behind by the evil god. Divinity crystal? Chris and Alex exclaimed in surprise when they saw the faint golden gems in Sulen's hands. Yes, divinity crystal. Sulen nodded. Although these are divinity crystals, the remnant consciousness in the divinity has not been cleaned up. When you absorb the divinity, you must remove the remnant consciousness, energy, and so on. If you don't want to be affected by the remnant consciousness in the divinity, it's best to clean it up before absorbing it. As soon as Sulen finished speaking, Chris and Alex grabbed the divinity crystals in his hands. In fact, both of them were divine creatures, and it was much more convenient for them to absorb divinity than for Sulen. Abyssal demons were actually creatures of the same level as angels. The strength of those demon lords in the abyss was comparable to that of the gods. Otherwise, abyssal demons would have courted death everywhere and caused trouble until now. Basically, as long as it was a secondary demon lord, there would more or less be some divinity on them. It was just that the divinity on a demon's body contained a lot of negative energy and all kinds of chaotic consciousness. If Chris wanted to advance, she would need to obtain the succubus queen's blessing and obtain the qualifications of an honorary nun. Of course, Chris would have to return to the abyss. Of course, Suluan would not let Chris return to the abyss, let alone let her accept the succubus queen's blessing. The succubus queen's blessing was not easy to obtain. The succubus queen, who was as beautiful as a delicate datura flower, was one of the most dangerous demons in the abyss. This bitch was known as the most dangerous woman in the abyss along with the spider queen Lolth of the infernal realm. Without the succubus queen's blessing, it was not impossible for a succubus to advance her bloodline. This required the power of divinity. As the most powerful force in the multiverse, divinity had many miraculous powers. It was not difficult for the little succubus Chris to advance to legend. Compared to Chrissy, Alex's bloodline source wasn't weak either. It was just that her bloodline was too ancient. Back then, the ancient gods had either fallen, gone missing, or gone into seclusion. Alex's bloodline was already very thin. If it weren't for the reversion of her bloodline, she would still be a harpy and not a winged person. Bloodline was Alex's advantage, but also her limitation. Fortunately, Alex was a wizard. Otherwise, if she wanted to advance, she would have to rely on her bloodline. It was just that her bloodline potential was almost exhausted. If she wanted to advance her bloodline again, she would have to rely on divinity. After Suluan gave the 2 of them the divinity crystal stones, Chris and Alex each found a place to go into seclusion. A little divinity crystal stone was not enough for them to directly advance, but it could make it easier for them to advance. Hidden Realm Nature Oak. After a period of growth, the oak had grown to a height of more than 20 meters. As soon as Sulen arrived, he could feel a strong natural aura. The tall oak swayed gently when the wind blew. Suluan took out a nature divine crystal. He intended to use this nature divine crystal on this nature oak tree. Even if a mortal absorbed the power of divinity, they would be able to transcend mortality and obtain great power. If the nature oak absorbed the divinity, it would also be reborn. Of course, some preparations would be needed before this could happen. The nature oak was located in the hidden realm. Sulen had divided it into a special sealed space. Sulen took out his tools and began to build a magic circle on the ground. The level of the spell he planned to cast was a bit high, so it could not be cast without a magic circle. After learning from Hathaway for a while, Sulen had fixed his own shortcomings. Building a magic circle was not too difficult for him. As time went by, a complex magic circle began to appear little by little. Phew! Sulen stood up and let out a long breath. He looked at his masterpiece with excitement. It was his first time making a complicated rune circle like this. Looks like I'm quite talented. Normal wizards can't do this. Sulen stretched his wrist and put away his tools proudly. After finishing, Sulen took out a magic staff and stood in the center of the circle. Tower Spirit 1. Connect to the energy channel. Open the elemental pool. Powerful elemental energy gushed out from the elemental pool. The energy channel glowed faintly. Sulen gently inserted the magic staff into the center of the circle. A powerful energy suddenly appeared around Sulen. Wish. Bright light burst out from the circle. A powerful energy rushed into Sulen's body, and a melodious ancient chant sounded. As the spell ended, a terrible pressure shrouded the place. This kind of coercion made Sulen feel a strong pressure. With the appearance of a magic aura, a high-space portal opened in mid-air. The next second, the portal reflected the light of divinity. A creature full of power and divinity appeared in front of him. Sulen narrowed his eyes. The figure in front of him was a tall wind elemental. She looked like a woman. She looked like a genie in a magic lamp. She held a quill pen and a contract in her hand. After seeing Sulen, she asked calmly, "Did you summon me?" "A demigod who is about to advance. What wish do you have? Or what wish do you want to fulfill? As long as it's reasonable, it can be fulfilled." "A jinn, at least a jinn at the level of a god." Sulen was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. He was a high-grade legend. At the same time, he also had divinity. Ordinary jinn at the level of a demigod were not qualified to respond to his summons. Only a jinn at the level of a god could respond to him. He read the 3 lines 4 or 5 times until he was sure that there were no problems. Then he left his soul imprint on it. "Very good." Feng Juling gently waved his hand, and the signed contract dissipated with the wind. Then a divine power enveloped Ling Run and Ling Ren. Sulen took out the wishing crystal that he had already prepared from the storage space and said, "This crystal is your reward." Feng Juling's eyes lit up. His fingers moved slightly, and a gust of wind blew. The wishing crystal in Sulen's hand flew up and fell into his hand. After casually sizing it up, Feng Juling's palm turned over and directly put away the wishing crystal. "All right. According to the contents of the contract, if you pay the reward, I will give wisdom to the oak tree. Soul awakening technique. Divine power plus change reality." A beam of spiritual light descended from the sky and landed directly on the nature oak tree. The originally ordinary oak tree suddenly seemed to have something extra. Soon, a weak soul fluctuation was born from the oak tree. The soul light was extremely weak, just like a firefly. It seemed that it would be blown away by the wind. However, although this spark was weak, it was full of vitality. Instead of being extinguished, it began to grow. Seeing that the soul fire had slowly grown to a certain extent, the wind spirit god envoy withdrew his hand. "All right. The contract is complete. Goodbye." After that, Feng Juling said to Sulen, "Next time you have this kind of crystal and need to make a wish, feel free to summon me. My name is Alonas. Goodbye, little guy." Before his voice fell, the Feng Juling turned into a whirlwind and disappeared in front of him. The powerful pressure that shrouded the surroundings also dissipated. Most of the elemental gods were neutral. They rarely paid attention to other planes. In the records of the multiverse, the only large-scale war between the elemental gods was because the demons of the abyss wanted to expand and occupy the multiverse. As a result, as soon as they came out of the abyss, the elemental gods led the 4 elements to beat them up and swept the abyss. After obtaining the soul awakening technique, this natural oak tree had awakened its spiritual wisdom. However, its spiritual wisdom was very low and needed to grow slowly. After awakening its spiritual wisdom, this natural oak tree was no longer an ordinary tree, but had a trace of possibility. Although it had now awakened its spiritual wisdom, the hope of growing into a tree of life or even a world tree was very slim. However, it was still possible to make it stronger. Sulen took out the nature crystal from the storage space and modified the array of the soul awakening technique. Soon, a new array appeared in front of him. Sulen stood in the middle of the new array and took out a staff. Tower Spirit 1. Connect to the energy channel. Open the elemental pool. Powerful elemental energy quickly poured in, and the whole array lit up again. Sulen took a deep breath, and then began to chant an incantation. Soul awakening technique. Elemental energy rose from Sulen's body, and then the nature crystal in Sulen's hand flew up. Powerful elemental energy gushed out from Sulen's hand, and a dazzling brilliance appeared. The nature crystal then turned into a golden light, and instantly integrated into the nature oak next to it. As soon as the golden light integrated into the nature oak, the 20-meter-tall nature oak seemed to be inflated, and began to grow rapidly. The surrounding elemental energy was instantly sucked away. Seeing this, Sulen immediately ordered Tower Spirit 1 to open the energy channel. Azure elemental water gushed out. With enough energy, the oak tree grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the oak tree had grown to 25 meters tall. With the addition of a large amount of elemental water, the oak tree continued to grow rapidly, but it had slowed down. As time passed, the oak tree finally stopped growing after reaching a height of 30 meters. A breeze blew, and the entire nature oak shook slightly. The nature oak faintly expressed a hint of joy. Its lush branches swayed slightly as if it was greeting him. The nature oak in front of him had fused with the nature divinity, and was already a divine creature. The surrounding natural energy became more and more abundant, and the environment was constantly changing. He felt an aura of growth. Even the surrounding space was beginning to be affected. A surge of energy was transmitted from the nature oak into Sulen's body. This energy was very gentle. As soon as it entered his body, it integrated with Sulen's body. This energy dissipated in his body, and began to quickly repair the hidden injuries Sulen had suffered in the past. At the same time, the violent power of thunder and lightning in Sulen's body began to become gentle. Although the power of thunder and lightning was powerful, it was very violent. When Sulen used it, he would hurt himself. In the past, when Sulen used the power of thunder and lightning, his body would also be injured. Fortunately, his regeneration ability was strong. After the energy fusion just now, the originally wild and untamed power of lightning suddenly became docile. After circulating in his body, it no longer harmed his body. Even the remnant evil consciousness he had when he absorbed the divinity was dispelled by this energy. The divinity had completely integrated into his body. Feeling the changes in his lightning energy, Sulen was overjoyed. He patted the nature oak's trunk. "Grow well here. No one will disturb you." The nature oak waved its trunk, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Sulen stayed here for a while before sealing off the area again. This nature oak was still very young and weak. Its current abilities were more supportive, such as healing, purification, and accelerating the growth of plants. It would only become more powerful after it continued to grow. After sealing off the area around the nature oak, Sulen stretched his body and returned to his room in the mystery realm. At this time, Alex and Chris were already in seclusion. Sulen did not disturb them. After the two obtained the divinity, they began to remove the original consciousness of the divinity. Once the consciousness was removed, they would integrate the divinity into their bodies. The houses in the mystery realm were built with druid spells. Sulen's room was a big tree. Some people used mushrooms, some used pumpkins, and some used tree houses. All in all, the rooms were very varied. It looked like a fairy tale. After Sulen returned to his room, he also prepared to go into seclusion. With the nature oak's help, he had already absorbed the divinity. Sulen had a lot of divinity in his hands. He naturally wanted to absorb all of it as soon as possible. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. After returning to his room, Sulen went to the training room and had Tower Spirit 1 open the energy channel. Rich elemental energy gushed out. Sulen sat on the rune circle of the training room and took out the divinity crystal. Soul extraction. A powerful energy appeared. Lightning turned into chains and shot into the divinity crystal. Lightning flashed, and the evil god's soul was slowly pulled out. P.S. Pulling out teeth is too painful. Floating Dream is going to pull out 3 wisdom teeth this time. Sob sob sob. It's so painful that I can't even write. I'll try to update every day. Chapter 493. Although it was only a part of the evil god's soul, it was still very powerful. It was just that it wasn't Sulen's match when it was alive, let alone after it died. Thunder sealing magic. Endless thunder and lightning wrapped around the evil god's soul. The phantom of the evil god's soul howled in pain as it floated above the gem. As energy crazily surged, Suluan took a deep breath and a beam of light rose up. Divinity extraction. Streaks of dark purple soul energy slowly entered Sulen's body. This energy was full of evil, madness, and destruction. Sulen needed to extract the divinity from this chaotic soul energy. Sulen already had experience, and extracting divinity was a walk in the park for him. He sealed the chaotic, evil, and crazy soul energy into another magic gemstone. Soon, the gemstone used to seal the soul energy turned dark purple. This soul energy was full of all kinds of negative emotions. Although absorbing it could improve the soul energy and strengthen the soul origin, it would also corrode the soul. If one was not careful, they would become a fallen one, and their entire being would become crazy, bloodthirsty, and destructive. Sulen didn't want to become such a lunatic, so the best way was to use it to make a legendary rune. High-quality soul crystals were rare and very precious. Sulen only had one, which he obtained after killing the brain hunter and extracting all the divinity in its soul. Sulen gave the divinity crystal to Chris to absorb, and the rest of the soul crystals were not used yet. High-quality legendary soul crystals could be used to make legendary runes such as the Magic Breaker and Arcane Guard. Northfield City didn't even have a diamond golem, let alone a high-quality legendary golem like the Magic Breaker. Sulen slowly injected the divinity into his body. Soon his body felt full and satisfied. Sulen immediately stopped absorbing the divinity, and then quickly used the thunder chain to reseal the rest of the evil god's soul. After extracting the divinity, Sulen still needed to absorb some of the divinity. At the same time, he needed to erase the remnant consciousness of the divinity. This step would take a lot of time, and this kind of thing could not be rushed. After absorbing the divinity, Sulen's negative energy aura also increased a lot. There were still 4 points of divinity left in the divinity crystal in his hand, and he could only slowly absorb them later. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 divinity. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your divinity has reached 10 points. The power of divinity has begun to transform your body. You have successfully become a demigod. Divine power is changing your body. Faint golden energy emerged from Sulen's blood and began to wander around his body. Traces of golden energy penetrated deep into his bones, muscles, and organs. His body, which was already very strong, became even stronger. Dong dong dong. His heartbeat became more and more dull, like the sound of a war drum ringing in his ears. His blood was like mercury, rapidly flushing out the impurities in his flesh and bones bit by bit. As time passed, his bones also became harder and harder. The elemental energy in the isolation room surged, and a large amount of elemental energy quickly rushed into Sulen's body. The speed was getting faster and faster. After noticing that the energy in the isolation room was being consumed quickly, Tower Spirit number 1 immediately increased the energy supply to the elemental pool. The surging elemental water rushed in quickly, and the originally low concentration of elemental energy was quickly replenished. Sulen absorbed the elemental energy faster and faster. The highly concentrated elemental energy washed through his body, and then merged into every part of his body. A vortex appeared around him, and as soon as the vortex appeared, it quickly grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire room. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and soon formed a scene like a tornado. If a high-ranking wizard saw this, he would definitely recognize it. This was the extremely rare elemental siphon. Suluan quickly absorbed the elemental energy, and his body also underwent earth-shaking changes under the influence of the divine power. From his bones to his flesh and blood, the golden light was thoroughly integrated into his flesh and blood. Even his soul began to transform under the influence of the divine power. At this time, if Sullen's soul was out of his body, he would find that his original soul had become extremely solid, and his soul was also tinged with a faint golden color. A large amount of energy flowed back and forth in Sullen's body. After his soul was reconstructed, the energy rushed to his body again. The divine power not only changed his soul, but also his body. Ding. Transformation complete. Congratulations, you have successfully become a demigod. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent, demigod body. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent, language proficiency. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent, divine transcendence. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent, immortality. Congratulations, Host has become a demigod. Your understanding of the Thunder territory has deepened. You have mastered more of the rule power, and your ability has been greatly improved. You have received the skill, Thunder's Fury. Host's divinity has reached 10 points. All attributes +2. The system's notifications kept ringing in his ears. Sulen slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through his eyes, and the entire isolation room seemed to be lit up at that moment. As he woke up, the elemental energy gradually calmed down, and the elemental siphon disappeared. Sulen opened the system interface, and began to look at the changes after becoming a demigod. At the top was the demigod body. Demigod body. This is the primary form of a god's incarnation. You who have divine power, have surpassed the realm of mortals. Your body will not be hurt by ordinary weapons, and any weapons below the extraordinary level will not hurt you. At the same time, you will not fall sick. Your resistance to poison, curses, and other negative effects will be increased by 30 points. Your resistance to spells will be increased by 30 points. Language proficiency, divine ability. After becoming a demigod, you have automatically gained the ability to read all night. You can write most languages. Your literacy +15. Language proficiency and language proficiency work together. Sulen learned most languages in an instant. All living beings had this ability. Divine transcendence. Demigods have integrated themselves with the power of the law. Their bodies have transcended the racial boundary and become a new race. Your own magic ability and resistance to spells have been greatly enhanced. You are immune to spells of the third circle or below. Whether it is the effect of spells or the damage caused by spells, they will not have any effect on your body. This ability made Sulen immune to spells of the third circle and below. With Sullen's high resistance to spells and magic defense, even a fourth circle spell would cause very little damage to Sulen. This ability was the ability of divinity. Legend had it that the gods with great divine power were immune to spells of the seventh circle and below. Immortality. After obtaining enough divinity, the mortal body will be transformed. Your lifespan will be greatly enhanced. Your life will be greatly strengthened. You will not age, and your physical fitness will always be in a state of abundance. The state of immortality did not mean immortality. Immortality only meant that one's face and strength would not age. One's physical fitness would also be at its peak. As for aging, it would only appear when one reached the end of one's life. Immortality was the literal meaning. Those who obtained immortality would have a near-eternal lifespan. As long as they were not killed by others or died by accident, they would be able to live forever. Of course, this talent also had its drawbacks. The person who obtained this talent would age. Although this aging would be very slow, it would also affect one's combat effectiveness. Only with the two talents of immortality and immortality could one be considered truly immortal. Of course, one could still be killed. After becoming a demigod, Sullen's strength had improved again. However, if he wanted to improve further, he would need to reach 30 points of divinity. In addition to these, Sullen also received a reward of +2 to all attributes. After his attribute points reached 50, he would need to spend 3 free attribute points to increase it by 1 point. This time, the +2 to all attributes was equivalent to an increase of 10 points, which was equivalent to 30 free attribute points. If Sullen's attributes had not reached 50 before, he would have received +5 to all attributes. Of course, the upper limit was 50. Just after Sullen received +2 to all attributes, he heard the system prompt again. Congratulations, host, your strength attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Strength. Congratulations, host, your physique attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Physique. Congratulations, host, your agility attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Agility. Congratulations, host, your spirit attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Spirit. Congratulations, host, your charm attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Charm. Hearing the system prompt, Sullen only felt a surge of power in his body again, and then slowly merged into his body. Epic Strength legendary ability. Your strength has exceeded the scope of human beings. When attacking, your strength will cause an additional 3 points of damage. You will permanently gain an additional 3 points when making a strength test. At the same time, when attacking, there is a chance to cause crushing damage to those whose strength is lower than your own by 5 points. In any strength test, you will gain an additional 1 epic point. After all of Sullen's attributes had broken through 50 points, he had directly gained 5 legendary talents. It could be said that his accumulated talents and toughness had now surpassed that of a dragon in its prime, except for the legendary dragon species. According to his current physical fitness, it would be polite to say that he was a humanoid dragon. Chapter 494. Epic Physique legendary ability. Your physique is far beyond the range of humans. When you receive any damage, you will gain an additional 3 points of damage reduction. Your test of fortitude will gain a permanent 3 points bonus, and you will gain an additional 30 points of HP. When you receive any test of physique, you will gain an additional 1 point of epic value. With the Epic Physique talent, Sullen's already thick defense was increased again. With his current level of tankiness, ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. Even many warriors who specialized in defense would find it difficult to reach this level of epic physique. With Sullen's original legendary strength, legendary regeneration, and legendary tenacity, his vitality was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Sullen felt that even if he did not add any defense, he would not be hurt at all if he jumped into the magma now. The magma was like a hot spring to him. Epic Spirit, legendary ability. You have a comprehension ability that is far beyond ordinary people. No spell model can be difficult for you. Your memory ability and analysis ability have been further improved. When casting any spell, you can fully understand and analyze the structure of the spell. This allows you to perfect and modify certain spells. In any test of spell penetration, you will gain a permanent 1-point bonus. Sullen did not feel much change in Epic Spirit. He just felt that his mind was clearer, and his thinking had become more agile. There were some other benefits that he needed to experience on his own. In addition to these, Epic Dexterity and Epic Charm were not weak either. Sullen's strength could now be said to have skyrocketed. Sullen moved his body and closed the energy channel. The elemental energy in the seclusion room returned to normal. Only then did he get up and leave. In fact, Sullen's divinity value was now. If he obtained a divine spark, he could almost try to become a god. Becoming a god was both difficult and simple. In addition to divinity, one also needed a divine spark and a divine spark. To put it bluntly, the clergy was the scope and responsibility of the gods. If Sulen wanted to become a god, the clergy would be ready-made. It would be the god of thunder, or thunder clergy. In addition to the clergy, there was also the divinity. It was not easy to obtain a quintessence. A quintessence was a materialized substance formed by the laws of the multiverse. If one had a thorough understanding of one of the laws, one could attempt to condense a quintessence. Of course, there was another way, and that was to kill other creatures with a quintessence. There were many creatures with divinity. For example, the demons of the bottomless abyss would drop divinity fragments from the lesser demon lords. As long as one killed a few lesser demon lords, they would be able to synthesize a complete divinity fragment. Of course, archangels, divine envoys, and elemental spirits could also drop divinity fragments. Of course, if one felt that they were strong enough, they could also directly kill gods. If the weakest weak divine power god left the divine kingdom, the challenge rating would be around level 35. If the god was in the divine kingdom, then the challenge rating would be increased by 5 to 10 levels. Fighting in the divine kingdom was completely at the god's home ground, and the strength of others would be suppressed there. The best time to kill a god was when the god's body came to the material plane in the form of a saint. The limited number of deicides in history were basically completed under such circumstances. The opportunity to become a god could only be encountered by chance. Although the gods had destroyed the arcane kingdom, Sulen did not have any prejudice against these special and powerful beings. Many arcanists in the arcane kingdom had also sought the opportunity to become a god, but in the end, there were still very few who succeeded. The study of the gods had always been in the hands of the top wizards. Otherwise, there would not be such a forbidden spell as divine ascension, and there would not be creatures like the demigod lich. There were many wizards who wanted to become a god. After having the above three things, the next step was to have believers. Every righteous god would have its own church. These churches were responsible for preaching, cultivating believers, and providing the gods with the power of faith. The power of faith would be transformed into the divine power used by the gods. The road to becoming a god was a sea of corpses and blood. In history, except for the lucky one, the other strong mortals who had succeeded in becoming a god had killed their way from the material plane to the abyss of hell, and then killed their way back and forth in the abyss of hell. There were even some ruthless characters who had killed their way through the lower planes on the road to becoming a god. Their names were taboo in many worlds. They were the kind of existence that could not be mentioned at all. Others might want to become a god, but Sulen did not have such an idea. The gods were subject to too many restrictions. In the secret realm, Sulen had successfully advanced into a demigod and came out of seclusion. As soon as he opened the door of the seclusion room, Sulen saw Chris and Alex sitting outside in a daze. Their white jade-like fingers were tapping on the table irregularly, and their expressions were absent-minded. Sulen closed the door of the seclusion room and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" "Ah, Sulen, you've come out of seclusion?" Chris heard Sulen's voice and immediately stood up. "Are you okay? There was such a big commotion just now." "I was worried about you," Alex asked. Sulen moved his body and said proudly, "Of course I'm fine. Just now, I've successfully advanced into a demigod." Demigod? Alex and Chris looked at Sulen in disbelief. "You've advanced into a demigod?" Sulen did not say anything. Instead, he released his territory directly. Alex and Chris instantly felt an invisible pressure enveloping them. It was very difficult for them to move their bodies, and a sense of alarm rose in their hearts. Seeing that the two were having difficulty breathing and their bodies were shaking, Sulen withdrew his territory pressure. For them who had not yet reached the legendary level, his current pressure was too strong. Whoosh! As soon as Sulen withdrew his territory pressure, the two's bodies went limp and were about to fall. Sulen hurriedly supported them. "How are you? You almost scared me to death." Chris patted her towering chest and complained. Sulen chuckled. "By the way, how's your divinity absorption going?" Chris and Alex looked at each other, then stood up. With a slight tremble, a pair of wings stretched out from behind them. Chrissy's wings were devil's wings, which were very similar to the fleshy wings of bats. However, devil's wings were dark red and looked more ferocious. Suluan had seen Chrissy's devil's wings before. Now devil's wings were obviously stronger and larger. In addition to these, some small scales had also grown on her wings, and her defense had also increased by quite a bit. Alex's wings were feathered, and her wings were even bigger than Chris's. Right now, Alex's wings looked like they had a layer of metallic luster, looking very hard. On the feathers of her wings, there was also a layer of faint golden light, making her wings look very beautiful. In addition to these, Sulen also discovered that Alex's ears had become a little sharper, her skin had become as white as milk, and her body seemed to have the smell of the wind. Her long hair was also covered in a strange luster, and there was a faint golden color at the ends of her hair. The most obvious change was her pupils. Even Alex didn't realize that her pupils had become like emeralds, faintly emitting a faint golden light. These changes showed that Alex's bloodline had become denser. Beside him, Chris also underwent a similar transformation. Her skin became even whiter, smoother, and more supple. A golden radiance flashed in the depths of her eyes, and the charm she exuded became even stronger. Every move she made was astonishingly charming. She looked like a beautiful black rose. The shackles that had originally prevented them from becoming legends had also loosened. On Sullen's attribute panel, there was an additional divine creature, Awakening, label in their attribute panels. Their experience slots had also been filled by more than half, and they were very close to leveling up. Of course, although they had become divine creatures with divinity, they were still the lowest level of divine creatures. Above divine creatures were demigods, and above them were weak gods, followed by weak divine power, intermediate divine power, great divine power, and great divine power. Demigods were generally descendants of gods. Most of the weak gods were gods born from some small races, and were usually subordinate to the mainstream gods. Orthodox gods were generally intermediate divine powers, and the main god of a divine system was basically a great divine power. As for the great divine power gods, so far, there were very few of them. Gods such as Gaia Mother, Nero the god of death, and the god of justice like Alex and Chris, were completely unorthodox. It seems that you've absorbed it well. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. This divine power is really powerful. I feel like I've been reborn. Alex said as he folded his wings. Chris nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She went around to Sullen's side and hugged Sulen with her jade-like arms. The amazing elasticity of her chest pressed against Sullen's back. Feeling that Sullen's breathing had suddenly become a little faster, Chris smiled slightly and said, "Master, can you give us a little more divine power?" "Yes, I can. Divine power has the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, but it's not easy to get this kind of power." Sulen shook his head and said, "After you've completely digested the divine power, and the residual negative energy consciousness in your body has been completely removed, I'll give you more divine power. Don't think about it now." Ah. Chris was disappointed, and she was a little dejected. Next to her, Alex also became a little disappointed. "Greedy." Sulen shook his head. "If you continue to absorb divinity, be careful that you'll eventually be affected by the residual consciousness in the divinity, and you won't even have a place to cry." Chapter 495. Night fell, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. After a day of hustle and bustle, Northgard City gradually quieted down. Sulen lay on the soft sofa and tasted the green tea that the little succubus Chrissy had made. The nobles of this era liked to add fresh milk, sugar, and other spices to their tea. The taste was very strange, and Sulen had never gotten used to drinking this kind of tea. He liked green tea and black tea, and the little succubus Chrissy had added some magical plants and flowers to this tea. It tasted pretty good. Alex frowned and took a sip before putting down the cup. He then said to Chrissy with a fawning expression, "Big sister Chrissy, I want to drink more's coffee. Can you make me a cup? I really don't know what to do with you." There's not much more's coffee left. If you finish this, you'll have to wait until next year. Chrissy patted Alex's head dotingly. But this is the last of this month's supply. If you finish it, you'll have to wait until next month. Okay, hurry up and make me a cup. Alex nodded his little head like a chick pecking at rice. Chrissy shook her head. She then took out an exquisite clay pot and poured out some brown powder. She then picked up a glass bottle and poured out some elemental water. There was a flash of light and a flash of fire elemental energy. In the next second, the elemental water in the cup began to boil. Chrissy picked up the cup and poured the boiling elemental water into the Moore's coffee powder, while stirring it with a glass rod. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted out of the cup. At the same time, there was a powerful energy fluctuation from the cup. Alex's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to bring the brewed Moorish coffee over. He didn't mind that it was hot, and directly took a sip. After that, he closed his eyes to savor the aftertaste, and his eyes narrowed like a pair of crescent moons. Moore's coffee was a magical plant unique to the Hidden Realm. It wasn't produced in large quantities. At the same time, a dozen other magical plants had to be added to make it. It tasted fragrant and silky. Alex, Hathaway, Phyllis, and Chrissy all liked this drink. Apart from the fact that it tasted good, this Moore coffee could increase one's magic power and mental strength. Most importantly, it could purify one's physical body. This was very useful to Alex. Although the purification effect was very small, if he used it for a long time, these effects could not be underestimated. La la la, la la la, I'm happy little red. A cheerful humming sound was heard, and then a figure came bouncing over. When she saw Sulen, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and her body stiffened. Then she tiptoed around and wanted to leave, but before she could take a step, Sulen's figure had already appeared. Onyx Vaya. Where are you going to hide? Sulen asked, lying on the sofa. Who dodged? The red dragon Onyx Vaya pretended to be calm and said, I just forgot to close the door when I went out. Oh right, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. I've already asked someone to close the door, so you don't have to worry about it. Now let's talk about other things. Sulen's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the red dragon Onyx Vaya. He reached out and picked up the little red dragon, and then returned to the room. Sulen threw the little red dragon on the carpet and glared at her fiercely. Tell me, who told you to sneak into the secret realm's obsidian factory to eat fire, copper, and magic iron? That. The little red dragon Onyxvia's eyes darted around. Have you thought about how to lie? Sulen stared at the little red dragon with a half-smile. Previously, he had noticed that some of the metal ingots produced in the obsidian factory were missing. Tower Spirit Number 1 had reported that Onyx Vaya had secretly swallowed them. It hurts. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll get angry if you hit me again. Roar. Ouch. Wah wah wah. The little red dragon Onyx Vaya rubbed her buttocks. The dragon's recovery ability was very fast, and Suluan did not cause her any harm. At most, he just made her feel unbearable pain. She sneakily reached for the milk tea Chris had made and poured herself a cup. Then, when Suluan was not paying attention, she picked up a bare biscuit and stuffed it directly into her mouth without chewing. Then she picked up the milk tea and drank it happily. Delicious, the little red dragon said with satisfaction. Sulen looked at her expressionlessly, and then said, Why did you steal those metal ingots? To eat, the little red dragon said casually, and then immediately reacted. What steal? I didn't steal, I just borrowed. Okay, borrowed. Sulen's mouth twitched. Tell me, why did you borrow those metal ingots? I'm growing right now, and I need to eat metal to grow. Onyx Vaya said as she stuffed the bare biscuit into her mouth. After listening to Onyxvia's explanation, Sulen finally understood that dragons needed to eat all kinds of minerals and metals as they grew. It was not that they were so hungry that they could only eat dirt, but after eating these minerals, their claws and scales would be strengthened. The scales, claws, and teeth of dragons were not very hard when they were born, but as time passed, they would become hard little by little as they grew up. When they became young dragons, They would consciously swallow minerals to increase the strength of their scales. This was an innate ability of the dragons. They were able to obtain some substances from minerals, making their scales and claws extremely hard. Okay, I'll prepare metal ingots for you to grow, but you're not allowed to steal from the golem factory. And you're not allowed to bathe in the lava pool. If I find out, I'll beat you every time I catch you, do you hear me? Sulen reached out and knocked Onyxvia on the head. After training the little red dragon, Sulen leisurely left the secret realm and came to North Town City. The Qilin Pavilion in North Town City was still under construction. When Sulen came to the construction site, the Qilin Pavilion was already more than half completed. The entire Qilin Pavilion was magnificent, about 10 meters tall, and occupied a vast area. In this building, there were statues of all kinds of animals, such as horses, camels, and so on. They were all carved to perfection and looked very lifelike. In the center of the Qilin Pavilion, there was a huge statue that was 8 meters tall. This statue was carved with a Qilin. The main material of the Qilin Pavilion was redwood, a specialty of the wasteland. This tree's trunk was straight, and the wood was hard and resistant to corrosion. It was a very good building material, and the wood used to build the Qilin Pavilion was over 1 meter in diameter. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.